time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Red Esports dekat tempoh hari tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Red Esports sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzina Wawi, ya Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat play-off.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Okay, so kita orang dari Todak. Kita orang hari ni akan main Fast Hero Challenge. So challenge ni, diorang dua akan lawan. Siapa yang cakap hero paling banyak lah. So yang tak tahu tu akan kalah. Okay, so kita akan start.
Arlot,
San,
Salmon,
Idora,
Barat,
Dana,
Carmilla,
Kagura,
Yin,
Rock,
Gif,
Zaz,
Lundo,
sama-sama,
Su,
Idora,
aku dah sebut.
Lilia,
Okay, selamat. Okay.
Penny,
Gatot Kaca,
Ling,
Julian,
Drill,
3,
2,
Ruby,
Milos,
3, Estes,
2, Beleric,
Rafaela,
Digi,
Laurin,
2.
Lunok dah
Dah.
Tu,
Dah. Okay, so pemenang untuk Fast Hero Challenge ialah Momo. Sebab tadi Zaim saya saja jibet dia bagi kalah. Itu je lah.
So Zaim, memandangkan kau kalah, aku nak bagi kau punishment.
Boleh.
So punishment ni kau kena sapu lah semua ni.
Satu arena.
Satu arena ni kau kena sapu. Boleh?
Aku sekarang tak?
Okay.
Zaim, kau pilih Zaim. Satu.
Hey guys, this is Roseanne sekarang. I dengan Monster Vision sebab kita diorang nak main game. Okay, game yang kita akan main, bukan nyanyi So kita akan main game siapa dalam team. So I akan cakap satu ayat, lepas tu korang akan point orang mana yang selalu buat benda-benda macam ni, lepas tu explain lah kenapa. Ready? Siapa dalam team paling kelakar?
Ni.
Kenapa dia kelakar?
Bagi kau kenapa tak? Sebab dia badut. Sebab tu dia selalu jadi penghibur orang.
Siapa tidur paling lama?
Rock.
Oh, kenapa?
Kalau boleh sedek seminggu tu dia memang tak tidur.
Siapa makan banyak?
Ada dua.
Okay. Siapa?
Nama dia Nova Escobar.
Dengan?
Uni. Soalnya kalau makanan tak habis kat J tu, semua dia orang yang habiskan.
Siapa cepat marah? Cepat koyak?
Amar. Sebab dia budak baru.
So dia marah sini lah. Siapa yang daydream banyak?
Pak Zeno.
Selalu.
Dia banyak main game.
Dia nak cakap.
Dia selalu ten scream, dia suka termenung. Lepas tu dia lupa nak band.
Jangan buat ni dekat MPL.
Ha.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Monster Vicious.
Hello, nama saya Aris dan ini adalah Sensui dan juga Ul. So, kami daripada tim Red Esports, kita akan bermain Fast Hero Challenge. Okay, so game ini adalah korang antara berdua ni, diorang kena sebut nama tapi tak boleh hero sama. Are you guys ready?
Ya, ready.
Alright, okay, so first, Ul.
Salmon, Alpha, Julian, Bruno, Lea, Clint, Matilda, Mia, Estes, Grak, Carmilla, Gatot, Chu, Hylos, Obius, Terisla, Wanwan, Edith, Susha, Hayabusa, Fanny, Ding, Erkert, Saber, Amon, Minotaur, Zulong.
3, 2, 1. You forget already?
Yeah.
Okay, so the winner is Ol. Congrats Ol. So right now we have a punishment from Sensui. You must do a 10 squat. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, ready?
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian imaji termantap dan tanpa lag. kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star.
boleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLDB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Kita jago. Oh, korang nak tahu tak apa yang saya tengah nyanyi? Ini merupakan lagu terbaru untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-14. Di mana kali pertama akan dilakukan persembahan pada play-off nanti yang dekat Edu City, Johor Bahru. Jadi kalau korang nak tengok artis-artis ni untuk melakukan persembahan, korang kena datang dekat Johor Bahru, Edu City untuk MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-14 play-off at Southern Festival. Jadi, pastikan korang datang ke sana dan kita akan terus pergi kepada caster.
Hello everybody and good afternoon. You're currently watching the regular season of the MPL MY Season 14. Final week number 6, day number 2. Yesterday, we saw a bunch of interesting games. My name is Gideon Q. This is Sadaf as well as LaFell here at the desk to keep you guys entertained. But we got to talk about yesterday because you weren't here.
Oh, I was watching. I was watch partying.
Oh, you were watch partying.
Here's the thing. You're talking about yesterday. I'm just going to start things off by setting the mood.
Okay.
Today's going to be a great day because you know what they say.
Yeah.
If it starts off bad, it will get better.
Oh.
You guys don't know what's going on, but...
Oh.
in our POV, and everything's uphill from here.
I don't know about that one because for
how can it get worse?
I mean, it's our upcoming game that's making me nervous. It's Todak versus Red Esports, and every time I've seen Red Esports, they haven't done the best in the world. But when I'm not there, suddenly they're beating the big dogs. I don't know about you, Staffa. You caught a couple of their games.
Basically, it just sounds like they don't want you here.
I mean, okay.
In an ideal circumstance,
True.
Gideon should not be here. Then Red Esports will perform. But you are right. A lot of teams right now are still kind of up and down. I feel like a lot of our matchups today specifically are between these teams. So, considering we are at the end of the season and everyone's already qualified for the playoffs, the rest are just playing to stay in the competition.
Well, there were...
I would argue.
I would argue as well, because there were a couple of theories that we had in the green room before we even got here today, right? A couple of those situations would be, it's most ideal to be in second place rather than third or maybe even fourth, because again, keep in mind, first place is going to go into the upper brackets of the second phase, which is the double elimination. So therefore, the question is whether or not you want to face SRG immediately after your play-ins.
I mean, Envy could be SRG, and Team Hawk beat Envy. So Team Hawk is better than SRG.
Unfortunately, that logic has not been working this season.
That doesn't work. I mean, Team Hawk will be fighting against SRG tomorrow.
It's supposed to work, but it has not been working
They're
this
playing
season.
tomorrow. If Team Hawk wins tomorrow, boom.
I don't know, because after yesterday's performance and seeing that even SRG was being able, honestly, I didn't think it was their day that day. I feel like they were as connected, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to take it away from Envy because they played a strong game yesterday.
Oh, they were amazing.
They're going to be playing once more here today.
They're playing so good, I almost gave Martizi the title of my boy.
Ooh.
Really? He impressed me so much. I was like, chat. Is Martizi the next my boy?
I don't know.
He's the only guy that won with Jushin.
I mean, you say that now, but we also have RSG up against ya boy in the homeboys as well. So like...
Hold on, I gotta ask. Is he still your boy, though?
That's what I'm saying.
Is Anami still your boy?
If you're looking for a prodigy, does that mean the current prodigy isn't your boy no more?
Here's the thing. He is good. The rest of the team is like the thing on our table. Kinda trash.
I don't know. From last season, he's insane too. He's pretty good.
It's not his meta, okay? He's a carry mid laner now. It's a utility mid lane meta.
I think that's fine.
Still get to show off though. That's the thing.
I mean, yes, there has been some mid laners who've been showing off here today, but I really feel that things have really shaken up now that Suyo is now in the meta. We got a little bit of that yesterday, and I think that the priorities in terms of like where a lot of coaches' heads are at, a lot of EXP flex bans.
Yeah. Honestly, like, speaking of flex bans, I like what MV does. They, in any team fight, except Homeboys, RSG, and Team Hawk, they know how to ban. Like, I think they're the only team that went up against SRG that ignored Edison, that ignored Sakai's, and went straight for Yums. Right? I feel like they're the only team, like, they have 5 roam bans.
I mean, even if they do have 5 roam bans, currently MV have played their 8 games at 14 points. The aggregate points aren't exactly in the territory of Team Vamos, but at the very least, that keeps them in 3rd place. SRG still sitting at number 1 despite having their first series loss. Team Vamos in 2nd at 16, but the ones that we got to focus on, JP Niners, for an example, currently at 12. RSG MY currently at 7, tied up against Team Hawk, and even the Homeboys are currently at 8 points.
This is going to be interesting. First match, as you mentioned, Niners versus Todak, both sitting at 5th and 6th place. And unlike previous weeks, they're already confirmed into the playoffs, so they don't have to worry about not making it. But the question is what you guys mentioned earlier. What seeding positions do they actually want going into the playoff brackets?
I mean, ideally, 2nd place is the way to go, but for RCMY, it's pretty simple. If you can get out of the red zone, that'd be great. If you're in 9th, that's the best case scenario.
Red has a chance here. If they win 2-0, they will get 17 points against Vamos' 16. And if Vamos doesn't win their next game, they should... I mean... Vamos has a better chance at staying at number 2, but Red has a chance, of course.
Yes, Red definitely has a chance, but this is all dependent on Team Vamos. That's why the last weeks of MPL MY, we see a lot of the teams actually start bucking up, coming up with some pretty interesting strategies, but most importantly, generally playing their A game on the very final week.
I do like that because in the past we've had situations where because it was the last week and teams were already qualified, they started messing around because the seeding wasn't quite as important in the past. But now you really gotta make sure you're paying attention.
If you guys don't know what's happening here today, week 6, day number 2, it's Todak versus Red to kick things off for our first best of 3 of the day, followed up by Homeboys versus RSGMY, and to finish things off for day number 2, MV, Monster Vicious versus JP Niners. These guys, this final match is interesting because after MV's victory and JP currently on a pretty consistent streak upwards, who do you think is going to win?
I mean, it comes to the question, is JP good or not good?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
If JP ain't good, here's the thing. I was talking to my chat. You know how Sunfrost's team, Young and Dangerous from MAL, how they can get into the MPL?
How?
They got to fight MV. MV can win against SRG and can somehow lose to an MAL team. So the question really is, if MV wins, then JP is a strong team. And if MV loses, JP is a weak team.
Or they just lost the coin flip that day.
I don't know.
It's weird because Monster Vicious, their strength level seems to be directly proportional to their opponent.
JP wins no matter what.
That's the thing. Okay, I mean, as much as I would want to believe, I think that if the game drags on very, very late, then JP has a much higher chance of winning. I think that MV, if they start on Blue's side, maybe they got a 60% win chance, because so far they've been looking real good. But we got a video up for you guys with some of the coaches. Let's jump into it.
We didn't expect we secure.
Kita orang kalah dekat Ice Cream 10 game straight. So, kita orang start balik. I will secure the top 2.
Red had a very bad start at the beginning of the regular season, and no one expected you guys to actually be the second team, honestly, to secure playoffs this season. Now, how did you guys manage to turn the table around and to, be as strong as you guys are today?
Actually, we're still struggling right now. We didn't expect we secure, but we managed to change their attitude, the discipline inside and outside the game.
There's one day that kita orang semua kalah dekat Ice Cream 10 game straight. So, after it, I win. Coach Bam also told them that we can continue this streak until 20. If you guys want to lose kan, the players cakap diorang nak berubah, and then kita orang start balik. Dia hasil dia macam even sekarang pun dia tak memuaskan lagi. So I was hoping, and I think Coach Bam also hoping that for the playoff we give 120% and above. Sebab currently if you ask me, apa yang player bagi pun saya still anggap 70%.
Okay, you dah mention that you ni memang suka Ube Strat. Maybe you boleh share kenapa you suka Ube Strat?
Sebab my first time going into this coaching semua, saya start dengan UB. That one is on 2021, the first time Blacklist using the UB strat.
So it was Blacklist Prime.
Yeah, before the Blacklist Prime.
Before the Blacklist Prime.
So I always watch their games, I learn, and until now the things is same. Even though we changed the hero, but then the basic is still the same. For me, basic is everything.
We know that the Ube strat originated from the Philippines because of Blacklist, right? And it's not really viable anymore. A lot of teams don't really use it as much anymore. So what is your opinion on this?
Actually, it's still fine, because if you don't fight the Ube strat, it's new to you, right? This is assassin meta. You are able to fight that assassin because we know the basics and fundamentals of the Ube strat. And if they don't know how to break it, we still win.
For me, I will secure the top 2. Macam saya dah cakap, saya nak secure selamatkan slot. So now is the time to get the top 2.
Alright then, thank you. Thank you so much.
Just a couple of words from the coaches themselves about the performance of Red Esports, and it really looks like they've taken a lot of things into consideration before they came up on stage. I like the turnaround, I like the talks about the Ube strat, and I want to dive a little bit deeper into that.
I mean, honestly, like, listening to what he said, the thing that really caught my attention was that he said, basic is everything. But for me, MOBA Zayn is everything.
Oh, man. I don't know. We've got our version here, right? Zayn, Zempoy, Momo, Zayed, Yan, Lord, and Jiku, guys. If you cut MOBA Zayn up and really go deep inside his roots, this is probably what you'll get, the ancestry right here.
Oh, okay.
An interesting family tree for sure.
Yeah. Hey, man, he's got to get the beard from somewhere, right?
I think we have beards elsewhere, right?
I mean, look at Zayed's beard. Come on, tell me that
it is pretty
clean.
majestic.
It's pretty clean.
As someone with the beard, I don't know what to say.
Either way, Todak is coming here with the I want to say the A team. Can we consider it the A team? I mean, this is technically C squad, right?
This is the squad.
The squad.
Yes,
I'll take
the
it.
squad.
Because they're bringing in Zayed, who's been a nasty Lancelot player. Unfortunately, the win rate of Lancelot has dropped. Chiku guys in the lineup, but Yan Lord has been very impressive to me. I don't know about you guys, but I think he stands out.
I agree with you. I think he's making really good plays across the map, and the coordination is there with Zion Senpoi as well. But Todak is still a little up and down. The inconsistency is what really hits them because they tend to be a little bit dependent on how well the draft goes.
I mean, we were talking about inconsistency. Red Esports used to be that in the first couple of weeks with Kim, Iris, and Sui, Grace, and as well as Owl.
And again, the way that this lineup plays is just playing the fundamentals. They're just playing the basics. One of the most basic things is your team fight formation. They set up a box, and if we're going to look at that, their draft is almost predictable. Whatever Owl is going to pick up is going to be a long-range hero. He only picked up Moskov once, I think. The rest is like Bruno, Beatrix, someone that can be at the edge of the box, and then everyone else is there to protect him. Grace will be using those healers, and if it's not available, hey, the Gacha seems good as well.
I mean, I have to bring up the question because, again, the coach was talking about very much about following the fundamentals, following the basics of the game. But how far does that take you, right? Because we've seen world champions be made on this stage itself. And yes, they follow the fundamentals, but they take it one step further.
That's why, in my personal opinion, Red is in a very good climate here in Malaysia. Internationally, when this is common ground, they might not be looking so good. And now, when Chaos meets Control, this is about both sides where you know what Red is going to do, but Toda, they might not even know what they're going to do.
It's polar opposites.
Yes, exactly. Because Todak has always been the Langar squad for the longest time. Had difficulty finding that energy again at the start of the season, but we're looking better midway through, the same way that Red Esports was able to find that consistency in Ube gameplay. Yes, they are predictable, but I would actually argue that Todak are in a similar way. Their hero pools are larger, but the way they draft, I feel, can be one-dimensional at times.
Well, it depends on who's drafting for them. I've noticed with Kudra, at the very least, it's a little bit more straightforward because it's very much catered towards the players. But then when they start switching it up, I don't know. Saiful sometimes, he comes up with some interesting stuff.
And now we got a hella. Are you Team Langar or Team Red Zone? Okay, in 3, we'll just say it at the same time. 3, 2, 1, Langar.
God damn
it. This is just a Malaysian thing, you know?
If we're going purely by performance,
probably
Red is
Zone.
more consistent, but we're Malaysian, you know.
We like chaos.
Chaos, Langar, unpredictable.
We might lose, but it will look cool.
We're the entertaining region.
Alpha playstyle.
Ooh, I'm not sure about that
Alpha,
one.
Sigma.
Okay, that one I'll take.
Sigma, we're Sigma playstyle.
Sigma playstyle, but I will admit that Todak marketing has really gotten the branding across. You know, it's hard to let go of it, and I do think that Red is improving. Don't get me wrong. However, is the Ube the way to go to deal with the meta currently? And I feel like when we're talking about meta, most people are like, okay, if assassins come in, then it's fighter, then it's tank, and then Ube kind of in between the two here. Especially if you guys want to join the fight. Which is your favorite composition and which is your favorite meta? Join that conversation in the chat below, and also don't forget to use that redeem code. Scan the QR just to make it easier. We all know. Send it to your friends, your pets, anybody who plays MLBB. But yeah, let's get that last point here.
You have a pet that plays MLBB?
Yeah, it's dope.
You have a weird family, man.
It's in progress. I mean,
last
I'm not
time
willing to show it just yet.
Last time I went to your house and I'm like, damn.
Yeah,
I thought I was weird.
I do have a beaver, as a matter of fact.
I thought I was weird.
Yeah.
Does he play MLBB?
Oh yeah, of course, 100%.
Wow.
With that being said here, we'll talk more about the strats and the meta once we get into the draft. But first of all, we have to introduce the Warriors walking up on stage to play here on the MPL MY Arena.
Todak,
known for their chaotic playstyle, thrives in unpredictability and aggression. This makes them a very dangerous opponent, always keeping their enemies guessing. Let's give a warm welcome to Todak!
Red Esports.
Their methodical approach to the game has brought them consistent results this season. Today, they face the wild and unpredictable chaos that is Todak's playstyle. Put your hands together for Red Esports! Introducing the coach and analyst of the two teams and head of League Ops, Franklin. They'll ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Thank you very much, Saiful, Kuja, Bam, as well as Aush. And now, let's keep it going with the fist bumps. We're about to see both teams, the chaos against the calculated aggression. Who will win this match? Is it going to be Red or is it going to be Todak?
Good luck to both of our teams up on this stage. Points really matter here in the final weeks of the MPL. And as they sit down, we come back to the conversation. Are we expecting an Ube? And if so, how do you attack it?
Ube so far has been the win condition for Red Esports. They've tried stuff a little bit different, and you can tell that the consistency is lower overall. Obviously, they want to get better in that regard, but Ube is still a very powerful strategy in the term that, yes, fundamentals are very important. Maybe it doesn't work as well in an assassin meta compared to tanks, but if the teams don't know how to deal with it,
well, I mean, that's one way of putting it. We asked Coach Aush here, and we asked him any messages to Coach Ashi, and he says, I want to be Todak because Ashi didn't reply to my text. I want to join their coaching staff. I was waiting for him but didn't get any call. Red reached out to me instead, so I joined them. Oh, wait a minute. He tried. Man,
You know what's funny? It's a true story, man.
It's a true story.
There's a world that he could have been in Todak. Actually, a lot of people should have been in Todak. Lolias was supposed to be in Todak.
But that's also true. Yeah, we did have an interview with him when he was mentioning it.
Yeah, he was supposed to be in Todak. Yeah.
You're telling me that Todak is supposed to have more players?
Is Todak a monopoly at this point?
Dude, can you count the ocean?
They're not the ocean though. They're the swordfish.
But they're in the ocean. That's good enough.
I guess so.
Yeah. But we also got a reply from Ashi himself. And we asked him the same thing, right? Admin, I want to reply to Coach Aush. Sorry, Aush, there are just too many requests to become the coach, and we have certain requirements that we need to fulfill. But to be honest, Aush is on our short list. We just haven't reached the point where we will call him yet.
Let me get this straight. Stafa and Gideon.
All right.
Yep.
A lot of people applied
Yep.
to be coaches. You know what? I'm gonna stop there. You guys know where my head is at. But you guys. Sora applied, by the way.
Look.
They are very limited stuff, They only can afford four.
Four is too much.
Four,
I agree. You know what? End of conversation. You know what? I feel foolish for even bringing it up. But Chad, if you know where the conversation is going, you know where the conversation is going. You know what I mean?
Yep. Then you also know where the competition is going with M6 happening in Malaysia, greater than ever. Scan the QR code or type in the redeem code to get yourself some in-game rewards and maybe even legendary skin. Please let us know if you do. But with 20 seconds left on the clock, I'm excited to see what Todak is going to bring here, right? Because we haven't seen them really pick apart other people's team compositions. They've been kind of playing their own game, and now that we have such a strong persona in Red, they just want to ube.
Pick off conversations. Composition. That's how you break the ube.
It is a conversation, though.
I don't know. I thought it was talking about gaslighting.
Jushin.
Oh.
Right?
Okay, wait.
Jushin actually peeling the jungler, the EXP, maybe even the roam, and then leaving Owl exposed.
I mean, there's also Gatot as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, you can pull anyone. Just know if you limit the people that can actually protect Owl, then it's all about Zayed on that Lancelot. Be like, can you, a Lancelot with a War Axe and maybe even potentially a Hunter Strike, can you one-shot a Marksman? If you can, we'll deal with all the other 4 heroes. I'm just saying, if you want to fight against an Ube strat, maybe try to pick off one person at a time. That's how you break the box. You make the box into a DNA strand.
Yeah, you start kicking in the corners and start twisting it.
Yeah, exactly.
That is basically the idea, right? When you have Ube, easiest way to deal with it is with pick-off compositions or lineups that can cause chaos and basically split up the enemy team. Both of which are strategies that Todak has traditionally been strong at executing.
I mean, we've said that now, but now I'm seeing that Matilda's getting banned out for the side of Todak, Julian as the follow-up, and even Red Esports, leaving Ling open on purpose, but making sure that they ban out the Angela. I mean, the situation is kind of screaming that maybe Grace is an opportunity for like Cho in the EXP lane, or maybe as a flex pick here for Red Esports. Maybe even Khalid might be an option. Finally, the chip gets banned.
Honestly, Todak could opt for a early Cho pick because the Cho is pretty good against the Ube as well. Or you could also opt for something different and fight box with box, and then picking up something like a Eve Khalid, where Khalid can rotate fast, so he can be with that fight whenever a fight is going to happen from Red, and then the Eve can counteract whatever the jungler wants to do, because we have to assume that it's going to be a fighter jungle.
And we get the first Phoveus lock-in for the side of Red Esports. Hold wide out in the open. This is a pretty big deterrent for Khalid, because generally will struggle in lane against the Phoveus, starting from level 3 onwards.
But Khalid is also able to affect the map a little bit more early on, so I personally don't like Phoveus' first pick much anymore. I thought that Red would go for Gatot first instead, because Grace is pretty beastly on it, but it gets stolen by Todak.
Yeah.
They also have a Valentina as well to pair it up. So they've got some decent CC for the first 2 picks. Ooh, the Loi, very popular for Kim, as well as the Suyo. Finally. All right, this is what I thought maybe Todak was going to pick it up within forced rotation, but then considering that Zayed is so well versed in assassins anyways, I don't think he minds.
This is weird, where it looks like Todak is fighting fire with fire. But the thing is, I think Louis is a better firefighter than most of the heroes here, because it looks like Todak wants to go for a team fight comp as well, but Louis can just clump everyone together. So Todak in the last 3 picks here, they gotta have heroes that can flank from the side. And it looks like, no, they're just like, you know what, you guys want to fight? Let's bring it. Let's bring it!
I'm down for this, because this is why I enjoy watching Todak games, because they always have an innovative way to figure out something that not only affects their laning phase, but also team fights. And Mincetar has been a very popular option for them to deal specifically with Phoveus. Now we go into the gold lane bans, right? We see the Bruno instantly getting taken out. I'm surprised that we don't see the Harith, maybe even a Lunox ban coming up from either side.
I mean, I feel like Todak should ban the Beatrix. I mean, they have ways to fight against the...
I agree.
Yeah.
Gatot and Mincetar both deny Zaman Force from Harif, so I think Todak already feels they don't need to get rid of it. If Al locks it in now, it's just good for them, in fact. So, getting rid of the Diggy.
Wow.
We played against a Diggy earlier, Giddy.
Yeah, we did.
Was it them?
Nah, it can't be.
They were just smirking on you guys?
Maybe. There's a good opportunity. I don't remember the names, though, but I might have to check later. But Red Esports, they ban out the Ling. They also follow it up with a final Lancelot ban, so that's 4 assassins banned out, targeted towards Zayed by Red Esports.
There's still a Nolan. Not sure if the Nolan is good here, though, against Red.
I think if he just goes for Alpha, it's completely fine, right?
Yeah, I feel like Alpha is fine.
I agree.
Super safe pick, cuts through most of your tanks anyways.
Bane!
Punishes Lo Yi. Oh, Bane's also a pretty good shout. I feel like it's better for Red, though.
I mean, like, if Todak picks up a Bane...
Upon the edge of the void.
Okay, well,
Nolan.
We did shout out to Nolan.
Bummer. Honestly, I was getting pretty excited. Like, oh, maybe.
Because imagine if they have the Bane. How are you going to enter a team fight with the Mincetar, a Gatot, and the Bane?
You sacrifice Gatot or Mincetar, and then after that, the other person comes.
No, I mean, like, how does Red get into Todak? It looks like Todak has the red zone draft, you know?
It would mean they would have to go from the backline, which is possible because they have the Lo Yi.
Yeah.
Kim is pretty aggressive with Lo Yi. I think he's one of the more aggressive Lo Yis we have in the league, so it would still work, but it's a different style than what Red is used to.
So he's Kim Yi.
Kim Yi.
Low Kim?
Low Kim.
Low Kim?
As opposed to High Kim.
Yeah. You know what? Not everything is a 10, you know. It's like, I try.
I know. It was a good attempt, though. Red Esports locking the Edith, and as well, maybe if Joe Kim was still our host, then it'd probably be funny. We'll save for
There's
MPL
probably
SG.
someone out there named Low Kim.
Actually, there's a high chance someone out there is
If your name is Lokim, add them in the chat right now so we can know that they
Wait,
are
which
a
one
real
was the
person.
funny one? Low Kim or Kim Yi?
It's Lokim.
Low Kim.
Low
okay.
Kim, yeah.
Low Kim.
It's just the way you say Kim Yi. I don't know. Something about it tickles me the wrong
Kim
way.
Yi sounds like Kim Yi with an accent.
It just sounds like a Korean football player, man. I'm gonna be real. Melissa gets locked in for the side of Red Esports. A good way to kind of keep away Nolan for the vast majority of that game. Even Mincetar might struggle a little bit.
Still up?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty free, right?
Yeah, Todak could lock it in themselves, but nope, it is the Natan. Still fine though, scales pretty well, and actually deals with Melissa pretty good as well with his range.
69% win rate. Nice.
Nice.
I think at this point, Oh man, the engagement from Todak seems pretty good. They've got plenty of CC to work off with, and now with the Natan having inbuilt CC into him as well, he can also set up for a couple of plays.
I mean, again, looking at the comp coming in from Red, it almost looks like they don't care what you guys have. We just have a box, and we just play it in the box. It's like Red is a cat. Cats like boxes, and they play inside boxes. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong, but I don't see the box just yet. Maybe we could get a bit of a deeper explanation. I can understand that the waves, especially when it comes down to the laning phase, is going to be a little difficult for both sides. A power struggle, some may say.
Well, the power struggle means that only one will come out on top in the end, though, because we are jumping into the Land of Dawn for our very first game of Week 6, Day 2. We will witness the chaos of Todak up against the calculated control of Red Esports.
All right, let's jump into this and see where the junglers are going to start off. It looks like they're going to start off on the same side, bottom side of the map. It's going to be Red Esports on blue side taking their orange buff, with Todak on red side taking their purple. Now, talk to me, LaFell. What exactly is this comp when you talk about the box? Because it feels like Todak is more so the box than Red.
Nope.
No explanation for that?
I mean, like, he asked me a question, I'm like, nah.
Nah,
But all right,
it is a free country.
Now, honestly, like, in terms of the box here, how you want to position is that Grace and Iris take flank positions, and then in the middle of it, it is going to be Kim. Owl will be at an angle, and then it's Sensui as well. He's going to be at the middle of the box as well. So, honestly, this box looks more like a triangle where the point just moves around Owl.
I see. So we have to keep our eyes on the Owl just to generally know what the perimeters are going to look like. A lot of tenacities for the emblems as well.
It's understandable there'd be a lot of tenacity. Todak is pretty good at directly fighting into them, so since Red Esports knows they want to play around the box, having a bit of extra durability will be... Ooh, hold on, a gank here, a dive, Yanlord jumps in, Fracture not quite able to finish him off, but will send Owl back home.
The tenacity diff right there, eats a full Fracture in the face, shrugs it off like it's nothing.
Some swords from intergalactic something.
I think it's interdimensional.
Whatever. Whatever. Doesn't hurt me one bit. I'm a girl with a puppet. In your face, Mr. Intergalactic Man.
Oh, interdimensional still.
All right, sure, whatever.
Interdimensional. You know, at the very least, that doesn't work for NASA. At this point in time, First Turtle is going to spawn purple buff as well. If they get this gank off, this would be a huge advantage.
Iris in a 1v2, already popped the Vengeance, still a little behind, but is able to reach level 4. Sensui secures the turtle, and now we can see Anlord a little bit too far forward onward. Earth combo gonna catch him out, and Sensui claims first blood from Todak.
It looks good. They've started out really, really well here, and even Red Esports deciding to blitz off of the gank on bottom side was a good choice, but now we see cross-map plays.
Now that I think about it, hold on, let's see what happens here first. Oh, Purify
for it. Yep, forces Purify from Chiku, guys. Very low HP, has to ask for backup.
Hold on, looking at the top side, it looks like Todak is thinking about fighting here. Chiku guy is so low, does he really want to stay?
He manages to get out luckily. Good bail from Yanlord, but he's not level 4 yet.
Onward, going to catch out Yanlord. Gonna be able to heal up with his passive, but taking a lot of damage from Owl. Another player of Todak zoned out from the top lane.
Okay, if we're talking about generally what the game state looks like, yes, Red Esports is in the lead, but
The taunt onto Grace, but the Onward once again catches out Yanlord, and now he is stuck. Has to use the Avatar the Guardian to escape.
Man, I'm surprised the Blade Surge didn't connect there. That was a pretty free kill for Sensui having landed that skill shot. Well, technically a skill shot. More like a dash, more like an engage.
And what I was about to say is that, actually thinking about it, Suyo is actually a good comp for Ube type of play, because you want to secure those turtles and then eventually secure those wards. Suyo's second skill, the assassin damage, is comparable to a Bauman ult. So it makes it that much easier for you to secure those turtles and lords. So Suyo, in this kind of comp, is actually an accelerator towards getting your comp online faster. Like, he doesn't have to do crazy outplays, he doesn't have to do crazy damage or anything like that. He's more of a secure objective kind of tool. And anything extra is just bonus.
Yeah, I was raving about it yesterday. Like, it's really difficult for junglers to calculate the damage of that Soul Sever, right? That 20% missing health. Oh, Iris.
Yep, he's gonna get caught out here. Vengeance already used up. In the meantime, Fracture gonna catch out Grace in the backline, not able to reach him to back him up. So Iris just has to spam the Infernal Pursuit, try and do as much damage as possible, but Revitalize has already come out. Kim being zoned out by Momo. At the same time, Iris buying a lot of space, but there's no backup from Red.
Is it because I said good things about Red?
It could be, but I would like to believe that Red Esports unfortunately just weren't prepared, right? They tried to dive on in too hard, and now they get punished for it.
Lori catches out one set boy, still secures the turtle, while Kim blows up Zayed at the same time. And now in the mid lane, another Gatot ult forced out.
I can't even blame Zayed. He's a Nolan. He doesn't have a bigger burst than Suyo.
Oh, diverse play, catching out Chiku. They notice he's too far up in lane, using the bushes to his advantage. Not enough though. That's a 1v3. Chiku, guys, goes down.
Great play from Red Esports. They've tried. This is the second time they've attempted this. The first time didn't work out. That's why we saw a bit of an awkward moment and diving Chiku guys and chunking him out with the help of the rotation and yin yang overturn. But even so, I think Todak needs to take into consideration that this has happened twice. Third time is probably the charm.
Yeah, Todak has to remember they're fighting against Kim Yi. Kim Yi moves around the map like nobody's business.
You never know where he's coming from, whether he's in the bushes or whether he's already in your base.
All of a sudden, oh, he's coming!
Yeah, it could be pretty shocking here, but now we do see that the Thunderbelts have been complete for both EXP laners here. In terms of roamer items, what are you thinking here?
I can't even see.
I would say, is it even worth getting Dom Isis at this point?
Hold on, King calling in the top lane. They've caught out Owl. He's dived way too deep. I don't know why he was that far up. He may have gotten caught with the spear.
Oh my god.
Avatar the Guardian jumps in. Kim now gonna be the next target. Iris trying to save him, but not gonna be enough. Mobo gets another kill. The rest of Todak coming to back them up as Iris now going to be caught out. Vengeance already used quite early on. Infernal Pursuit dropping Zyme Senpoi very low. He catches him! Actually lands the final blow to trade for his life.
Worth it. So worth it. You're dead anyways. You might as well bring one with you.
Dude, I gotta say, Iris spammed that all like he was a basic attack. He went for it non-stop. He was like, yo, I'm a clone. I don't care what you think.
I'm a clone. Yo, man. He's building up stacks real quick here, but so far the game state hasn't really changed, right? And it feels like Red Esports might just be on the back foot despite having a slight gold lead. Todak take control over the map, have gotten 2 out of tier turrets, and now the fight!
Here's another diversion. Earth Shatter Flicker finds 2 Iris.
What?
Here the turtle for Red Esports while picking up Zion at the same time. Grace gonna be traded, but Gadlord at the same time is picked up for diving too deep into the ranks of Red Esports.
Get in, let me tell you. I can't protect Zayed on that one.
Yeah, no.
That's, you know.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't expect it, right? He didn't see it coming.
Oh, Owl getting picked off somewhere on the map here. Red Esports being aggressive, but gotta watch their core.
Something to say here is that if we're looking at straight up comp in terms of firepower, Todak is actually looking good. The bad thing is they're going up against Red that is more about the macro. So honestly, I kind of feel like comp doesn't matter here.
And they're just focusing down the tower, ignoring the Avatar the Guardian.
That's a good point, but I think that, like, as much as Todak has the firepower, to enable it is a little awkward. Because you have to be at the right spacing with Iris, hoping that Iris doesn't get into your backline first. And I think even for Iris, he's pretty careful. He's not trying to jump the backline. He's just trying to dance around and waste the front line's time.
Oh, that might be a mistake here. Is going a little bit too deep, but still gonna continue with the Infernal Pursuit. Actually forces out Revitalize at the same time.
As I was saying, like in terms of firepower, if you're looking at pure damage numbers, in a vacuum, then Atan should be able to do well. Honestly, even Momo is not the highest damage, but can do quite well. Oh, but hold on.
Oh,
guys taking a lot of damage. Yeah, that's the problem here. If Chico Guys is able to free hit, he should be fine. I just don't see how he can free hit. Like, the only way that's achievable is that Red themselves make a mistake.
Yeah, so that means that Todak directly needs to target Kim. If they can, like, force Kim out, maybe there's more space. Kim Yi, to make sure that at least Chico Guys has the space. But then he's left to 1v1 against Owl, and Owl brought Inspire. So he's looking to win that 1v1 no matter what.
And Red Esports understand too, Chiku is basically the bulk of Todak's damage. That's the problem with combo compositions like this. If you miss a part of it, it does end up making the teamfight a little more difficult. And Red Esports is forcing out Util very early.
Gonna try, but the Spear of Glory is already gonna connect. Right now, I'm looking at Zyme Senpoi. Can he make this combo work?
Taunt comes in, Iris gonna distract the backline. Grace already blown up quite early. Avatar the Guardian used defensively. King's Calling only catches out Iris and he survives all of it with the Vengeance. Todak still taking defensive stances as Yanlord gonna be picked up by Kim on the flank. Iris still alive, still zoning out Todak. Diversion comes in, just to scout, just to provide some vision. Zayed looking for an opportunity to maybe steal while Chiku also works on the mid-tier 2. He gets it, but Zayed messes up his timing, gets caught out, and picked off. The Lord secured by Red.
I would say that that's not worth it, especially if you're looking at the comp from Todak. Don't really contest those objectives. They're really more about team fighting.
Yeah, that's the thing. They should let Red Esports sit on it first. And I think even for Zayed's position, I think probably the smarter option is forcing out a battle spell out of Kim, right? He knew where Kim was. He could have gone in and go for like a fracture combo to take him out, but instead prioritized trying to steal this Lord. Even though Suyo is just nasty.
I feel like the only possible other hero that can probably contest Suyo is actually the Lancelot. So the third pick, they missed their opportunity to get that hero.
Spear of Glory pulls in Iris. Eternal Guard gonna be used. Flicker Earth Shatter catches out one. That's Yanlord already down. Killing spree going over to Sensui. Fracture drops Iris low, but still not enough. This Phobius is a huge problem for Todak. He's just way too bulky.
Yanlord didn't want to use the GOA to get out of there. What are they saving it for? They know that the Lord is going to be pushing in anyway, so I guess it's just purely for waves?
GOA. Guardian of Apocalypse?
No. Sorry, AOG, Avatar. Avatar of the Guardian, my bad.
I was trying to figure that out too.
Sorry, I didn't reverse. The dyslexic brain kicked in so fast, I didn't even realize it. All right. At the very least, the Magic Barriers are going to be down for the side of Todak here. They need to win this upcoming fight. Ideally not now. There's still 90 seconds on the next upcoming Lord, so they can buy some time here. They can start scaling.
See that the damage gel ranking very heavily in favor of Red Esports. Iris and Kim taking the top. I expressed that first pick Phobius is a little tricky these days, but Iris just immediately proving me wrong.
Caster Curse. I mean, people that be talking about Minstar is a good counter to Phobius. Maybe I'm blind because I don't see it.
It's not happening right now, but generally we're seeing that Red Esports is allowing Iris to create the space for them.
Speaking of, he's doing it. King Calling already baited out. Diversion comes in the top of the wave. Flicker forced out from Momo. Avatar the Guardian jumps in, only catches one. Iris going to finally be picked off, but they lose Yanlord in exchange. Mega kill over to Sensui.
Okay, now I'm confused. I know that Iris has the Vengeance. I get that Momo catches him with the spear, pops his ult. Where was Yanlord? Why didn't he immediately try and jump and take this kill off? Once Iris is out of the equation, especially since there's plenty of time before the Lord actually spawns, it's actually beneficial for Todak to fight for this pick.
I actually play Gatot, and this is a difficult comp because in this kind of comp, again, just trust me on this one. You wish you pick up a Purify. Like, even with the Revitalize, like, the thing that makes the Gatot pretty tanky is that when he takes a lot of damage, his basic attack, it hurts a lot, but the thing is, you have a heal. If you can, you don't have a heal.
Into the backline once again. They're gonna catch out Chiku, guys, instantly. The rest of Todak too scattered to back him up. Kim will be traded, but Yanlord also gonna be caught by the backline flank of Red Esports, while Iris dealing with Momo by himself. Zayed, you do not want to be here, my friend. Unstoppable streak for Sensui. Momo, he's just buying time. Iris knows it as well. This is a free Lord for Red Esports.
Again, like, Todak has the firepower, but the macro coming in from Red, like, Todak, like, they can't break this box.
Yeah, no, the Loi, they're not thinking about the Loi right now. They're not thinking about these flank angles. You know, I will admit that Chiku guys has been a little unlucky. As soon as he takes back his the other half of his entropy, that's when the TP completes, and then he gets caught out like that. Had he just stood up forward with the rest of his squad, I think they might have been okay.
Maybe.
It's just an awkward scenario to be in, but right now, Red dominating, 13-10, 5K goal lead on their side with a Lord push.
We always talk about the matter of time versus space, right? And in this case, I think space won. Kim is being very effective on this Loi right now.
Kimmy.
Yup, yeah, Kim Yi. We gotta give him the proper respect.
or low Kim, whichever makes sense. Neither makes sense, by the way. But you know, until something better comes up, we're sticking with it.
All right, we'll stick with it. But now the first inhibitor will actually drop for Todak's side, and Lord is still pushing in right now. All the macro plays that we saw from Red Esports, you can't really make them inside their opponent's base.
Yeah, they need angles, but Conceal comes out. You can see they're zoning right now. Sensui taking the front line. Iris as well. Easy tower being taken. Grace gonna be traded out, but I don't think Red Esports minds.
I really feel like the winner for the comp for Red Esports is the Luyi and the Suyo. Like, the Melissa is pretty strong as well, because we're seeing that Melissa dies only when Ao makes a mistake, when he positions like an EXP leader, right? But other than that, this Luyi is creating so much problems that Todak can't really have a team fight. And then the Suyo has a lot of mobility, ensures, you know, almost 100% on the turtle take. It's not 100% because Iris got one, but still, this is a very good comp coming in from Red.
I think it's a pretty good comp as well. I think that Todak unfortunately need to recognize that as much as they can create a box, Red Esports is very comfortable at playing within that box. And I think that right now, Todak, if they need to come up with some creative solutions, they got to bait out some key spells.
Absolutely. Oh, Flicker baited out by Red Esports instead. And we can see Todak just cannot play safely on the map. Sensui trying to flank Sion Senpoi. Misses the Blade Search though. Vengeance used by Iris quite early on. So Red Esports gets the purple buff, but not much else.
Right now, honestly, Todak's trying to fight fire with fire. And tell me if I'm wrong. In kindergarten, I learned that for you to beat rock, you need to beat paper. You cannot fight rock with rock. You cannot fight scissors with scissors.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I kind of feel like they have the advantage here of they actually know what kind of comp, maybe not the draft, but what kind of comp that Red is going to bring in this game. And they try to fight rock with rock, fire with fire. Well, and, you know, Red is doing it better.
To be fair, I do think that both compositions kind of want to achieve the same thing, right? It's just right now the Luyi is a little more effective at her job in comparison to Zyme Senpoi on this Vex. And I think that Todak right now, the adjustment is just to look for Momo Spear.
Vian Lord dropping so low instantly. Chiku guys trying to find Kim, but Kim just flickers away. Lord dropping low. Gray's gonna be claimed by Chiku guys. Yan Lord drops. Sensui still claims the Lord, but King's Calling is right in the middle of the river and catching out quite a few members of Red Esports. Sensui already dropping down. Killing spree being given over to Zyme. Iris, Winter Crown just barely survives with the Vengeance as well. Zion not able to chase him. 2-for-1 trade. Red gets the Lord.
Get it? I kind of feel like if we keep talking good things about the teams, this game won't ever end.
I feel so too. It's just a continuous back and forth. We're 17 minutes into this and we haven't learned our lesson.
14 to 13. Momo hasn't died yet. He is a better marksman than Chiku.
To be fair, Chiku got ganked like 3 times.
Yeah, I think Red like, are targeting one of them.
Red Esports hates one of these players more than the other. Targeted hatred. To be fair, I think that at the end of the day, they've identified that that Todak's lineup, Chiku is going to be the main win condition regardless, right? Because it seems like Iris is doing very well with the help of his Vengeance inside the King's Calling when Momo does unleash it. That's why we're seeing that Todak are being a little bit more skeptical on their engagements. They wait it out, wait for Red Esports to overly commit before they jump in.
But that is what Todak should have been doing since the start of the game, actually. Their composition is better at 5v5 than Red. They've just been outplayed with the diversion so far. If they wait for Red to be the ones to engage and they don't have to worry about a backline flank from the Luyi, they are fine, actually.
Here's the thing. Yan Lord, in 2 of these fights, wasn't able to drop his ult in time, if not, had the wrong targeting on the wrong target, especially if he doesn't know what the priority is supposed to be. I think as of right now, Todak need to predefine, when we walk up to the Lord, what are we looking for?
Actually, Staffa, I think I understand what you're saying. Like, Todak has been losing when Kim Yi sends Red to the backline.
Yes.
So Todak should do that too.
Well, they don't have Kim Yi.
Well, I mean, like, they don't with that kind of mindset.
They've got legs.
What they need is that Chiku guys needs to flank.
Honestly, he can.
Right?
He's done it before.
So if Chiku guys flanks, GG, easy win.
Okay. Let's put this theory into the test here, right? Because Chiku, guys, currently he's got the items to do so, and he's also got a Winsome nature. So flanking is actually a pretty good idea if he can force a 1v1 against Owl. How they're going to do that, I'm not 100% sure. Because Red Esports, their coverage is on the top side of the map. They know that they want to come to this Lord lane. So where does Chiku go from?
Let me emphasize this, and I can't emphasize this enough. What I said was a joke. Are we on same page here?
Actually, I can kind of see the
Okay.
idea.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? You have the right mindset.
There's a possibility of it because Chiku has done it in the past. He has walked all the way around to the other side of the enemy team and flanked their gold lane, and it works.
Yeah, how hard can it be? Just take a few extra steps.
If he can travel through time, if he can walk.
If he can travel through time, I'm sure he can walk.
You know what? That's the kind of mindset I need in my life.
Yeah, that's true. I'll give you that one. But the Lord already being held control by Red Esports. Where is the turn from Todak?
Iris has already taken quite a lot of damage from Zayat. Lord can be reset. They see Yan Lord. Owl and Chiku both do a lot of damage at this point, so positioning is important.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like Owl damage is conditional. When he has that Inspire. When he doesn't have that Inspire, he'll be a bit depressed.
That's true. Writer's block is a thing. You need inspiration.
I mean, in terms of information right now, there's not a lot to work off. Even Todak is like struggling to hold like Nomad.
Speaking of diversion coming in right into the backline behind the turtle. They're gonna find them. King Calling comes out, but it's a bit too late. Zyrus boy's already gone, but Chiku doing a lot of damage right now because Red Esports are all clumped up. Bodies are falling. Double kill and Chiku guys. Yanlord gonna be traded out. Chiku guys with the triple. Catching out Red Esports. Gray's gonna trade for Zayed. They're right in front of the base, but there's no minions. 2 survivors on both teams.
And look at Chiku guys, he's running it down mid. Straight up, just looking for an opportunity to steal an inhibitor away from their opponents.
Chiku needs to be careful. Should be able to get it. Grace cannot stop him.
Imagine having a 50-50 fight. You trade 3 for 3. You still lose an inhibitor. What happened?
Chiku guys happen, man. Like, this guy creates miracles. He is the reason why you win and lose.
It's so ridiculous.
Basically what happened was Chiku was not standing at the back.
In a way, he's kind of flanking.
Yeah, in a way. Yeah. In a way, even Owl was trying to go for the big outplay by using the go away from me to try and pin him against the wall, and then he just swaps place with the entropy.
You know how you mentioned earlier, Gideon, that previous gank in the jungle, if Chiku was not so far back, he would have survived. He learned from that. I was like, I'm gonna stand with my team now.
Stand literally on top of them. Although I will say that Zymes Boy ruined KDA because of that flank angle from Red Esports.
Momo still hasn't died. Dude! You have tank items. Tank a bit. Actually, no. You know, I take that back. That's a bad mindset to have.
I don't know. I feel like that's what Chiku is probably screaming at Momo. It's like, tank for me! Please!
Hold on. Right now, they're invisible, but they still see him.
Yeah, this is going to be a tense situation. Game can actually go either way right now, even with the lead Red Esports built up throughout the entire early phase. Todak with a slight gold lead.
They're still dancing around this though. Red Esports, they want to draw them out. They need some confirmation. They can do a 4v5 right now with Chiku, who's kind of late.
Momo gonna get jumped on by Iris. Oh no, Owl makes a mistake! Loses his immortality. Zyme Boy picks him up inside the King's Calling. Lord dropping low. Zion picks up Sensui! Zion steals the Lord! A massive blunder by Red Esports! As Todak turns it around, Kim tries to split push, but it is way too late. 3 members down, and Todak shall shove this down mid lane. Can they defend a single minion wave? 2 members alive, Iris and Kim. Can they hold? Fracture blows up Iris instantly. Immortality keeps him alive. Winter Trunk Gear gonna be used. Zayat dashes out. They lose 1. Iris going to go down, but Kim's still alive.
They're not gonna get back in time here. There's just no way.
Massive damage from the Yin Yang reaction. Eternal Guard going to miss thanks to a good flicker.
Yo,
he actually
Kim.
picks up 1 immortality. Kim playing his best right now, but it's not enough. 1v3 Todak with the turnaround, disrupting the red zone.
Chaos is stronger than order. Todak, they found a way to do it. They flanked by letting Red Esports initiate the fight. And let me just say that game-winning fight at Lord, Stafa Owl didn't make a mistake. That was a That was a Momo making a play.
Yeah.
Momo hooked him up.
Dang, man, that did not go well. That's what they were waiting for this whole time. A singular good Spear of Glory to put the final nail in the coffin. Nicely played by both teams. Even I gotta give it Kimmy at the very least. He was honest to God, he was very close to holding out at the very end.
He was like, I'm him. I gotta do it.
I'm that
Kim
guy.
Yi.
I'm that guy. I'm Kim Yi. He almost got it, but then Winter's like, okay, you know what? Next game, man. Next game, whatever.
Next game, might as well. I definitely think that there were a couple of things that could have changed in the draft, but generally, I think that as long as both teams are playing towards their strategy, we're going to get quite a banger game. Both sides really adjusting to each other.
This feels like chess.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
I think we did predict this as well, right? I can't remember which of y'all. One of y'all said if we get to the late game, Todak usually has the advantage. That was Gideon, yep. So, Red Esports took a bit too long, got a bit too antsy in the last few minutes to force something out, and Todak took advantage of that.
But they had really good ideas, though. A lot of their flanking TPs coming in from Kim Yi himself really hurt the backline. People like Zyme, who is forced to flicker forward. But at the same time, it just means that both Yanlord and as well as Momo have a direct path to actually locking away the front from the back.
Actually, when we look at it, all of the team fights that Red loses is when they are out of the box. Either they themselves put themselves outside of that box position, or when we saw Owl got picked off, he was supposed to be the back end of the formation, and then he became the front end. And then at that point, it's like, Owl's the one. Look at this.
Yeah.
That hook, man. At that point, GG.
I think the better question is, why did All bother standing there longer than he should, right?
He's like, no way he's gonna hook me, right?
I got the reaction time, right? It's not like an instant Franco hook, right? We got to give it up to our MVP of the game, Momo. Big player for Todak for a long time and continues to do so today.
Mincetar continues to be a pocket pick. Momo, Rippo, these are the only two players that like to bring this hero in, and when they do, they show you how it's done. He did not die the whole game until that final fight, and by then his job was already complete, getting the hook, landing those King's Callings. In fact, in that second to last fight, when Kim Yi went into the backline, that King's Calling in the funnel was what really messed up Red Esports too.
Get them an ROG phone sponsor, man, because they can call the King. And the King came to play.
King came to play. I mean, their performance is through the roof, so it aligns perfectly with ROG. I'll contact the council in a bit. We'll see what we can do for these boys. I think that Todak
spoken, and they said yes.
They said yes already. All right, get them their phones, boys. Don't stop. We need them airdrop today. By the next minute. I think that Todak at this point of time, personally for me, Zayed. Thoughts on that early game? Thoughts on that early game? Because I definitely think he made some weird decisions.
It's not weird if you know what he's thinking. I can outplay this. If any mistake happens and it's questionable, in the guy's head, he has to be like, I can outplay this. And then Chico guy's like, no, you can't. And then he's like, Prime Aces and knives. Oh, I died.
It's probably a very similar conversation when Chico was getting dive on top side. Why are you sticking around, Chico? I can do this, guys.
Remember M3? I 1v2'd and then I won with the 1-1.
I can do it again.
I can do it again, just with Natan.
It's the same concept. But 23 minutes of battle overall. Do you think that this time is going to shorten now that Todak and even Red Esports got a little bit of a taste? Just a wee bit. An appetizer.
It's hard to say because
really hard to say.
With the particular playstyle of these two teams, I wouldn't be surprised if a similar thing happened in game number 2.
Yeah.
Because I think Red Esports are just more coordinated in the early to mid phase. Maybe if Todak bans Lo Yi, that'll deny a bit more aggression.
To ban out Lo Yi. So they would go blue side on the for the time being, right? I mean, that's like the only real reason why you would ban out Lo Yi, because it feels kind of bad to ban it on red, though.
Toda's not the kind of team that respect bans that much.
That's also true.
They're not. They do have the pubs mentality as well.
Yes.
It's like, is that strong against us? Yes. Do we ban it? We can outplay it.
We're better. We're all good.
We're Todak.
If you ban their pocket pick and you win, it is a loss.
Exactly. It's like, you know what? We should have banned like an alpha. Yeah, we don't even see them ban an alpha. Actually, we could have taken the Alpha. Suyo is still good.
I mean, Suyo is a little too good. I think Todak, personally for me, I feel like Todak are the ones who probably wanted the Alpha to deal with Iris a little easier and also have like another direct engage system. At the end of the day, the biggest problem that we saw is that Todak didn't have the means necessary to bait out ults from Red Esports in comparison to Iris single-handedly getting the AOG out, getting the King's Calling out by himself.
Red Esports has the stronger comp in the early to mid game, for sure. They just have way more tools in the early phases, and because of that, it's hard for Todak to bait things out, especially with how tanky Iris was being. But once you got into the late game, Red Esports needed to understand they have to slow it down because Todak actually does have resources now, and you're just running into them.
Just to know, Young Lord almost did as much damage as Sensui.
Yup.
Although that's more on Gato. Gato does do a lot of damage.
He does a decent amount of damage, and also Sensui wasn't really in the thick of it for the most part of it. He's very, hit and run. He doesn't want to kind of like sit inside of the fight.
So Sensui needs to be thick.
He needs to be thick. And I think it's time. I'm sorry, Sensui. I know you came all the way to Malaysia to play Assassins, but we need you on some tanks again. It's time to go back to Baxia Fredrin.
Bring the Fredrin, man.
I know Fredrin is thick, but like, is it the time anymore?
I mean,
with that mindset, it would never be the time.
That's true. It's a mindset issue.
It is a mindset issue. But against this composition from Todak, probably not the same case as well, right? You definitely don't want to fight in the box.
Actually,
it's not as good.
No, imagine if they pick up a Lolita here.
Ooh, for Red Esports?
Yeah, for Red. I mean, the Lolita can heal.
Thinking about it. Actually, it's kind of oh, wait a minute.
There's a possibility, yeah.
Yeah, it would be really dope. There's actually a good amount of things that you can reflect. A good disengage as well.
Because the last two picks were Melissa and the Edith. So they could have picked up the Lolita.
They could have.
Lolita is an Ube hero.
I do gotta ask, was Melissa the pick in this game? Like, could something else have been better?
A Beatrix. The Beatrix was open.
Yeah, Beatrix was open.
And the Beatrix is... It skills as strong as an Atan can.
Oh, that one's tough. I would say, personally for me, I would say Harith and just don't get hooked. Same goes for Melissa. They kind of do the same thing in these types of cases. I would say, mainly because he scales and you've got burst, which is generally what we've been seeing from Red Esports, right?
Vincent target taught?
I mean, you need mobility anyways. I would say even a Claude is not bad in those sorts of scenarios, but at the end, it's about scaling, right? I think it's just the lack of damage at this point of time, and we know that Melissa is heavily dependent on the Inspire before the Trinity build is online.
Yeah, that's why I feel like something like Beatrix would have probably been better. Melissa's usually picked more as a counter if the enemy has a lot of dive, and in this case, yes, Todak is dive, but the Melissa ult actually doesn't affect them that much.
Yeah, well, majority of them can hit her outside of the go away for me. So I guess there's a couple of things that are a little weird for me at the end of the day, but they are playing too true to themselves. These are compositions that they've been practicing.
I mean, you say it's weird, but let me just tell you, Gideon, after playing MLBB for years, MLBB is kind of weird, man. we had a meta where the more you die, the better it gets.
Okay, I wouldn't say
that doesn't even narrow it down.
It does. No, it narrows it down significantly. What are you talking about?
But we've had multiple metas where dying isn't actually a big. Yeah,
that's the main one. That's the one Gideon's thinking about.
Yeah, there's no other. I don't see Melissa being like, I'm gonna die 10 times and it's gonna be dope, guys. Trust me.
I mean, look at how Todak used to play.
Old
Todak. Remember old Todak? We're going to die a whole bunch, and we're going to somehow get the goal lead from it.
Yeah, we're going to backdoor you.
Todak invented the bounty system before the bounty system was available.
The bounty system was created to counter Todak.
If the bounty system was dead, Todak would be world champions.
Wait. No, it's the opposite. The bounty system works well for Todak because they're the ones giving the kills, and then they get it back, and then they get the goal. Yeah. So it's the other way around.
So if OG Todak came now, they'd be like, we're the SRGs, you know?
You ever wonder whether Chiku looks at his younger self and he's like, yeah, he was a bit of a hothead.
Do you see that Chiku from young until now, he doesn't change?
He's never ages, to be fair. He's kind of like Ash Ketchum.
Yes.
He's like 12 years old forever throughout the entire series.
And he can hold up like 250 kilograms, no problem.
He can what now?
Dude, lateral raises for you guys.
Pokemon weight is
weird. It's weird. Yeah.
Chiku guys, the lateral. You know what? Before we move any further, keep in mind that the second best of 3, depending on who wins this, ideally, if Red Esports can at least try and equalize, there might be an opportunity to still fight for the upper brackets. But even so, Todak in a really good spot to overtake everybody.
It would be surprising, but again, the conversation comes up. Which seeding position do you actually want? Do you just want to avoid
second
the SRG bracket entirely?
Overtake Vamos.
Wait.
Pray.
Let me just tell you guys. If Todak wins this,
okay,
in playoffs they will meet SRG, and if they lose, they don't. I'm just letting you guys know.
I don't
get
remember.
third place off this? Did we get third?
So like I think the third one is fighting against SRG.
No.
So like
second?
the up one is fighting. Oh wait, no.
Yeah. The
'cause
first
SRG
one is
bottom.
second. The SRG is the bottom one. So technically, you don't want to be the 4th. You don't want to be as long as you avoid the 4th position.
I think you want to be 5th and 6th.
Guys, think about how much difficulty you're having thinking about this right now, and consider our fans who don't have any sort of like vision guide.
Hey, we don't have vision.
Yeah, I mean,
but
look at us. You know, I'm gonna post. Should I post a story?
Should you post the story? Sure. Why not? Why
If
not
you
at
want
this
to.
point? Why not at this point? I will say that the fans, especially for Todak, have come out in support of their favorite players. They're already filling up the stage. Luckily, we didn't get their side because they've also brought. They had a drummer. He isn't there anymore, but I think he's taking a break.
Drummer guy?
He was there for like the entire time. But with that being said, one more piece of news from Chiku guys himself. We decided to message him real quick. That's kind of funny. Any wishes for Chiku guys? We asked SRG Yums, and he said, "Happy belated birthday. May you have a long life and be granted abundant blessings." The translation. Hopefully, after you make it to the playoffs, we'll meet and I'll beat you.
Wow.
That's a good birthday wish.
That's a great birthday wish.
It's a good thing that he didn't finish with you off. I mean, that will complete a birthday, but that's not good.
A birthday.
But that's not good. That's not good.
I think that's what they call a finish him.
Okay.
Let's look at the head-to-head at the very least, because right now, if we're talking about the regular season, oh my goodness, he literally looks Actually, he looks older in season 11 than he does in season 14.
It's Ash Ketchum, yeah.
He's actually Ash Ketchum, dude.
He's exactly like Ash Ketchum. He's not aging, his art style is just changing.
Wait, that's so good. That's so good. I'm gonna steal that. At some point. Average KDAs has been looking pretty good overall for current season Chiku guys. And even the previous season, when season 11, was he actively playing or was he in and out? I can't remember. It was a while ago. It was a while ago before they started introducing multiple squads, and he took his break as well. But it's time to get into the drafting phase for our second match here in this best of 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for another match in the Land of Dawn right now. The drafting phase is going to be important because evidently some respect needs to be given based on what we saw in game number 1.
Well, hopefully, respect is given. Kuja instantly saying, "Hey, let's get rid of Julia. Get rid of that Roy, boys."
There we go.
It's like Caster Curse works even in draft where like they're the kind of team that won't ban it. Second ban it.
This is how we have influence over the world for once in our lives.
Do
you guys want to hear a lame joke I saw on TikTok?
Go for it.
If in the US you smile, so does that mean the rest of the world use kilometer? It's not bad. It's not a bad joke. It's one of my cleaner jokes. It's one that's actually good for broadcast.
It's one of the few. It's one of the few.
You can get a lot of mileage out of that one.
Yeah.
Dude, Trex is about to punch a...
Wait, what does this mean? Sensui literally means spring water in Japanese.
Oh, well.
The last time Chiku played against Ao was during MSC 2023 Good Stage, where Black won, Todak 2 won. Where Todak won. Okay.
Interesting facts here. Interesting facts. I didn't know that. Sensui means water in Japanese.
Yeah, it's
sorry,
not one
spring
of the,
water.
It's not one of the typical Japanese names.
Have we
that
been
you would
pronouncing it wrong?
Would you like to give a shot of what you think it sounds like?
Sensui.
You know, that actually
That sounds accurate.
I thought it'd be so much worse, but it's actually pretty good. That's the part that annoys me. That's the part that annoys me. All right, in terms of bans, we are seeing the Fanny, the Chippin, as well as the Angela from Red Esports, and Todak have decided to get rid of Julian, Loyin, as well as Matilda. First pick goes over to Todak. They get the Gatot straight away. Bam decides to go on Vex as well as Phoveus once more. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a repeat here.
Suyo is open. And the Mincetar as well was picked by Todak in the first phase last game to counter Phoveus.
That doesn't sound like a Suyo.
No. It is the Mincetar though.
And Aurora.
I think there has been a bit of a difference in terms of the banning phase. I mean, just look at the previous bans, right? From Red Esports, right here, just above Todak, you can see that a majority of them... Actually, wait, no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Dyslexia kicking in again. The draft recap for game number 1 for Red Esports, 4 out of their 5 bans were Assassins, which is a very big difference with only 1 Assassin ban. So I think Kuja's pretty confident that Zaid's going to get something playable.
Suyo's winner is tanking, huh?
It's not been looking too great.
Yeah. 5 total picks, 40% win rate. That's like... won only twice.
That does tend to happen on a new release, right? The win
No,
new
releases are broken.
Yeah,
like, but it also depends on the players.
Are you saying the players suck?
Yes.
Here's an example. Chip is still busted.
Yeah.
Still busted.
No.
since release.
Chip is one of the worst heroes in MPL.
Explain. Elaborate.
If you look at the data, Chip has only been used once.
I hate you. I hate you.
Statistically, only being used once. Even Mincetar has been used more than once. So even Akai probably has more picks than a Chip.
Pick rate is the metric for whether a hero is good.
Height. If you don't pick it, then that's not a good hero.
You're not wrong. But what about ban rate? Isn't ban rate more important?
I'm sorry, I don't see colors, so I don't look at bans.
You can't tell whether it's blue or red.
I see.
It's the first pick. I don't know. I have no clue.
It's okay, Gideon. We have to respect. Yeah, we have to be inclusive on this.
I'm colorblind. He's dyslexic.
Yeah. We all
have a weird bird. You know, I feel like you need a therapist.
Yeah, I do actually. That's why I have the bird.
They're extinct, by the way. It's just fun fact. Can we have a lower third fun fact?
Chat, if you guys
don't have to bring it up, he's very sensitive about it.
Sorry.
Chat, if you know any good therapists around, you know, go for it.
They send the link to betterhelp.com. I'm already ahead of you, ahead of the game, you internet trolls. All right, second phase, we see the Hayabusa, Natan, Diggy, and as well as the Bruno. We see Hylos as the lock-in for Red Esports. The composition still super tanky for Red.
Yeah,
so
and
thick.
This is more ube for Red because now they can actually have a revitalize.
It's actually worth taking at this point. Todak, on the other hand, I mean, they've got a lot of answers to slow down and kind of dive aggression. Ooh.
Honestly, carry or quad would be fine here.
I think no. I'm with you on carry.
Carry makes sense. You have 2 very bulky heroes already.
Boom, Harif. It's like carry makes sense. Harif.
Harif actually still works. It's actually not bad.
Nothing's bad here. Seda, as they pick up Iritel.
They go Ruby Gold. They'll be like, I'll show you.
Ruby Gold, not too bad either.
I don't know. This one's tough.
Okay, that makes sense.
Dude.
That works.
I don't know why Todak likes to do this, but they like to make a lot of hard reads.
Time and tide wait for no
Yep.
Nor girl.
Yep. Go straight into
Beatrix.
Okay.
I mean, with the 89% win rate, it was questionable they didn't pick it up in game number 1.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this one. Again, Todak and Red are just the 2 teams that really make me question how I feel about certain compositions and the way that they should be played. Maybe I'm the one who's being narrow-minded here, but what about you guys? Great. Love the opinions here. Now,
I don't know why I was waiting for LaFell to start talking.
I was waiting for Safa.
Talk to me about the compositions first.
Yeah.
All right.
Great. Love it. We both think it's all right. There's only one way that this could go. It could be Red Esports' opportunity to equalize against Todak at this very moment, but that's on the condition that Momo hits another deadly spear.
Can I just have a small W here?
All right.
The Todak fan came into chat and he's like, oh, we're behind you guys. I was like, hey, so guys.
That's cool. You guys can do that too if you come on over and join us right here in MVSJ Stadium. But we're jumping into the land of Dawn for game number 2 between Todak and Red Esports.
All right, let's begin. Todak going to be on the blue side, starting on that orange buff. Same goes for Red Esports. They're on 2 different sides of the map this time, and the junglers might just have to contest for different objectives.
Looking at the draft though, this is definitely a more Ube style, even if it doesn't have the enchanter support like usual from Red Esports. Having both Hylos and Phobius to form the front line means that he can run into Todak a lot more comfortably.
I would say the biggest advantage for Red's draft here, it's an easy draft to pilot.
Yeah.
I mean, like, really think about it. You got to pilot, like, the position makes sense. You don't have a lot of dashing here and there. You just move at a straight line, and then you just deal the damage.
I don't know, I get flashbacks of Red Esports versus Team Ray, which is roughly the same type of composition except changing Kim Yi to just Kim on Lo Yi. But I just feel that inevitably, I hope that Red Esports are a lot more polished, even though it's an easy comp to pull off.
Picking up the Zayed, engaging onto Grace. Fracture, not gonna do too much here other than zone him out.
Yeah, right now, honestly, between both sides, looking at the scale here, Red Esports definitely looks much better. I would say this Beatrix pickup makes the win rate, in my mind, 70 to 80%. Because
70 to 80%?
it depends whether Al wants to go for a Sky Piercer. Usually he does go for a Sky Piercer first item and then a Blade of Despair second item. At that point, Red Esports has a very strong team fight comp. Hard to contest.
And Lord in some trouble, taking quite a lot of damage from Kim. Grace gonna be taunted. And Lord able to walk back to his tower, but very low and not at level 4. Which means this first turtle will probably go to Sensui.
I think they're gonna sacrifice it. Oh, I mean,
they're still gonna try and contest, but Grace by himself is more than enough to force Todak back into their jungle.
All right, guys, I have to ask about your thoughts on the Suyo overall build. In terms of emblems, we're seeing that a majority of the MPL players like to actually go for the impure rage. Public ranked, they prefer to go for either lethal ignition or war cry. Thoughts on that?
I feel like, honestly, lethal ignition sounds a little bit better in terms of the burst, but I can see Warcry. Nah, Warcry I think is a little bit more difficult because Suyo is not tanky, even with the damage reduction.
Chiku guys in trouble. Glorious Pathway comes out, a good flicker, but is it enough? Law and Order catches him out, and Sensui jumps right in to claim first blood, picking off Lunox.
Just too thick, but they did get the Revitalize out of Grace, so I guess there's a bonus in that, but still, Chiku guys dying and losing out on his flicker, huge for Red Esports.
Yeah, and Owl right now is seeking as much free gold as he can, and that's an entire minion wave. Oof, Chiku guy's not gonna have a good time farming here, and they want to gank him again.
Oh, I can imagine Chiku guys, he's just malding over that wave. Malding.
This is an envy, but that's rough.
He's not in this game, but it is rough indeed. A lot of pressure being put on the gold lane, and that makes a lot of sense for Red Esports. Owl on the Beatrix is a beast, and Chiku guys tends to be the late game win condition for Todak. So by doing this, you are killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
They do have a bit of a setup. Oh, the hook lands!
Oh, they found Kim. Flicker out though. Zai gonna chase him down and slays the Vexana.
And that's what I want to see from Todak, right? With all of this movement and so much priority in Chiku guys' lane, they should be punishing anybody who rotates through the mid lane to begin with. They've already got the help of the Spear of Glory from Momo. They might as well abuse it.
Actually, looking at the draft, Todak's win condition is actually the mid game, so I kind of feel like Red Esports early rotation to shut down Chiku guys is brilliant because what... get it? Brilliant? Yes, that's... Okay, anyways, what Chiku guys wants to do is he wants to rotate early, but Owl winning in the lane kind of denies that. So they want to play 5v5 at 5 minutes, but they can't do that now.
And Lord and Grace both in trouble. Spear of Glory pulls Grace back. Lord is pathway. He heals up with the ultimate. This is Hylos for you right here. Yeah, Lord still dueling Grace 1v1. Is he able to get him? Yes, he does. Crushes the horse. Meanwhile, King calling flickers forward, catches out Sensui, but he's able to dash away as Iris buys time with the Infernal Pursuit. Grace, the only casualty of the fight so far. Iris still quite far out. Todak more healthy in terms of health pool. Vengeance comes out from Iris. He jumps back in. The Terrify lands. We're going to see Sensui jumping in the back line. But Zayed already trades out Iris. And Zayn Sempoi wasn't finished off by the side of Red Esports.
my goodness. With all of the rotations being made, we do see that Owl actually rotated into the in towards mid lane, pushes that wave out, giving free farm to Chiku guys to recover.
Owl rotating over to the turtle, giving Chiku the tower. This claims turtle in the hands of Sensui, but they give up a structure for it.
I would say that's worth it. I kind of feel like you guys understood where Red...
He walked into the wrong bush!
Did he not see Zion?
He did not know. Grace scouted out the further bushes.
No, I mean, like, in general, you already see... What? What was that?
Well, Sensui in trouble as well. Yanlord gets the taunt. Flicker not gonna save him. Chiku getting some of that farm he missed in the early game.
I'm sorry, but even if you see Zion, like, at the far left of the bush, that Nolan has a lot of dashes. He can get from one bush to the next very fast.
I don't know. That was a very clear mistake, but you can see that Red Esports, there had to be a comms breakdown because even Sensui getting caught out like that, pretty unacceptable here for Red Esports, especially when they have information at hand to predict it.
Usually even the Beatrix would use a snipe to check the bushes, no?
Honestly, I think he was just very confident.
Yeah.
They were just like, oh yeah, Grace, is anybody there? And Grace is probably just nodding his head. It's like, yup, all good.
Knowing Grace, he might have just been like that. Yeah, he was just like,
very nice. So sweet.
They thought he was already gone at that point. Grace still trying to initiate. Glorious Pathway comes in. Iris gonna engage. Avatar the Guardian misses in the mid lane, but a nice freeze from Simon Senpoi keeps two members in place. Grace gonna be pulled back again by the Spirit of Glory and picked off by Todak, as Iris just has to make a hasty retreat.
Okay, that was a big mistake, but still, okay. Red can do something about it. Just let Owl scale, and he's not having the best of game after that, so maybe just go straight for the BOD. Maybe not think about this guy Piercer and just scale, but Toda is doing quite well. But Red Esports grabbing a turret here and there, I feel like still okay. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's definitely not the end of the world just yet. Despite the score being 6-1, we're 7 minutes into the game, but the gold lead, the gold deficit for Red Esports is only 1.2k. Feasibly, a single fight, 2 pickoffs, enough to recover.
Especially if they can give kills to Owl. But now Grace dropping, he's melting so quickly! And the Hylos is frozen! Cannot escape, Zion comes in, mega kill! Executes him on the spot, Yanlord still surviving, misses the taunt, but still forcing Owl and Sensui away from the Lord Pit.
When I say, like, it's not the end of the world yet, it's getting there.
I mean, it's pretty close. Like, Chiku guys, I think he's like, one item and one situational item off from becoming pretty much indestructible at this point. I mean, he's doing some good damage to Grace, that's for sure, and Grace really needs to give him that respect.
Okay, calling Momo, dueling Sensui, he picks him up! Sensui tried to duel him! Zion, though, makes the same mistake, jumps into 4. Owl gets a shutdown, too.
Okay, so Owl made a mistake, but then Sensui's like, I got you, bro. Let me dash into a Minsutar. I mean, like, to be fair, with the items that he went for a War Axe, so maybe he got the stacks. He's like, yo, I got the stacks. I can one-shot a Minsutar. What's the Minsutar gonna do? He only has a Thunderbell. What's the Thunderbell gonna do?
I mean, the big problem is that he wasn't in immortal form. He purely went to try and go for the burst, right? He goes in, tries to Soul Sever, doesn't one-shot his target, gets stunned, it's over for him.
And Lord jumps in, dives, gets the taunt. Frigid Glacier gonna come out under the tower, and Iris is immediately taken out. But Todak having to try and escape now. Brilliance used. Owl dashing forward right into Todak. Chiku's still alive. Gray's gonna need to form the front line. But Spirit of Glory catches that Beatrix again. Brings him into King's Calling. Yanlord gonna have to sacrifice his life to keep him safe. Gray's gonna be traded. Momo able to walk out as well.
King Momo. 009 King Momo. Zion, what are you gonna do, Zion?
He's royalty.
Zion comes in, fracture! Sensui picked off the Land of Dawn.
Man, Todak is really ramping up the pace right now. They've got their power spikes on Zion. They've got their power spikes even on Zion Senpoi as well, who's honestly playing a really vital role in ensuring that Red Esports can't find these flank angles, and especially if they want to dive past the front line.
We are seeing a very big difference this game. I think him not having that Loyi means that their rotations are a lot more readable by Todak, and they're taking advantage of that.
Dude, I mean, like, at this point, Todak is winning a lot of the team fights. Like, Kim gets caught out by Zayed and then everyone else in the front line. Oh, Zayed died!
Zayed almost executes Al, but now he himself is caught out by the Eternal Guard. Bennett's Rage finishes him off. Yanlord taunting came in the backline. Momo dealing with Grace. Yanlord is very, very deep right now. King's calling, Fear of Glory, pulls Grace back once again. Iris trying to save him, not going to be able to do enough. Tries to zone out Zyme Senpoi at the same time, but Todak immediately backs it off. The job is done. Chiku goes back in. Chaos Assault against Iris. Vengeance used by the Phobius. The passive used by Aurora. Yanlord going to be finished off. Sensui trying to chase down the Aurora, but he's so far away. Does eventually catch him. Double kill for Sensui. Meanwhile, Iris dealing with Momo and Chiku at the same time while Red Esports following up behind him. Momo doing a lot of damage actually, but Owl gets the mega kill. And now Chiku is 1v4 with no cooldowns. A shutdown. Double kill for Owl.
That team fight was so long. Zai died first and he revived.
And now he's already invading to steal away the orange buff because he wasn't necessary in that fight. And now Red Esports will look to turn this gold around.
Yeah, and right now Red definitely has the advantage. I mean, they do want to scale up. And we can see, as long as Ao takes good care of himself, it's all good. But because it does look like Toda is preventing Grace and Iris to really take care of Ao. So, Ao gotta be that strong, independent Beatrix.
Yeah, the type that doesn't walk too far forward. The type that keeps an eye on Momo specifically because he's clearly got his crosshairs on you, my guy. More going to be pushing in at this stage of the game. I think that, man, how does Todak play this out, right? Maybe there could be a Ruby DD combo that Chiku guys could do to maybe one-shot Owl?
Well, it will depend. Looks like Red Esports isn't planning to get an inhib with this, but they are able to take the bot tier 2. If that's all, Todak actually will get out of this without too much structural damage.
Yeah, and again, Zayed is up top. And this is where Toda is really tested because Red Esports at this point have activated their comp. And we do see that Zayed has the right mindset. Burst down either the Vixana or the Beatrix. And he's been able to get there, but he's never been able to get there safely. So he needs to pick his timings as well. He needs Red Esports to be preoccupied with something else so that he actually has a clear path to go in. Sometimes I just feel like he's trigger happy. A little bit too trigger happy.
Too trigger happy?
Yeah, Zai, like sometimes I've heard this from a friend. He said that patience is a virtue. Shout outs to Bruce Lee. Haven't talked to him for a while.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw him?
I mean, I was a kid at that point. You know?
you were still a kid at that point.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
It has been a while.
It's been a long time.
very long time.
Calling me old?
No, I'm not calling you old.
All
I'm
right.
just
maybe a little
appreciating
bit.
the age.
All right. You know what? That's the same thing as being old, but I'll take it.
That's okay. Your art style has changed.
Yeah.
Flicker forward, King's calling! Glorious pathway used by Grace to try and escape as Todak is scattering Red Esports, but they're actually able to regroup. This may have been a bit too far by then. We can see Sensui coming in from the flank, seeing if he can cut them off. Todak has used a lot of their ultimates right now, and they are on the retreat. Oh, Spear of Glory finds two though. No King's calling, but it's enough to finish off Grace. Now Yanlord will be picked off as well. Double kill for Owl. Too aggressive from Todak.
Man, these push and pulls from both Red Esports.
Oh my god, Chiku guys, this is way too far. And he used passion. Force is brilliant.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He's okay. He's a big boy.
When you said Toda being too aggressive, Chiku guys like, not enough aggressive? Not enough? Sorry, misheard. Not enough?
It's like going to a mamaka and it's like, is this too spicy for you? How about now?
Limo ice with no ice? Let me take away the ice for you.
Puts it in a plastic bag and hands it to you to walk away with. Now, with Red Esports and Todak, their push and pulls honestly haven't been too fruitful against each other, right? They've been trading 1-for-1 from mid-game. Now we're transitioning into the late game. It's been a hard fight.
Again, this is where Red Esports is strongest, right? At the
Lord not able to taunt Owl. But Chiku guys is in the back. Owl flickers away while Iris dealing with Momo. King's calling already used. Zayed trying to burst someone down, but all of Red Esports is so tanky. They'll finally finish off Iris though because he's been left alone for so long. The flank actually successful.
Can we have a conversation about game number 1 about Chiku guys flanking?
Yeah.
And then he just did it?
Why is he applying it here? Well, I guess he's got a lot more space to work with a lot of missing mid-tier 2s as well. I guess that's probably the only reason. And to be fair, Red Esports is actually walking out
Glory into the freeze! Great!
No way!
Killing spree for Zayed! The horse melts into glue in a single second! Red Esports, only 3 players alive, have to give up the Lord.
You know what? Todak has the right mindset, but when I said Red is strongest now, I mean now they're strongest.
Yeah.
When they're in the base.
Yeah.
Right? When no one can flank onto Al, because we saw
their red zone.
That entire time, Al was hesitating. He's like, do I look in the front? Do I look in the back? I wish I have eyes in the back of my head at that point.
Honestly, I wish he had eyes in the back of his
But he's
head
an owl.
too. Look, just
He can
because he
turn
can
his head.
twist his head that much doesn't mean he wants to do it up on stage, okay?
He's not a real owl.
Yeah,
He's
he's just
not?
shy about it.
Have I been lied to?
Hey, man.
I mean, I kind of feel like it's your fault that you've been lied to.
Damn, that's unfortunate. Oh, Iris in some trouble. Vengeance already used. He's outside the base and he's gonna get picked off. Mega kill for the Nolan as the Lord is crashing in. Inhibitor already. Oh, what the? Where did Chiku guys go? Sensui executes him. And now Momo actually too far out. King's calling a bit too late. Double kill for the Studio.
Chiku guys did not know how to estimate the rough damage coming out of Suyo at this point in time. And to be fair, I can agree with him. I wasn't expecting him to explode like that as well.
Yeah. So at this point, Todak and Red Esports, I would say it's kind of like 50-50 because Todak has the map advantage in terms of like the structures and everything, but Red definitely has the firepower. If we're looking at the itemization here coming from the Beatrix, yes, because the early game wasn't that great, opted out against getting that Sky Piercer, so a little bit more defense with the Rose Gold Meteor, which is probably the reason why Owl is not getting bursted down as fast. And at this point, Todak kind of just has to be happy with being able to get the front line and unable to get Owl. But that's a big problem because Owl does a lot of damage. And now Owl swaps out the boots for a little bit of anti-regen.
Very aggressive scouting there from Simon Senpoi. If there was more than just Grace in that bush, he would probably be dead already. Purple buff being eyed up. Fracture misses. Don't think Todak will try to continue this.
It's a good idea if they wanted to continue, especially with the waves not exactly in the best place possible. I think Red Esports first, it's minion wave management. Wait until roughly about, I would say, the 14th second until the Lord spawns, and then start to look for space. Maybe you'll get a good idea of where Todak is at that point.
Yeah. Honestly, again, I'm just looking at Todak. If they have a good flank, it'll be good. Momo, I feel like the King's calling is really just to lock in the front line. I kind of feel like Sensui will not get caught again because the way that Sensui has been spacing out and letting Iris as well as Grace to open up the map should be safe. And Owl was hooked in game number 1 that cost Red Esports the win. So I think Owl is also very cautious on the Mitsukai at this point.
Yeah, he does not want to make that mistake again, right? Definitely doesn't want to be in that type of position, but at the same time, he is supposed to be the damage dealer. Right now, he just needs space, and I think the only person who could really give that to him is Grace and Kim. I would argue Iris, but he's been doing that all game.
Iris' job is just to buy space and time, the same way he has been doing in game number 1. Red Esports actually have a comp that's very good at a front-to-back team fight right now, which forces Todak to actually have to go for flanks. Conceal play comes out. Iris going to be caught. Vengeance used very early on, but gets frozen mid-air. Glorious pathway though. Catches out Yanlord. Pops Immortality. Chiku jumps in with the Chaos Assault. Finishes off Iris. Unstoppable for Zayed. Brilliance going to be used to chase down Grace. He gets stunned, but Owl going to get the shutdown on the other side. Godlike for the Beatrix. Meanwhile, Sensui is still buying a lot of time. Spirit of Glory connects. Pulls him back, but Todak not ready to follow up on it. Owl as well going to just barely escape from the Aurora. Todak still having more players alive for now.
You guys know what was unfortunate for Todak in that fight? Oh, hold on. We gotta look at this first. We gotta look at this first because Momo and Yanlo are very low. They have to retreat. Anyways, Zayed was actually aiming for Owl. But the moment his enhanced basic attack was pressed was when one of the members from Red respawned from the Immortality phase. So his enhanced basic attack didn't go to Owl. He went back. I think it was on Iris where Iris revived from the Immortality and then he went to Iris. So Iris kind of peeled for Owl without even trying.
I think it was probably unintentional, and I think it was a lucky break for Owl that time. He's got to be a little more careful. He can't be put in those types of situations where he has to leave it up to fate.
Yeah, Red Esports cannot afford to lose him right now. 7-1 on the Beatrix. The shutdown would be huge for Todak, and for that reason, his positioning is core. Conceal again from Yanlord and Momo. They want to maybe catch Iris. Taunt misses. Spear of Glory connects, but Glory's pathway already comes out. King's Calling and gonna trap them actually. Bennett's Rage does a lot of damage, and Yanlord's already down, but Iris is traded in the mid lane by Chiku, guys. So still 1-for-1.
This is the problem, man. Todak can't get to the backline, even though they have a Nolan. And the Nolan, as we can see, does a lot of damage, but the crowd control coming in from Red. Like, Red has their win condition. Now it's on Todak. They got to figure out how to take out Owl, because Owl's the main damage dealer. After Owl, not going to say it's easy, but it's definitely manageable.
I think that right now Todak might even want to consider going for like a backline.
Gray's gonna be picked off. The Lord dropped in too low, and Sensui in some danger himself. He's got immortality, but only at 20% HP, and Zayed is zoning them out while Chiku blitzes the Lord. Todak, good zoning, gonna be able to claim it away from Red Esports.
Man, how many times has Grace died like that, right? He's holding priority, and the next thing you know, he just gets blown up by Zayed.
And also a good call from Zayed, showing Blitz when he actually just wants to go back and go for the Lord. Showing that he wants to threaten the backline. Like, this is a good way that he's manipulating the movements of Red. But again, Red is strongest in their base. It's hard to get Owl at this point.
Psychological warfare, right?
Red Esports gonna focus on this defense right now to keep themselves in this series and maybe bring it to game 3. The bottom inhibitor will fall very, very quickly, and Iris taking a lot of damage from Zyme Senpai as well. Winter Crown gonna be used, but Zayed still gets picked off. Monster kill as Iris is traded by Yanlord on the other side. A Blade Surge landing on Tree, but Sensui way too far in front. King's Calling catches him out, pops his immortality, but here comes Owl, legendary streak to the Beatrix as he finishes off Zayed. Grace somehow alive with a tiny sliver of HP, and Todak is not able to end.
Oh, Zyme Senpai doing a lot of damage. Let me just say, I kind of feel bad for Grace at this game, because you would think as a high loss you're the tankiest guy around, but whew. Honestly, the nerf on his late game is actually showing his color here, because he's not able to tank the damage from Chiku guys or Zayed, so he has to be quite fast on the Revitalize. If not, then he's not going to be able to help his team out.
And the worst part is that now, even when you pop the Revitalize, there's no guarantee you're going to survive, right? It only buys you, what, 1.5 seconds at this point? Arguably 2 seconds? Because Chiku guys is fully decked out, even no boots as well. Going for the Wishing Lantern too on top of it all.
Maybe it's because of the Wishing Lantern that we see that the high loss really can't tank a lot.
Yeah. I mean, he's melting pretty fast right now. I don't know. It's a tough solution. There might be a re-itemization. There is a Radiant Armor at the very least. Athena Shield. I mean, as much as he could do to protect himself.
Radiant Armor can only do so much though. Lunox has inbuilt max HP percentage damage. And if you add more onto that with Wishing Lantern, Grace and Iris melt very, very quickly. Red Esports have to play around the timing, the cooldown of the Chaos Assault.
Yeah. Again, I feel like the best way for Todak to win this game, at least the most cleanest way, is to win a team fight outside of the base. Because we saw, I think it's like 2 or 3 times at this point where Todak tried to end the game, but the wave clear coming in from the Vexana, from Beatrix, and I think to a point, even Sensui on this Suyo can clear the lanes very, very fast. So at this point, Todak is just waiting for an opportunity for Red to make a mistake, and Red is just waiting for an opportunity for them to maybe get Zyme Senpai, and Zyme Senpai is not there, not enough crowd control that's able to stop the movement coming in from Red, because I feel like Zyme Senpai is holding Grace, Iris, and Sensui at a choke point. You guys can't move in front of me. You're gonna get locked down, and then the King's Calling is gonna come, and then you're gonna get taken down.
Okay, so 2 pieces to make this puzzle work, right? All comes down to the positioning of Red Esports of where their front line and back line is supposed to be. 2 points that Todak need to try and line up to get the penultimate Momo catch.
Again, this Aurora from Zyme Senpai, man, just look at him. He's preventing Grace and Iris to do anything, even Momo. So Red Esports, half their comp doesn't work here.
This is gonna be a very tense Lord dance. At this stage, claiming the Lord with a teamfight win is a guaranteed victory for either side. The game is that close at this stage. 24 minutes in, Spear of Glory finally finds Iris, but do they want to engage on him? They've used a lot of spells. Iris at 60% HP. Chiku has been dealing with the Lord by himself the whole time, and he's actually taken a lot of damage. He's quite low on that front.
Yeah, at this point, it's about wave management here. If Todak manages the wave better, then they can force the minions to go inside the base of Red Esports, and then Red Esports will have no chance, but have no option other than protecting their base.
I mean, they're probably going to start fighting as soon as they see Owl touch that bottom wave, right? That's what I would assume.
Probably. Owl going to actually walk out now. If Todak wants to engage, this is the time when the enemy core isn't there, but doesn't look like they're trying to force anything yet. This is going to give Owl time to actually clear up that wave. Todak, we're not sure what their plan is, but Red Esports are perfectly alright with delaying this Lord Dance.
I don't know, if I was Red, I would be a little bit nervous because Todak, they have Zayed on his Nolan, and Nolan does clear the minions pretty fast. Because I'm saying, you're a bit too fun there.
Oh, Grace. Wow, he
that's a
held
lot of
so fast.
damage.
Spear of Glory just misses. Otherwise, Grace would be dead. King Calling going to be used on Iris, actually. He stuns him, freezes him, but he still has immortality. Still quite healthy as well. Zayed trying to scare Red Esports away. Not too successful, though. They will back off and regen.
Whoa, the stalemate continues. This war of attrition doesn't seem to be going anywhere as we make it into the 25th minute of the game, going into 26.
Oh,
ouch!
That's
hurts.
a big snipe.
Yeah, and again, I feel like Todak can engage now that the King's Calling is down. What are you doing?
They might want to go for a split push, actually. They have a wave down bottom. Glorious Pathway
Oh my
comes
God.
out. Red Esports trying to engage. Zayed can split push, actually. He's not going to do it. He's actually going to try and come
He's
for the
looking
flank.
for Owl?
Looking for Owl. Owl actually going, not going to recall. He might run into Zayed if he's not careful. Meanwhile, the rest of Red Esports are dealing with things. Gray's going to be the one executed instead, so Owl is actually fine. He finally shows himself in the base. Spirit of Glory catches out him
Zayed.
into the King's Calling.
Okay, Zayed.
Zayed going for the split push while the rest of Todak are buying space. Owl is the only one that can stop him, but can he do so? He cannot! The back door is successful, and Todak swiped the victory from under Red Esports.
Finally, after this long war of attrition, Todak break the silence with the back door of their own off of Red Esports' glorious pathway. The moment that they've been waiting for, a commitment from Red Esports, a trigger pull.
Looks like Todak, with their vast experience, especially on the international stage, they understand how an Ube strat works, how they rotate around the map, and they definitely use that experience here. They were able to take down Red. And now let's go over to the stage with Rose.
Dua berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh untuk pasukan Todak. Dan sekarang Todak tengah duduk di nombor 3 Charter Liga regular season. First of all, guys, congratulations.
Thank you.
Ini adalah perlawanan terakhir Todak untuk regular season hari ini. So, apa perasaan korang pasal regular season? Korang rasa korang punya performance season ni, regular season, okay ke? Semua okay?
Season ni mungkin bagi kita orang roller coaster ke, sebab kita orang ada banyak problem dan kita orang dapatkan fix slow benda tu. So far okay lah, sebab kita orang kan baru regular season. Playoff mungkin kita orang lagi struggle sikit Kita orang lagi
struggle?
Tak, lagi apa itu? Lagi fokus. Sorry.
Ingat lagi struggle lah Syah.
Salah ingat.
Apa bracket dah tak boleh kejar dah. Kalau lagi struggle tu susah juga tu. Satu nyawa je. Sabar Zaim. Okay, now Zaim, tadi di game pertama kan kita nampak that Louis control seluruh map, tapi di late game korang dapatlah pegang map balik. It was a comeback game boleh kata. Now, cuba cerita sikit apa yang terjadi di mid game tu.
Louis diorang pun boleh-boleh jugalah, kuat lah sebab diorang ada banyak buat play diorang, and then kita orang pun realise benda tu. Kita orang try counter, mungkin diorang ada buat 3-4 kali play dan kita orang dapat baca balik diorang punya play tu.
I see. Okay, maybe kita boleh tanya Ciku pula. Ciku, now kita tahu Red Esports ni I rasa the only team dekat MPL Malaysia yang suka pakai Ube Strat. And you ni memang dah, kita boleh cakap lah, biasa lawan Ube Strat di international scene. Sebab Ciku dah berapa kali main di international scene. Now, apa pendapat Ciku tentang Ube Strat ni?
Saya rasa Ube Strat ni strong, tapi dia paling strong bila Wise dengan Venus main lah. Saya rasa kalau orang lain main masih boleh lawan lah.
Kurang sikit.
Kurang sikit lah.
I see. So you rasa dengan dengan patch ni Ube Strat masih lagi relevan ke?
Kalau saya relevan sebab lawan Assassin kan. So Assassin ni tak boleh burst lah. So dia kena main kiting sebab healer kan.
Tapi kena Venus and Wise yang pakai lah.
Boleh je tim lain pakai, cuma tak se-strong macam diorang pakai.
Okay, chemistry diorang lain macam lah kan. Alright, now kita tengok Todak 2-0, 3 mata penuh. Kepada semua orang yang hadir ke MBSJ, siapakah MVP anda? So, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Momo. Alright, Momo, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, sekarang Todak tengah duduk di tempat 3 Charter Liga. Now, match korang pun untuk regular season dah habis. Korang dah start prepare untuk playoffs ke tengah santai lagi?
Dah prepare untuk playoff.
Dah prepare. So, macam Zaid cakap tadi, korang akan struggle kat playoff, betul ke tak?
Tak.
Tak betul.
Tak betul.
Korang rasa boleh langgar tak semua tim dekat playoff?
Boleh insyaAllah.
Boleh?
Boleh.
Adakah kita akan bau-bau Todak ke Grand Finals?
I mean,
Oh, okay. We like that. Now, Zaid. Alright. Korang dah tahu kan? Okay. Minggu lepas, I pernah tanya Red Esports, Kim. Dia cakap, dia nak tunjuk dekat Zaid prime yang sebenar. Apa Zaid nak cakap lepas jumpa Kim?
Start hari ni dia dah boleh lupakan kot prime dia tu. Itu je lah.
Alright, okay. Now, kita tahu that Suyo ni tengah OP sekarang. Betul? Now, semalam pun SRG kalah sebab dorang lepaskan Suyo. Tapi korang berani lepaskan Suyo juga. Adakah korang dah jumpa counter Suyo ataupun korang cuba-cuba juga?
Sebenarnya kita orang tak kisah apa Suyo tu sebab kita orang pun main juga dekat scrim. Cuma kita orang tak prioritikan hero tu. So tim-tim yang priority tu biar dia ikut lantak dia. Kita lawan je lah.
Janganlah marah. I tengah tanya je, jangan marah. Mana I tahu korang pakai dekat scrim. Sabar Zaid, sabar. Okay, so you rasa Suyo ni is not really priority pick ataupun priority ban?
Betul.
Okay.
Dia bukan hero priority lah.
Okay, sabar ya. Jangan balik roti canai dekat I. Sabar. Okay, Yan Lord. Semalam I tanya Vamos. Apa ni I tanya Vamos, korang nak jumpa pasukan mana di playoff? Diorang cakap diorang nak jumpa korang sebab you cakap diorang berani. So, betul ke? Memang nak jumpa? Kalau ada apa-apa kata-kata lah, mungkin first round jumpa diorang dekat playoffs?
Just ready lah. Cuma kalau jumpa kita orang jangan goyang tau. Takut tak ada telur.
Alright, Yan Lord. Since this is the last match of Todak untuk regular season, apa Yan Lord nak cakap kepada fans yang sokong Todak throughout this regular season?
Thank you kepada semua fans. Tanpa korang, kita orang tak boleh capai sampai sekarang. Thank you.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Todak. Last. Siapa? Korang nak terima.
Sampai hati Ros tak panggil saya.
Alah, lebih-lebih pula tadi keluar bilik. Rose nak amoy sebelah kiri ya?
Okay guys, nak panggil korang semua untuk support Todak. Dekat Johor playoff, korang kena standby kan cuti dalam 2-3 hari. Cakap dengan bos korang nak support Todak. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Todak and of course, congratulations. 3 mata penuh untuk mereka and this is their last match untuk regular season. And of course, korang jangan lupa scan QR code di bawah untuk rate performance player yang main hari ni. And of course, kalau korang tengah tengok live stream, korang boleh tekan link yang di pin comment. So guys, ini dia seru Saturday perlawanan pertama hari kedua minggu ke-6. Selepas ni kita akan saksikan perlawanan Homeboys dan juga RSG. Sebelum tu, mari kita dengar mic check daripada side Todak.
Boleh bang.
Aku aja.
Tengok ni. Ton.
Dapat juga. Dapat edit juga.
Edit dah.
Edit.
Mati. Nak lagi? Forbid tak ada Avenger. Jangan takut guys.
Batai. Jangan dekat. Jangan dekat. Careful lagi tau.
Ini kau lah. Aman. Aku aman. Tengok Titan guys tak? Titan tak lagi. Aman. Aku ton.
Aku
Nice.
Aku dah tahu aku ton. Malaysia ton. Edit dulu guys. Dapat.
Boleh. Dapat soyu guys. Kaitin sikit guys.
Aku boleh mati tak?
Aku belakang sikit. Kecil.
Boleh lah tiba-tiba.
Boleh mati.
Nice, mati. Sikit. Kalau tak mati tak apa.
Boleh. Aku ready.
Aku belakang.
Aku ton.
Diorang semua
Mati,
dalam
bodoh.
hati aku. Chip free guys.
Diorang dalam hati aku. Diorang dalam hati aku.
Ini, Malaysia Chip free tau, chip free guys.
Malaysia, mati.
Chip free guys.
Messi! Malaysia.
Tak cik.
Nice.
Kena gendong tau.
Oh, almost pecah ni.
Zahid, aman Zahid.
Let's go! Blika. Masuk blika.
Aku tulis. Guys, kita dah boleh main dengan Ciao guys. Bagi Zahid solo.
Let's go.
Let's go guys.
Captain, zop, kau nak?
Let's go! Blika.
Ya, takut dia lari, mau.
Biru dia nak guys.
Nak balikin guys. Aku dapat dua.
Aku
Ready mo? Aku freeze.
Kaitin sikit
Lagi nice cat. Tengok guys. So you tengah cari position tu. So you.
Show you kat sini. Kau Ruby Didi sumpah. Mahal ni.
Diorang niat lot ni.
mati dulu.
Dia nak buat. Dia paksa.
So you lu.
Targeting.
So you dulu gila.
Jangan, aku dah tangan. Sabar.
Tengok lot je. Kita menang ni guys. Tutup ni. Kita boleh tutup dia.
Bagi Momo.
Look guys.
A great game coming in from Todak here. A 2-0 victory against Red Esports. So they're going to be shooting up the standings, but their comps are looking great as ever as well.
I know it's pronounced as Suyo, but you know what, Gideon? I like how we pronounce him, which is Soyu. And Staffa's the one that corrected us, but I mean, like, isn't like really subjective of what his name is? It could be Soyu.
Yeah.
It could be Shio.
You know why? You know what? You're right.
Soyu.
Yeah. So it should be Beat Ricks, right?
Yeah. Beat Ricks, Young Lord, Old Lord,
Lapel.
You know what? Shout outs to Zai and Young Lord. I like guys that don't have filters. He's like,
that's true. I gotta give it to him. He's very brave. He follows very much the Todak Langar style, and he's got some good things to say.
It's impressive, considering it is only his second season here in MPL. Yan Lord is still a pretty new player, but he has that confidence. I think he's assimilated well into the Todak culture, whether or not that's a good thing. But they're having a good time.
Thing. It's the Langar mindset.
Yeah.
Langar mindset is like, I hope you guys don't get scared facing us. I'm worried your cojones go somewhere else. In case you guys didn't know what he said. He's like, you know, I hope those dangling. Okay, well, I'm gonna stop there.
You better have the balls to chase us.
There you go.
You better have the bravery, because I'm telling you, right now, Todak is looking better than ever. Although, I will say that Red Esports had some really good ideas in this game. I just think that Todak adjusted a lot better, and we heard in the mic check that even as I'm Senpai, he's really on top of it, telling people like, hey, we're playing around Momo, we're looking for this battle spell, we're looking for this type of fight.
33 assists, man.
Oh, that is something.
It's so gross. It's so gross what Momo is able to accomplish.
So symmetrical. 1, 3, 3, 3, 6, 7, 6, 9, 9.
Roughly the same. Oh no, it's not even the same build. It's roughly the same build.
Something about how these numbers are ordered that makes.
Are you part of the Illuminati or something? Like, where are you getting that?
It makes the hair on my butt tingle. I don't know.
You have hair on your butt?
Oddly, do you not?
Actually, I've never really checked.
I think he's too young. Wait, he's older than me, right?
Yeah.
Am I?
I don't. You know what?
You're older than you look. That's one
that
thing.
That is correct.
You're older than you look.
I'll just say that this is a Type C thing. That's why it's so hard. We're gonna leave it at that. But both games on Mincetar, Momo considered one of the pillars of Todak, has been with them for a good amount of time and continues to be somebody who lifts and upholds the team standards. 25-16 is the final kill score. 26 minutes and 35 seconds.
And then one thing to bring up is this series in particular highlights the growth that Todak has been through as a team, because in the past they've played against Ube a lot, and with the Langar style there's a lot of flaws in it that Ube can take advantage of. These games lasted a lot longer because while they were still going a bit aggro, there was more discipline from the Todak players, respecting that Red are very good at 5v5, finding the correct angles, not really throwing bodies at them, hoping something works, and that's what allows them to secure the endgame.
You know what? Zayed has a lot of kills in this game. 12, 4, and 2. Some mistakes here and there, but Zayed definitely is getting to his prime, as he says, because he used to use Lancelot for, 2 weeks straight, 3 weeks straight. But now he's really like, I can use more. I can use Ling, I can use Nolan. So he's really showing up as a jungler for Todak here.
Yeah, that's honestly, I would say that that's to the same degree of saying that Grace is getting into his prime, who's basically given over a majority of his deaths to Zion. The poor guy. That's why I was curious about his item build, right? Because a majority of it leaning into MR with only the dominance ice. I would argue the Winter Crown as well, but I definitely think that he probably needed an Antique at some point of time just to keep himself alive against Zayed.
No, I agreed. Antique works well. Well, does anyone? Yeah, no one.
No
has.
Antique, actually. Not even Dreadnought.
I mean, I get it. Chiku Guys is scary. Yanlord does magic. Zion does magic. Momo, not really. But even so, Zayed just got away with it purely based off itemizations.
Maybe this is the strat. Let Chiku Guys have a magic dealing something, because the first game was Natan, second game was the Lunox, and we didn't look at game number one's item that clearly, but maybe they also didn't have even a Dreadnought armor.
I'm pretty sure somebody had a Dreadnought armor. No. I'm not crazy. Wait.
We have to check the VOD.
Wait. No, I'm pretty sure somebody had a Dreadnought armor. I could be thinking about Steel Pants though, but before I get gaslit even further, if you were in Red Esports' position, what would change?
Don't
say bring out the whip.
No, I'm even thinking of the Suyo, because again, respect to the player, but he clearly is much stronger on this fighter type heroes where he can buy more time. When he's using this assassin type, which is very good for the turtle slays, the lord steals and everything, but it's kind of like not what the team needs, if you catch my drift. Suyo is a very strong hero, but I don't know, maybe, I mean, the damage, he did a lot of damage, 85,000, so I don't know. I feel like the draft is fine, so maybe I don't know. I'm really at a loss when you ask me what to change. Honestly, maybe the Hylos. Hylos died too much.
Personally, okay.
Would a Minotaur be better here?
Hylos was okay because they were using Glorious Pathway to try and counter King's Calling, because it lets you run out of it more easily. But because they had Hylos and Phoveus locked in very early on, their gameplay is very one-dimensional, right? It is very much dependent on them running at Todak and fighting in a front-to-back positioning. And the problem is a lot of the time Grace and Iris were being isolated or chased back very, very early on, because Todak just has more tools for engagement. They have Yanlord, they have... Momo was comboing with Zion Senpoi really, really well, and I think Zayed's positioning was good as well, which meant that Red could never play the front-to-back that they wanted.
Shout out to Fan as well. He did brought up Grace did bought Dreadnought on
thank you, Fan.
40 minutes.
Hey!
The first part of his name I have no idea how to pronounce, so I call him Mr. Fan.
He's been in my chat. He's been in my chat.
He's in my chat too. We just call him Fan.
Yeah, big shouts out to you, Fan. No, I agree with both of you. I think that as much as there could have been adjustments made in the game, these compositions are very unique to these teams specifically, and I don't say that very often. Usually there's like a very clear answer, but it's very much a chess match, right?
I think I get it why I'm struggling. I don't think Red lost. I think Todak won.
I get what you mean.
Think about it.
Wait. It's time to use the big boy words. Elaborate. Explain yourself.
The reason why Red lost is not because Red was the one losing. Todak won because Todak was winning. It's not better, is it?
You're really not changing the...
Okay. Let me change the lingo.
Explain it to me like... Oh, no, I shouldn't say that. It's going to be the same thing as again.
Red didn't make the mistake. Todak made the outplay.
Yes.
I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'll take that one. That's the one we're going to be running with. All right. I feel you. But does that mean Todak and as well as Red are...
Todak was more proactive.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
It's like Todak is always looking for the chance to win, where Red is always looking for the chance not to lose. This is a mindset thing. It's a different mindset when you're playing not to lose and when you're playing to win.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Right? I think that is exactly the issue, because when Red lost game 1, they doubled down into their typical style of play, which is Ube, play around early, go for defensive stances, run as a death ball. But that locked them into death ball play very early on in the draft,
And Todak just has to pick up heroes that can counter that. Mincetar, the Gatot, and then make sure that they play disciplined enough to not stoop down to Red Esports' style.
I prefer my explanation.
I want to agree with the both of you, but I'm going to play devil's advocate here. I personally believe that Red, even despite, I mean, Owl is doing a phenomenal job, don't get me wrong, but if there's one thing I would like to see Red improve is their moment-to-moment decision-makings in the middle of that fight. Majority of the time that we saw Owl dying, yes, he made a lot of mistakes in game number 1. I would say that game number 2, he was a lot safer, but he was getting flanked from a lot of different angles, and he had to make a couple of difficult choices. I think this is one of the few times that Todak has really gotten underneath his skin, because you can see, after the first initial flank, Owl never wanted to walk up ever again. He is that concerned about the back line.
Maybe they're too rigid. They're like, we have plan A, B, and C. But then Todak's like, yo, the alphabet has 26 letters. 26, 25,
27.
27.
27.
27 letters.
When you were in high school, did you have like the higher order thinking skills questions?
The higher order thing? What?
Did you have like HOTS or KVOT? I think that you.
No.
No? Really?
What school did you go to?
Like government school.
I went what? Yeah, I don't remember this.
No, really?
Dude,
Yeah.
your school is different. I've never heard of that.
Same. I've never heard
This
about
was
this.
a concept like in SPM and stuff.
I don't know. The closest I've had is like critical thinking, but that was already when I was getting a diploma.
The teachers in my school speak Malay.
Dude.
Wait,
Dude,
what does that have anything to do?
Dude, the implications. That is...
I gotta ask the chat now. I gotta ask chat. Surely you guys had like HOTS questions or KVOT questions in high school.
No, nobody.
I'm completely lost.
Verify this for me.
This is like a Berenstein Bear situation. This is purely... yeah. This is... Was Pikachu's tail black at the very end of it, or was it all yellow?
As I was about to point out, maybe Red is too rigid.
Yes.
If Plan C doesn't work, I guess we lose.
Which do you prefer, a more flexible team or a more rigid team? Because based on what we've seen so far and looking at the standings right now, the more flexible teams like Team Vamos and even SRG are the ones sitting on top for a reason. Even like Todak, I would say, pretty fluid.
I like the flexibility like how I like my own body. Flexibility is good, but hyper flexation can be bad for you, because do you know the more flexible you are, the more prone to injuries you are? That's a medical fact. So you should be flexible for mobility, but not too flexible that you get injured easily.
Wait.
You are actually correct. So the metaphor is a little tough.
Google it.
So is yoga like a backwards practice then, technically? Like you're stretching to get hyper flexibility to hurt yourself more?
No, I mean like all those circus people.
Yoga's fine,
they got
but you gotta make sure to stop at yoga.
Yeah, stop at yoga.
Oh, yoga's
Stop
the
at
baseline.
yoga.
Gotcha. We got the baseline here. And talking about baselines, unfortunately for Red Esports, they dropped down. They dropped down into the 5th position as Todak is now caught up to Vamos at 15th and might just be holding the 3rd place spot.
Hold on. They said if you got Kabat, you are the younger generation.
Oh,
what's Kabat?
KVOT.
Oh, KVOT.
Is like I think it's the Malay acronym for it. Or
It's not a Korean bat.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, that's what they say K barbecue.
They do actually.
Right? So K-bat is not a Korean bat. It's like 안녕하세요. Bad stuff.
Bad, but Korean.
Hold on.
Is
this the animal bat or the like baseball bat?
It is the animal. It is
Animal.
the animal.
Okay.
The bat doesn't speak Korean. The flying mammal bat speaks Korean.
Yes.
안녕하세요, bat people. My name is Kim Yi. Throwback.
Had to do one of those. Had to do one of those. But at the very least, for our upcoming next match, we got Homeboys versus RSGMY. Now, both of these teams currently at the bottom of the standings. Nobody wants to be in the bottom of the standings. But what's worse than being in the bottom of the standings? Being in 10th place. Both of these teams right now want to get out of the guaranteed elimination zone.
Hey, hold on. Is 10th place not the bottom of the standings?
It is.
It's...
Here's the thing. Good news, bad news.
All right.
Bad news is if they're number 10.
Oh.
That's the bad news.
Oh.
Okay.
The good news is you can tell your relatives I'm in the top 10 of MPL.
You can, yeah.
I'm in the top 10 of MPL.
You can.
It's all about the mindset. They don't know.
These professional players can just go by, hey, I'm coming back for a holiday for once. I've been working so hard. It's tough. It's tough. But keep in mind, guys, that the playoffs is happening in Johor. So get ready for an unforgettable experience at the MPL MY Season 14 X Southern Festival. Join us at Edu City Indoor Arena, Johor Bahru from October the 31st to November the 3rd, 2024. They've got a couple of immersive experiences for themselves, a variety including exciting activities. You know what? I'm gonna blow through this real quick. Give me a sec. Including the exclusive debut performance of the new MPLMY song, by Zone and Amir Masdi. Okay, explore a vibrant sponsor and team booths featuring an array of merchandise from your favorite teams as well as booths from Hotlink, JD Esports, ROG, and TNC Co. Indulge your taste buds at our food festival in collaboration with the Food Delicious Festival God, it's still going, where delicious flavors await. Join us for thrilling watch parties and capture the moments of our dedicated photo opportunity era. Don't miss out on this incredible experience. Mark your calendars for the MPL MY Season 14 at X Southern Festival. Oh my God, Southern Festival, proudly brought to you by Moonton and KPRG. See you there.
We also have JBAT.
That's
a bad word?
I don't
think so.
No.
JBAT is a bad word.
JBAT shouldn't be, right?
What?
Right?
Wait,
Is
what's that?
Wait, we should be asking you to verify this.
Is MBAT racist?
I don't think so.
Is
What-
CBAT racist?
What word is this?
The K-Bats. The K-Bats, the
okay.
B-Bats.
Maybe
I don't think so.
We'll double check it with Zipper later on. Don't you ever say CBAT though. Don't. The memers out there are
It's
watching.
not a bad word, but it would have made you very sad to hear it in school.
It would. But with that being said, we're going to be wrapping up things here. Our first BO3, the next to come right after these breaks. We'll catch you then.
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Hollink Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelomomo dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena mengena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Ikmamri dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun berlakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Nisdawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama team.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak jahat. Sangat-sangat jahat lah.
Okay, orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi?
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu
kepada watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-blend untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Zik, Ikmah dan juga Fauzi Nawawi bersama dengan isi Puan Nisdawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okay, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okay, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim, saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Giant, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Salah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu.
Faham.
So kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azri pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Giant dekat tempoh hari, tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzi Nawawi, ya Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Okay, so kita orang dari Todak. Kita orang hari ni akan main Fast Hero Challenge. So challenge ni diorang dua akan lawan siapa yang cakap hero paling banyak lah. So yang tak tahu tu akan kalah. Okay, so kita akan start.
Arlot, San, Almond, Idora, Barat, Dana, Carmilla, Kagura, Yin, Grok, Gif, Zaz, Lundo. Sabar. Tu, Idora. Aku dah sebut. Lilia.
Okay, selamat. Okay.
Penny, Gatot Kaca, Ling, Julian, Grill, 3. 2, Ruby, Ilos, 3, Estes, 2, Beleric, Rafaela, Digi, Laurin, 2, Lunok dah.
Dah. Dah.
Apa
Okay, so pemenang untuk Fast Hero Challenge ialah Momo. Sebab tadi Zaim saya saja jibet dia bagi kalah. Itu je lah.
So Zaim, memandangkan kau kalah, aku nak bagi kau punishment. Boleh. So punishment ni kau kena sapu lah semua ni. Satu arena ni? Satu arena ni kau kena sapu. Boleh? Sapu sekarang tak? Okay.
Zaim, kau pilih Zaim. Satu.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang I dengan Monster Vision sebab kita diorang nak main game. Okay, game yang kita akan main bukan nyanyi So kita akan main game siapa dalam team. So I akan cakap satu ayat, lepas tu korang akan point orang mana yang selalu buat benda-benda macam ni, lepas tu explain lah kenapa. Ready? Siapa dalam team paling kelakar?
Ni.
Kenapa dia kelakar?
Bagi kau kenapa tak? Sebab dia badut. Sebab tu dia selalu jadi penghibur orang.
Siapa tidur paling lama?
Rok.
Oh, kenapa?
Kalau boleh sedek seminggu tu dia memang nak tidur.
Siapa makan banyak?
Ada dua.
Okay. Siapa?
Nama dia Nova Escobar.
Dengan?
Uni. Soalnya kalau makanan tak habis kat J tu, semua dia orang yang habiskan.
Siapa cepat marah? Cepat koyak?
Amar. Sebab dia budak baru.
So dia marah sini lah? Siapa yang daydream banyak?
Pak Tam. Zeno.
Selalu?
Dia banyak main game.
Dia nak cakap.
Dia selalu ten scream, dia suka termenung. Lepas tu dia lupa nak ban.
Jangan buat ni dekat MPL. Alright, terima kasih kepada Monster Vicious.
Hello, nama saya Aris dan ini adalah Sensui dan juga Ol. So kami daripada tim Red Esports, kita akan bermain Fast Hero Challenge. Okay, so game ini adalah korang antara berdua ni, diorang kena sebut nama tapi tak boleh hero sama. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, ready.
Alright, okay, so first, Ol.
Almond, Alpha, Julian, Bruno, Lea, Clint, Matilda, Mia, Estes, Grak, Carmela, Gatot, Shu, Hylos, Obius, Erisla, Wanwan, Edit, Pusha, Hayabusa, Fanny, Ling, Elkert, Saber, Amon, Minotaur, Zilong.
3, 2, 1. You forget already?
Yeah.
Okay, so the winner is Ol. Congrats Ol. So right now we have a punishment from Sensui. You must do a 10 squat. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, ready?
We didn't expect we secure.
Kita orang kalah dekat Ice Cream 10 game straight. So, kita orang start balik. I will secure the top 2.
Red had a very bad start at the beginning of the regular season and no one expected you guys to actually be the second team, honestly, to secure playoffs this season. Now, how did you guys manage to turn the table around and to, be as strong as you guys are today?
Actually, we're still struggling right now. We didn't expect we secure, but we managed to change their attitude, the discipline inside and outside the game.
There's one day that kita orang semua kalah dekat Ice Cream 10 game straight.
Ooh.
So, after it, I win. Coach Bam also told them that we can continue the streak until 20. If you guys want to lose kan, the players cakap diorang nak berubah and then diorang start balik. Dia hasil dia macam even sekarang pun dia tak memuaskan lagi. So I was hoping and I think Coach Bam also hoping that for the playoff we give 120% and above. Sebab currently if you ask me, apa yang player bagi pun saya still anggap 70%.
Okay, you dah mention that you ni memang suka Ube Strat. Maybe you boleh share kenapa you suka Ube Strat?
Sebab my first time going into this coaching semua, saya start dengan UB. That one is on 2021, the first time Blacklist using the UB strat.
So it was Blacklist Prime.
Yeah, before the Blacklist Prime.
Before the Blacklist Prime.
So I always watch their games, I learn, and until now, the thing is same. Even though we changed the hero, but then the basic is still the same. For me, basic is everything.
We know that the Ube Strat originated from the Philippines because of Blacklist, right? And it's not really viable anymore. A lot of teams don't really use it as much anymore. So what is your opinion on this?
Actually, it's still fine because if you don't fight the Ube Strat, it's new to you, right? This is assassin meta. You are able to fight that assassin because we know the basics and fundamentals of the Ube Strat. And if they don't know how to break it, we still win.
For me, I will secure the top 2. Macam saya dah cakap, saya nak secure selamatkan slot. So now is the time to get the top 2.
Alright then, thank you. Thank you so much.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone, ROG Phone 8. King of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner. Up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-14 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MPSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan tadi kita sudah tengok perlawanan yang sangat sengit di antara Todak melawan Red Esports. Dan sekarang masanya untuk saksikan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat penting. Homeboys menentang RSGMY. Now, kenapa perlawanan ni sangat penting? Sebab perlawanan ni akan decide siapa yang akan tersingkir dan siapa akan berlawan dengan pasukan Young and Dangerous daripada MAL. Dan siapa akan berjaya mengekalkan slot pada musim depan. Tapi sebelum kita tengok perlawanan ini, Rose ada special announcement untuk korang. For your information, pasukan yang berjaya menjadi juara MPL Malaysia musim ke-14 akan dapat hadiah yang sangat-sangat bernilai dan istimewa. Now, ini adalah satu hadiah yang tak pernah ada di MPL Malaysia dulu. Sebab pasukan yang menjadi juara akan menerima MPL Championship Ring yang ditempa di taja khas oleh Ferry. Now, apa itu Championship Ring? Pasukan yang menjadi juara musim ini akan mendapatkan cincin emas pertama daripada MPL MY. 10 mythical fairy dreamstone yang diperbuat daripada black spinal gem akan diletakkan di atas cincin sebagai tanda 10 pasukan yang bertanding. Serta corak harimau di bahagian tepi cincin diinspirasikan oleh corak harimau MPL Malaysia dan ikon MLBB. Now, of course, thank you so much to Ferry for making the championship ring happen. Mesti semua pasukan yang layak ke M6 layak ke playoffs nak menang sebab ini adalah musim pertama kita ada championship ring. Bukan setakat prize pool money, bukan setakat ticket to M6 yang diorang akan dapat, tapi diorang akan dapat championship ring juga. This will be surely a motivating factor for all the teams. Okay, now Rose dah tahu, korang dah tak sabar nak saksikan perlawanan RSGMY menentang Homeboys. Tapi sebelum tu, untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok the live stream, jangan lupa to join the fight now by scanning the QR code down below ataupun isikan kod di bawah dekat MLBB anda untuk dapat peluang menang Legend Skin. Watch MPL MY and be the pro. And of course, tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to the casters to start match kedua dalam Seru Saturday. Casters, take it away.
Thanks, Rose. You guys watching the MPL MY Season 14, Week 6, Day number 2, our very final week here in Malaysia, with me getting Cuban as well as Stafa here at the desk. Now, as Rose mentioned, these teams are not only going to be playing for the pride and glory of Malaysia to represent us in M6, but also championship rings, a new addition to this season of the MPL MY.
A gold ring certainly is something huge for all of our players here, and for all of us MLBB fans, we know we want that gold, right? Every single game we play, we're chasing gold. We don't want silver, we don't want bronze. So I'm sure the players are going to get some extra motivation.
I will say it would have been kind of funny if it wasn't bronze, though. Just saying, it's not exactly the easiest medal to work with, but it looks cool. It looks cool in real life at the very least. But with that being said, we have to talk about the positions and players of the teams that are going to be up here on this stage for our next best of 3. Homeboys and as well as RSGMY. And RSGMY recently already had taken a loss yesterday as they are going to play here today.
Homeboys and RSG are both in dire straits right now at the bottom of the table. It is already guaranteed that neither team will be making it to the playoffs, but their goal now is to stay in the competition. So hopefully our official gaming phone can help them with that.
I mean, they've been trying to help them as much as they possibly can throughout the entirety of the MPL. The ROG Phone 6 is the official gaming phone of the MPL MY Season 14. That has helped the pros to consistently be on the top of their game. Retaining the crown as the king of performance, it now comes with a sleek new design and improved cameras as the ROG Phone 8 goes beyond gaming, which makes me wonder if they are the I wouldn't even say the perfectionist, but the king of performance, how these players not doing well. And it makes sense when all they're focusing on is their camera, because right now Team Hawk and as well as RSG are the bottom two teams, with Homeboys just ever so slightly above the red.
Just in case anyone here may still be a bit confused about how this newer system works, the top 6 teams make it into the playoffs. We will be seeing them in Johor. 7 and 8 stay in the competition, and we will get to see them next season. 10th place immediately relegated to MAL and replaced by the top MAL team from this season, which currently is Miracle Gaming. And 9th place will have to face off against 2nd place Young and Dangerous for a slot in next season of MPL.
But maybe RSGMY don't have to be in 10th spot. Maybe they don't have to be instantly eliminated. They need to give themselves the best chance possible. And if they want to do that, they got to 2-0 the Homeboys and push them down into the red.
That's going to be rough to see. These two teams have had a bit of a rivalry for a bit. Homeboys debuted the same season that RSGMY claimed their trophy, was in Season 7. And ever since, both have been MPL mainstays, so it's quite something to see them drop this far.
Exactly, right? Homeboys, you look at their lineup, they have Izanami, Crush, Amal, Malin, as well as Sol. Izanami previously playing on RSGMY for the longest of times before he finally departed and joined the Homeboys.
And unfortunately hasn't been having the best time. Even LaFell has been feeling a little more disappointed in his boy this season. Despite his best efforts, the Homeboys have not been able to find the synergy necessary to stand out amongst the competition. Crush, as a new entrant to the team, has been doing good enough, but still lacks the experience to really make up for things, and Amal can be kind of inconsistent.
I do feel like the team is very mood-based. There are times where they can pull up some incredible wins, but other times, and majority of those times, even against some bottom-tier teams, they have dropped so far from grace.
Momentum is important, draft is important. Unfortunately, Homeboys are in a position where a lot of conditions have to go their way in order to secure a victory, which is surprising considering they were the first to take a game off of SRG. But on the opposite hand, we have RSGMY.
With Maima, Rippo, Ilham, Storm, and as well as Bunny. This team, interestingly enough, in yesterday's match against Team Vamos, they put up quite a fight, but inevitably got crushed by Vamos at the end. It seems like this team definitely struggling with how they want to play the game. Their general calls seem to be good. However, the follow-up on these scenarios, it feels like, I don't want to say telegraph, but at the very least, it feels like people aren't sure whether they should commit for a call.
Yeah, RSGMY is still suffering from the same issues they had when the season first started, in that the players seem to be operating more as solo individuals rather than as a team. A lot of plays that are made by RSG are made off of the back of a single strong play from a single strong player rather than more effective calls and rotations around the map.
We haven't seen too much just yet, right? We've seen what Bunny is capable of if he gets, a power pick like Harith. We've seen Stoa make big plays with the help of Rippo. Ilham, on the other hand, on his assassin, he's been having on and off days. I feel like a lot of his consistency is highly dependent on his teammates, because as assassins, there's only so much you can really do.
Can't really blame him too much either. Ilham is very, very new. One of the newest players actually in the season, because he wasn't even part of RSG's starting lineup. So considering things, I think he's still doing a good enough job. But good enough is not going to be sufficient considering their position.
Yeah, I think even with RSG, with a couple of lineup shakeups, which honestly, I don't know whether it's beneficial or not, but it feels like they're in a pretty desperate situation to get out of that 10th spot. Hopefully, that's going to be enough against the Homeboys. We're not entirely sure what to expect here, because we look at the achievements, because Homeboys, the big storyline from Season 7 all the way to Season 10 was that this team could not play in the playoffs. They struggle. They do well in the regular season, but struggle in the playoffs. Afterwards, their main goal was to get a championship locally and then maybe an international, which they've been trying to push through.
Ever since then, they had become titans in MPL MY, getting 3rd, 1st, and 2nd in the last 3 seasons. Whereas RSG, despite claiming a 1st place finish in Season 7, has been struggling to really catch up to that same performance ever since. Despite all of this, they are both very popular teams that have been around in MPL for a long time, and now both are in danger of relegation.
Hopefully, I don't want to see any of these teams go. I personally feel that they are name stays, but honestly, with the performances that we've seen so far from both of these teams, it feels bad for the organization, right? They're investing a lot in these players, and unfortunately, there's only so much that the organization can actually do to provide that support to make them in that consistent position that we all hope to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors to consider, whether or not it's the organization that's causing issues, or if it's a team, or the coaching staff, or just a combination of many different factors. When it comes to this point, we are in the last week of the regular season. Are there any teams you feel really deserve to avoid relegation right now?
I mean, I would imagine that all teams should avoid relegation, but I think if there's one team that really deserves it right now, it has to be RSG, right? There is no... It seems like there's not enough foresight, and they're in a rebuilding phase. But again, it's roll of the die.
The same could be said for the Homeboys. Both of these teams are in a rebuilding phase because a lot of their star players or their key lineup have decided to leave this season at the same time, funnily enough. So Homeboy and RSG do seem to have intertwined fates.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. That's what we're hoping to see. Maybe they grow just enough for next year's EWC. But with that being said, the teams and the players are going to be walking up on stage for this next best of 3. Here they come.
Homeboys. Once considered one of the top MPL contenders, now finding themselves in a battle to avoid relegation. Looking to rekindle the fire that once made them a feared force in the league. With their backs against the wall, can they fight their way out? Make some noise for the Homeboys!
RSGMY.
Once a team feared across the MPL circuit, now struggling to regain their footing. The stakes couldn't be any higher as they go head-to-head with a team facing the same relegation threat. The pressure is on, only victory keeps their dreams alive. Let's hear it for RSGMY! Finally introducing the coaches and analysts of both teams with our head of League Ops, Franklin, that will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between both competitors, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is do or die for 2 long-standing MPL Titans.
Good luck to both of our competitors up on this stage here. Everything's on the line right now. Homeboys want to maintain their spot. RSGMY looks to push them down. There's no 2 ways about it. And only one way to decide it in this best of 3. Ideally, both of these teams look for a 2-0 against each other, but I feel that might not be the case. I feel like it's a high likelihood of a 2-1. Not entirely sure whether it's going to lean into the Homeboys, depending on which side of the coin we get today, or RSGMY.
Yeah, unfortunately, both teams have been kind of inconsistent thus far this season, so it's really hard to predict how things will go. I feel like in terms of drafting and coordination, Homeboys is the team that is slightly better, but RSGMY does have flashes of brilliance built off of the backs of players like Ripple.
I mean, they do, but that's the thing, right? Let's first go and ask Rippo himself.
Saya di Pro sini memang tak pernah pun tak lepas playoff. Sangat sedih lah kalau betul tim saya tak dapat nak lepas ke playoff season ni. Sebab apa tau? Sebelum ni playoff selalu dekat KL kan. Tapi kali ni season ni punya playoff dekat Johor. That's my hometown. So macam sedih lah. Kalau dah tak lepas playoff nak buat apa kan, jadi streamer. Game 7GL.
Interesting take coming in from Rippo. Funnily enough, it is true. He has been to every single playoffs he's ever competed in except for this one.
And it just so happens to be the season where the playoffs is happening in his hometown. Definitely a heartbreaking realization.
I mean, keep in mind his career. He played in Malaysia under GeekFam for a while and then decided to head on over to Indonesia to play in MPL ID for a little bit before coming back.
And he has still been doing a good enough job. We can see him up here for the players that have played a lot with Arlet as a hero. Win rates though actually pretty low across the board.
Yeah, low across the board. I would have imagined it being a little bit higher. Momo, of course, he's going to have a 100% win rate. What was I thinking, right? Yeah, 3 seems about right. 50% feels very accurate for him. But Eevee, I feel a little bad for him because he's got strong Arlet games. Unfortunately, unable to close it out.
Yeah, a lot of teams are facing difficulties this season, which is rough to see because you'd expect preparations to be at an all-time high with M6 right beyond the horizon. Really excited to see what will happen because some teams are definitely doing better, but on the opposite end of the spectrum, teams like Homeboys and RSG are facing a lot of challenges.
I do think that Amal has potential. This is the patch full of assassins, but I don't feel like he's got the confidence in himself, right? You do see multiple times where he tries to make solo plays on his own. Successful, probably on the lower end of the spectrum, but still, the raw mechanics is there. He just needs direction.
But against the raw mechanics of RSG, who are operating as individual one-man units, will it be sufficient? The draft phase is right around the corner here, ladies and gentlemen. So let us keep our eyes peeled as RSG will start on the blue side and Homeboys on the red.
Okay, RSG's going to start off with their first pick soon, but they ban out the Fanny and as well as the Angela, expecting Amal to maybe pick up Ling. That could be the follow-up ban here for RSG MY because Hayabusa is a lot more manageable in comparison to the global presence almost from Ling.
But it is also a fair point to consider that Ilham is very comfortable on the Hayabusa. It seems to be his go-to assassin hero. As long as it's open in the draft, RSG seems to want to give it to him.
I mean, that begs the question whether or not Suyo has been considered coming into this game, right? Homeboys have banned out Matilda as well as Lo Yi. I wouldn't be too surprised if they, double up on this ban with the chip. Then RSG, we're still waiting on that final ban of the first phase.
Getting rid of Matilda and Lo Yi makes a lot of sense here. Denies early aggression and cross-map plays from RSG. Khalid also going to be banned out. A very common hero for Rippo to pick, actually.
Well, it just goes to show that RSG have some other first pick in mind, and I think it might just be the Phoveus this time round. Homeboys, they need to ban Chip out here. If not, it's going to be pretty free for Stoem. Are there any other first picks that we need to consider? I mean, Edith hasn't been touched in this matchup as well. I would only assume that it's very jungle focused.
Chip going to be the ban. Obviously, you cannot let that hero through. This will open up things like Phoveus, like Hylos, like Gatot. The Suyo, also a point of discussion. Do you think it's worth teams to early contest it?
Well, I don't think so. Personally, I think that as good as Suyo is, he has his limitations. I don't think that he scales very well into the later stages of the game. He is very good at cleaning up a fight, don't get me wrong. But I think that his job overall is highly centered around early, I would even say mostly the mid-game.
Yeah, I agree with you. Suyo fills a niche that's kind of similar to Julian because both of them have access to their full kit at level 3, which allows them to start being aggressive early on, but trades away more late-game relevance, which I think we saw earlier in the hands of Red Esports. But Harif getting locked in very early on for RSG.
Oh man, even the fans are aware of this. Losing equals going down to our version of the MDL we call the MAL.
Yep.
Oof.
For a moment, I thought they were calling on Mal.
I thought so too. Yeah. I thought so too, but man, that's rough. That is rough. Harif, first pick for RSG. Homeboys follow it up with a Jawhead and as well as a Suyo. Harif definitely going to be taking Purify this game.
Harif, picking him early can be risky because while he is still one of the strongest goal laners we have, locking in heroes like Gatot or Minzatar really deny him a lot of team fighting potential. But Homeboys have not gone in that direction. So RSG have done a bit of research there, realizes that most likely Homeboys won't hard counter this early on and they can afford to save bigger.
Yeah, we see the Nolan as well as the high loss here. Soul, the last time he went into a Harith matchup, he liked to play Natan into it. The last time I saw that happen was against Todak versus the Homeboys. They might do it again this time.
Maybe. Nolan and Hylos. Ooh, we got some fun facts here. RSG is Maima's 6th MPL MY team, and all of his previous 5 teams have been relegated before. Oh, not a good rep sheet.
Interesting. I mean, just wait until we get Max's one.
Oh.
Once we get Max's one, then it's over.
The difference though is that Max is performing.
Pull up his full history. Pull up his full history, and then we've got an argument. But as of now, Suyo has been picked 17 times across all Moonton official tournaments with a 64% win rate. Doing pretty well right now.
64% is actually pretty high, all things considered. So I can definitely see how he's a pretty strong hero, but you gotta recognize the win conditions. He really does not scale that well into the late game unless you have a team built around giving him those kills.
I do think that's... I mean, Suyo is unique because his kit is also what limits him into what he does, right? As much as you are dependent on your laners to kind of set these kills up for you to make your job easy, you also need to keep in mind that you can actually stick around in some of these fights depending on the type of composition you're playing against.
Yeah.
For the time, like the Eternal Form, not really being utilized as of right now. A lot of professional player jungles here in MPL MY like to go for the Impure Rage, so that's a 2-3-1 max instead of a 2-1-3 max.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, because in the end, even if you want to play Suyo as more of a fighter to stay in the team fights, he really isn't that bulky. When you have heroes like Hylos and Gatot melting in the mid to late game, what is Suyo, right? So playing around his assassin, skirmishing in and out of team fights makes a lot more sense. But it's still uncomfortable because he doesn't have the same tools like heroes like Nolan or Hayabusa.
Yep.
So the playstyle is very different.
It is. And also, Nolan is a particularly difficult matchup for Suyo. Because think about it, right? As much as Suyo wants to land that stun, Nolan is really fast. If you got the reaction time, you shouldn't be hit by a majority of Suyo's spells. And in terms of like raw burst, Nolan can execute his combo a lot faster compared to Suyo, who depends on you being low.
Absolutely. You can see though, second phase of bans, Homeboys focusing on Maima here, getting rid of Zask and Zusin, 2 heroes in the mid lane that are quite good at controlling fights. They don't want to give RSG easy ways of pick-off.
If they are looking for a mid laner, probably it's the Aurora. I wouldn't be too surprised if Homeboys pick it up for themselves here, but let's see some of the considerations. Hey! Grace and Amal! Look at these boys, look at these boys.
They did used to be on the same team, both Red Esports at one point. Mal was the star player of Red Esports at one point, actually. Unfortunately, hasn't been finding success outside of that ever since he shifted over to the roam position.
Hey man, gold is hard. Gold is hard. You can have all the mechanics in the world, but still, you just have so much more impact as a roamer. Just so much more. All right, final bans come through. CC and as well as Valentina for the side of RSG. It looks like they want to have some major ults on their side. Considering that Izanami, as of right now, won't be able to have access to like hard artillery mages, I think the Aurora is looking mighty fine for him unless Homeboys steal it away.
Yeah, Aurora is good. The Homeboys may also consider Vexana to deal with Nolan and Hylos running at them. That Terrify, very good way of dealing with dive heroes. Let's see what's it gonna be.
I don't think that's an MPL date. I think that's an MPL family.
Hey, it can be a date. You can have a family date.
I think the implications of date probably isn't exactly the greatest thing to pair up with family alongside it.
No, that's a mindset issue.
Yo, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
If you want to keep emotions kindled, going on dates regularly, even after starting a family, is important.
Yeah, but you don't bring the kids along if that's the case. What, are you trying to build a relationship with your kids? Not the right way.
I thought you were gonna stop there and be like, oh, build a relationship with your kid.
No.
That's the problem.
That's where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line. We do see the next couple of picks here with Homeboys locking in the Yi, but RSG smartly enough go for the Bane for some raw disengage. Going to make Jawhead's life real difficult.
But they have a Nolan.
So what's wrong? I don't see the issue with it.
Where does the Bane go? EXP?
Yeah.
Huh.
Why not? Why not?
Interesting.
Because now RSG, since they've got nothing else to lose, I don't know about the Farsa though. I definitely think the Aurora, maybe even Yve would have been pretty good, but Homeboy stole away the Yve, and now in their final pick, as much as I want to believe that Jawhead is going to get on top of that Farsa, there's a good chance that Bane says, nope, just nah, here, take the deadly catch to the face.
Actually, according to the chat, based on the player reactions, they're suspecting this may have been a mispick.
I mean, if it was a mispick, they probably would have called the Marshals by now.
They would have, yeah. Very interesting. And then the Farsa's kind of out of meta as well. Though she can still do quite a lot of damage. Obvious last pick. I don't know, I like Homeboys' draft more.
More like, how in the world is Maima supposed to play this game? Like, realistically, everything cancels him. Yve cancels him, Jawhead cancels him, Phoveus can cancel him, even Suyol can cancel him when he goes into that Feathered Airstrike mode.
It is a Maima classic, though. Oh, hold on. We did get an update. Apparently, we are going to have a draft reset.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. But up till what point? And was the Homeboys aware of this when they kept on going? That's the important thing, because we don't want a situation whereby, hey, wait, is that the Homegirl squad? Yeah, it's the full Homegirl squad.
You had some trouble saying homegirls there.
I was about to say boys for sure. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be straight up honest with you on that one. It's just too often that we see the homeboys play. But it looks like they're deliberating with their marshals. League Ops is on it. Don't worry, Franklin is gonna crack down on the situation.
But it is kind of weird. If it really was a mistake in the draft, they needed to call it out earlier, right?
Yep, they call it out early, ask for a redraft, and then if I remember correctly, they're supposed to redraft until the mispicked point.
Yeah, that would have made sense. Like, if the Bane was a mispick, they should have raised their hands right there and then they would have continued from where it was. But the draft completed, and I feel like Homeboys did actually still draft according to the usual plan.
Well, to be fair, Homeboys does get first pick on red side on the second phase, so they go in for the Yve, and then the mispick happens.
Yes.
So honestly, it's not that big of a deal. This should be resolved relatively quick.
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Homeboys' faces. They got nothing to worry about. They're just waiting for the redraft to actually go through. RSG on the other hand, I don't think they should be penalized for this unless there's other things happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, so we're gonna chill and wait for some updates from the production side. But kudos to you, Draft. You guys are observant. The moment the Bane came out, they noticed the faces of the RSG players. It was like,
I was noticing at least a little bit of conversation going, a little bit more expression than what we're used to from RSG, but yeah, Franklin's got this, no problem. It shouldn't take too long until we get back into this. Overall, looks like despite being both teams being at the bottom of the leaderboard, you would imagine that the MPL arena would be pretty not stacked, right? Like nobody, but there's a good amount of people filling up the arena to check this game out.
I mean, usually, yes, when you have two bottom teams facing off, we are gonna have less audience, but this is Homeboys and RSG. The legacy these teams have here really makes you consider the fact that they're even in this position.
I mean, they're in a rebuilding phase, right? I don't really blame them for being in this type of position. I would say that Homeboys definitely had a much better... then again, both teams actually could have. There were a lot of like blunders, but I would say that at the very least, in terms of like overall track record, Homeboys have just been looking a little bit better in comparison to RSG, who kept on changing their lineup.
And Homeboys got a game off of the Red Giants at the start of the season.
Right at the beginning.
Everyone was thinking that, oh, the new lineup has potential. And then it just kept going downhill.
You can't save a sinking ship. That's what I'll say. You can't save a sinking ship, but I think at the very least, Homeboys, they've got talented players enough to be able to make this team work. I just think that it's going to take a lot more time than people expect. Same goes with like when, you know, FCAP wasn't the prime beast that they were, world champions, absolutely crushing everybody. Before then, they were on a pretty heavy losing streak until they got to that point.
That is also fair. The world of MLBB can change and shift on a dime. You gotta make sure that you are keeping up with the changing tides, and unfortunately, both teams had to rebuild their roster in really inopportune moments So it's in very much an adjustment phase, which is not what you want to be in when it's right before N6.
All right. Looks like the camera's coming back to us here. That is a little bit of a concern because this only means one of two things. One, either this is a possible tech problem that happened alongside with it. Two, something big is happening and they're trying to sort it out.
I get the feeling that there was some miscom happened, and I feel like Homeboys actually proceeded with the draft thinking it was intended.
Really?
I get the feeling that because otherwise it wouldn't have been a Phoveus last pick. They would have just picked something random. Phoveus was legitimately a good final pick.
I mean, fair. Does that mean the Yve could have changed? No. The Yve definitely had to go through.
I think the Yve was intended.
The Yve was definitely intended. It's a tough call on this one. It's a tough call. I personally feel that if they're going to... No, wait. Didn't RSG do this before? They've done this before. They've accidentally locked in a pick and then just kind of went through it. They've been through this entire cycle.
Yeah, it actually isn't the first time.
That's the funny part. So I'm not entirely sure why this one in particular is taking this long.
Again, like the moment that they made a mistake in the draft, they should have raised their hand. They should have said, okay, we made a mistake. They didn't do that.
So or the camera cut away from the player who was doing that, or the assistant coach who did that in the background.
That's true. That's true.
I'm giving a lot of benefit of the doubt here because most of the time, most of the time, usually things have been going on pretty well this season. I don't know. Right at the second day of the final week of all days.
It's rough though. RSG on the first pick side already doesn't exactly have the best win rate.
At least show the Homeboys one first. So like, come on,
what
man.
Is the Homeboys win rate? Can we ask production to show us real quick? Do you guys have that?
Zipper!
Can we compare this?
Yeah, can we have it just on the other hand side? Homeboys is one just for comparison.
It's okay if you don't have the graphic. Just put the number up.
I hope it's like close, like it's 20%. It's
I
not
hope
like
so.
80% on blue side or something crazy like that. Because right now, RSG is already not looking very good.
Yeah, 18% is pretty bad, though. There was a team that had like 100% win rate on red side and then like only 10% on blue side. Was it RSG? I can't remember. It was like a week or two ago.
Oh my goodness! I just reviewed it the other day. I'll get back to you on that one. I don't wanna get it wrong. But based on what Zipper is telling me in my ear right now, a 23.1% win rate coming in from the Homeboys.
So not that high either. Actually,
it's close. It's a lot closer compared to like if it was 60% to 12%. Then I think it's like being done dirty.
That is unfortunate, but. Blue side has been in an interesting situation, right? Because I think this season has been very red side focused. I can't remember the exact numbers, but red side definitely has a higher win rate right now.
It was 63. It was 63 to 37 on week 2. And then from week 3, 4 onwards, it started to even out. I don't know about it currently, but I think that right now, most people haven't figured out what the meta demands of them right now. I feel like in terms of the banning paths, the flex picks, EXP flex picks are really good to ban right now, and prime strategies like Angela Ling, for an example. Is there another deadly pick? Oh, and the big answer, can we deal with the Phoveus?
Yeah, the Phoveus. Man, I literally said at the start of the day, first pick Phoveus might not be so good. Then we saw Iris playing Phoveus and just absolutely dumpstering, though they did still lose in the end. So it's still a pick that you need to be concerned about. Also wondering whether or not Suyo's introduction breathes more life into blue side, because typically when a new patch drops or a new hero drops, blue side gets a buff.
Well, you're half right about that. Whenever a new patch or whether a new patch or a new hero comes in, if it's a new patch, it depends on what was changed. If it's new hero, then you have to calculate the number of meta heroes you have, and if it's an even number, then blue side has an advantage. If it's an odd number, if it's an odd number, blue side has an advantage. If it's an even number, red side has an advantage.
Curious. I see. All
Because,
right.
yeah, you know, because in terms of like power picks and then number of picks, and then since it's odd, you get the first one, and then they get
that makes sense.
two, and then
I'm
it
not good with
eventually evens
numbers.
out. Yeah, no, it's a mathematical thing. But as of right now in the meta, I think it's honestly kind of balanced. But it looks like, wait, a situation is going on. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, hopefully this is all settled. We'll see you in just a little bit for more MLBB action.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar.
Welcome back. The MPL MY continues. Currently, the situation as it stands is still currently going on. A majority, well, actually, let me just double check that. Yeah, all of our players have been sitting up on that stage throughout that 5-minute break as League Ops is looking to settle the issue right now. In the meantime, we're going to have to just, you know, chill out until that gets settled.
Not much choice there. If the players want to take a moment to make sure that the draft is correct and that the coaches are both able to agree with it, then we gotta take the time that is necessary, no matter how long it might be.
I think it could be a league amount of time. We don't know when exactly it's going to get settled. We didn't. I wish it was a tech pause, because at the very least, they would at least give what code to tell us how severe it is. Right now, no idea. But let's look at the power distribution, specifically between Izanami and as well as Maima. Both of these guys have had very long careers. Izanami breaks out into the scene towards the earlier stages of Season 6, and then achieving what he's looking for in Season 7. Maima has been around for quite some time. Even up till Season 3, Maima was lingering around the professional scene.
Comparatively, Izanami has the shorter career, but has been more consistent overall. Commonly considered as one of the pillars of RSG MY throughout his career, Dare has finally decided to branch out and join a different team. Unfortunately, Homeboy's not doing that well. Whereas Maima has found himself in the position recently of being more of a last-minute pinch hitter that teams bring in towards the end of the season. It's worked a little bit, but also you can't save a sinking ship.
Yeah, you can't. And I think that even for Maima's sect, I think that it doesn't feel like the mid lane is lacking unless he's playing Angela. That's the only time where I feel like, man, get this guy off of this hero. Maima is a playmaker. That's his signature. Same goes for Izanami. Both have such a similar play style.
Yeah, when you really think back, I've always considered Izanami to be one of those players that's like, he'll be the support, but if the game needs him to be, he'll take over.
Step back, little bro.
Like, I'll do it myself.
Gonna get my hands dirty. Let me take these gloves off. But it looks like, based on what our technicians are telling us, we have gotten an update that we are going to proceed with the exact same draft. However, I'm curious to know, at the very least, is that last pick going to stick for the side of RSG or even for the side of, well, Homeboys? I mean, Fovia seemed like a good idea, but into the Bane as well? I mean, there's a couple of arguments that could be made.
It could still work out for RSG, actually, right?
Could.
Bane EXP, it's weird, but not impossible.
It's actually a winning matchup against the Fovias.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it's too...
Thanks, LaFell. Yeah. It's coming up.
Yeah.
All right, appreciate it. Oh, a couple of more minutes.
Thank you.
Don't worry, that's why LaFell wasn't with us on the desk. He's personally handling the situation and gave us an update. What Franklin is dealing with, even LaFell needs to crack his head a couple of times to get a solution.
LaFell, he's such a hardworking guy, you know. He was casting game 1. Now he's behind the scenes doing whatever needs to be done.
They should change his name tag from caster talent to League Ops. That'd be great. that would be something. That'd be very funny.
It would just say anything.
He'd be so anything on it. Oh my god, that would be a funny prank to pull. Actually, maybe can we actually do that, Zipper? I don't know. I'm trying to make eye contact with our cameraman on the side to maybe get it ready. But it looks like that the game is going to be set up. Our players are picking up their phones, which is good signal that we're going to head into the land of dawn soon.
It should be very interesting to see. They did say it was the same draft, right? That's what we heard?
Yes, that's what we heard.
We will check that just to be sure whether or not some changes happen. But if they did, we would see the draft. So looks like it will still be the Bane. In this case then, physical Bane or magic Bane?
Physical,
100%.
Because
even in EXP.
I think the movement speed you get from our attack damage items is more valuable.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, generally, that's the way that it should go, but I think it's time to introduce you guys to the Land of Dawn as we're heading right into the game.
All right, it's time for game number 1. RSGMY on the blue side, Homeboys on the red, and it looks like we are indeed going to be keeping the same draft. Rippo, EXP lane Bane with Impure Rage.
Love it. He's able to harass, he's able to poke. Crush opting to go for the Braves Mind as well. Festival of Blood, pretty atypical setup here, but this is what I'm talking about. Like, Crush, he wants to harass Rippo. Rippo's like, nah, Crab Claw. Do it again. He's going to walk up Crab Claw.
Oh, it's picking up Amal ganking into the jungle. This is the strength of Suyo. He can fight at level 3. Ilham actually taking the direct duel, and Amal will be able to steal it from him.
Wait, how is he a level ahead? Oh, they probably went for the double leash with Mal.
Probably.
Okay, all right. That makes a lot more sense. But this top side is basically compromised.
Again, Blade Surge into the ejector, throwing Stone back into the tri-bush. Rippo not going to be able to do anything to save him. First blood to Amal.
Disgusting. Good stuff coming in from the Homeboys, but this is the early snowball that I'm worried about, right? Because with this momentum, usually Homeboys are able to continuously fold it. Oh, and Ilham loses out another camp.
Flick. Oh, no! That's a mistake! Oh, no! Oh, I want to look at their faces.
I literally looked back to try and catch Amal's face. He just gave a little smirk. He's like, okay, all right, buying the potion at that point.
So now Storm targeted in the middle lane. Okay, so basically what happened up there, Rippo flickered away, Mal flickered to chase him, and just as he was gonna throw him, Amal dashed in and got thrown instead.
And keep in mind that smart targeting, it's always the closest target. Amal now currently level 6 and Turtle in hand. Mal looking to hit level 4, but he's delayed it this time round. Even Stoem hasn't hit level 4 on time. Oh my god, Ilham is still not level 4.
Ilham not having a good time here. A lot of pressure has been placed on him by the Homeboys, and Stoem now forced into heavy defensive position just to make sure his jungle isn't invaded again.
Yeah, hopefully they can prepare for that. They should expect it, right? Because at this point, now that he's completed his orange buff, that purple buff is just way too important to give up. Oh, wait, an adjustment. Wait, are they setting up a dive on?
Yes, they are. They want to punish Rippo hard for making a mistake of picking Bane in the EXP lane. Ilham gonna scout. Oh no, Ilham, why? You saw Amal.
All right, sure. All right. Yeah, cool. Yeah, no. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Maima gonna use the wings by wings to get out of there as expected, but right now, Homeboys, they control the entirety of No Man's Land. This river is not safe for trespassers.
Oh, this is right bad right now. Amal again, Blade Surge, catches Storm, somehow doesn't stun Bunny, so he's still able to dash away. Ejector onto the high-lows, Revitalize and Glorious Pathway both used. Feathered Airstrike to zone out the Homeboys, but it's not quite enough. Real World Manipulation now being used on both Bunny and Maima. Soul wants to kill, but he dashes forward. Ilham, oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. He has to run away.
Yep, too much to deal with.
Oh, Amal, can he catch it? Blade Surge just misses.
Dude, Maima's a sitting duck now. He's gonna wait until Blade Surge. Yep.
Wings by wings, Blade Surge just barely misses a second time. Amal's gotta feel bad about that, but Homeboys making their presence known.
This is worthwhile because at the very least, Soul is able to get an assist off of that. Bunny ends up having to take a full recall, and now we see that the lane has been heavily skewed. Soul will be able to dominate this.
Yeah, this is not a good situation. Both RSG and Homeboys are very momentum-based teams. If they're leading early, you can expect them to carry that into the mid-game. And right now, Homeboys are in control.
They haven't stopped just yet. They're playing around Amal as the main spearhead. And so far, Mal and Crush have been doing it so well.
Ilham literally cannot farm his own jungle. Turtle goes to Amal. He's coming in for the purple now. Gets the two-man stun. Feathered Airstrike does some damage. Can they finish off Mal? No, Mal just dodges all of it. They steal the buff away. But RSG doesn't take out any casualties outside Ilham. Never mind. Spoke too soon. Rippo gets turned into takoyaki on the spot. And Soul feels comfortable enough to even run forward, chasing that Stone.
This game's over. This game is just straight up over. It's 4 minutes into the game, 4.4k. Bunny barely has his first item almost complete. But I think that Homeboys, it's very unlikely for them to drop the lead. Especially when you get like close to 5k 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is not a good spot to be in. First item already completed on everyone besides Mal, while RSG is still struggling. 5k net worth lead, 5 minutes in. Early game's already lost for RSG.
I think the worst part about this is that Homeboys actually, with the help of Izanami on this Eve, have some really good sieging potential. So what they can do is essentially shove these lanes all the way up to the inhibitors, and usually the inhibitors are the hardest part for compositions to crack through, but Homeboys can actually force it early First, they gotta make sure that the magic barrier is gone. Secondly, they need the RWM to zone off as many of the RSG members as possible, or keep them within the box as they fight underneath the inhibitor.
Doesn't seem too difficult though. There's so much control for the homeboys, right? Oh, Storm actually did steal that orange buff back. Really good timing with the Ring of Punishment.
And Ilham is just like, man, even my own team's getting my buffs. He literally can't play the game right now. And I think it's a smart idea that RSG NY are sending him into the lanes. I think he should have vertically jungled, but there's just too much risk involved crossing No Man's Land.
Yeah, there's not enough control here. The picks that RSG ended up with just do not have enough lane presence to stop the homeboys from invading. And because of that, they're taking control of the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, this is snowballing out of control a little too quickly for RSG NY. I personally think that RSG NY would have been okay if they got their first 2 items. Even their first item would have been all right. They should have been able to defend against the homeboys. But I think homeboys have, honestly, they've bitten off a finger and pulled the whole arm with it.
Having both Suyo and Jawhead allows them to naturally be pretty strong in the early game. When you add on to the fact that RSG doesn't have the strongest side lanes, and Ilham's oh, Maul, nah, he's fine.
Yep, doesn't have nothing to worry about. They're going to attack the final tier 2 7 minutes in the game. This game is so accelerated. This is the fastest 8K gold lead I've ever seen.
It feels bad for RSG in her situation.
Soul doesn't care.
Soul is just eating it. Oh my goodness, that is demoralizing.
Oh, Maima's got no damage right now. They've got no money. They're so broke.
This is terrible.
This is unplayable.
This is almost unwatchable.
Well, unwatchable is one thing, but I do gotta say that homeboys, just look at how efficient they're transversing the map, right? Zero fear about trading against RSG NY because every trade is in their favor.
Izanami's gone for a Wishing Lantern, second item.
He's having the time of his life.
He's just so farmed at this point that why not, right?
Dude, that's so crazy. Wishing Lantern, dang. Oh, man. 9K lead, about to hit 10K. Final turtle's gone.
That is insane.
Could they go for an endgame push? How far? Okay, I'm curious to know how far behind is RSG realistically, right? 9K down. First item is about to be complete. By the time they get into 21... Wait, what? Wait, what? When he got his tier 2, he got the Feather of Heaven. Did he not go for Starlight Messiah first item, or was he more nervous about the health regeneration?
No, he got Starlight Messiah first item.
Okay. I was just making sure. Because the numbers weren't adding up there for a moment. Okay, so at least that means he's got 2 complete items. Maima needs a second item. Stoam probably should be getting close to finish his first item. I don't think he will go for the Thunderbelt considering how far behind they are. Ripple, I mean, it doesn't matter at this point.
Revo needs items. The unfortunate fact of main EXP is you need items to actually contribute. And he does not have that right now. Even the EXP difference between these teams has to be massive at this stage. Izanami topping the damage deal. Maima just using Feathered Airstrike in the middle of nothing. Does actually force out 2 ultimates for Homeboy, so that's not bad.
I mean, sure, it sounds like a great idea until they see that the Lord is spawning right now. And Mal, he just needs to stand next to Ilham. Flash again. Try it. Better use your Oh, wait, you already used it.
He actually got the stun.
Okay.
Not gonna full commit. Instead, in the bottom lane, Deadly Catch gonna be used. Zaman Force as well, but doesn't matter. Storm dies under his own inhibitor.
This is a massacre. This is an absolute massacre right now. The Fracture does no damage to Izanami. He just tanked it. Didn't even flinch.
We could be seeing a very early end here. At this point, I don't know what RSG can even do. Blade Surge will miss. Amal actually takes a lot of damage by diving in too early, but the Lord collides with the mid inhibitor. Soul will be able to whittle it down, no problems at all. I think they might be able to get top as well. Even bottom being taken out by the homeboys. They're not going to try and force this.
There's honestly no need to. There's the second wave, and now that they have all of their ults, there might be a very good chance here that Homeboys might just pull the trigger with RWF.
Top inhib going to be the next target. Feathered Airstrike already used. Zones out Izanami, though Maima drops low instantly. Fracture gonna be used. Storm tossed into the team. Reward manipulation comes out, but the Deadly Catch finishes off Izanami. An unstoppable streak already taken by the Amal. Double kill for Suyo. Soul picks up 1 because why not? It is a one-sided slaughter. as Ilham turns into a mosquito on the dashboard as the homeboys run them down with no mercy.
Homeboys playing Truck Simulator RSG, just colliding with the windshield. Deadly game. An absolute massacre here by the Homeboys.
That has to be one of the most demoralizing defeats I have ever seen in MPL.
Man, that early game damage is ridiculous. Jawhead plus Suyo, disgusting. Actually disgusting.
Now I have a new combo to try out in pubs. Oh boy. There's so much. Like, what do you even discuss? Is it because of the mispick? Is that it?
All right, let's say it was a mispick. Let's say it was a mispick, right? From the speculations out there, what would you change about it?
Bane?
I feel like it's not Bane's fault in that case. I really don't think it's his fault here. I do think that they could have... I want to see what some of the itemizations were, or at least where their head was at. But I do think that Storm needs to play a more defensive role in the early game. I guess they just weren't expecting the raw damage of Mal and Amal. Because keep in mind, Homeboys, they played the early game with a set plan. Go for the double leash, instantly invade on the blue side, on the purple side of the map, move into blue side territory, and make sure they get punished for it as soon as they hit level 4. Pre-level 4, they're getting ganked.
Yeah, the plan was really good from the Homeboys. I like their draft quite a lot. And I can see where you're coming from with Bane not being the cause of this. But I feel like if Rippo was on a better EXP lane hero, he could have maybe stopped the bleeding a little bit, right? Because those initial ganks in the EXP lane, he can't do anything. He may have been able to help a little otherwise, but Amal... That Suyo gameplay, definitely deserving of MVP.
Nasty stuff coming out from this kid. Very young as well, Amal. A lot of potential as a jungler overall, but looking at his build, it looks like he likes to go for something a little different. Lethal Ignition as his main emblem, but he also goes Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, BOD, War Axe. Now, the War Axe is a little, I don't want to say, controversial is probably too strong of a word, but definitely preference amongst the Suyo players. Some opt to skip the War Axe entirely to go for pure damage, but if you are going for War Axe, you're most likely going to hold your abilities.
It means that you intend to fight longer, and a lot of players will skip the item because if you play Suyo in more of an in-and-out assassin style, it doesn't help as much. You can even see his GPM though, 1056.
Not surprised.
Not the highest, but top 3, definitely.
Honestly, they probably should have dragged this game longer so that they can try and overcome Chibi's highest amount of GPM achieved in a total in a game. But yeah, honestly, looking at it, nothing much that they could have done. Crush, he's so rich, so very rich. 2 items, almost about to be done with the dominant size. Honestly, was maybe even considering going for the Queen's Wings just for funsies.
Yeah, RSG, their draft didn't help them too much. Even if you don't consider the mispick here, when you see Homeboys lock in Suyo Jawhead, you immediately know early game you gotta have some lane priority so you're able to roam around and help. The Hylos already isn't actually that good at stopping invades, he's just there to soak damage, so mid and EXP become a lot more important. And well, Farsa and Bane, yeah.
Not exactly the greatest pushers at level 1. That's what we'll say for sure. Level 1, level 2, pretty tough for them. Pretty tough, especially with their lane matchups being so dominant. Like Izanami outranges Maima with the Void Blast alone. So trading against them is pretty difficult. Crush naturally can just clap Rippo if ever he wants to try and push the wave and not trade against them. Crush is going to focus on him.
Yeah, it was very smart from the Homeboys, maybe even a little bit bullying considering the circumstances, but it is exactly what they need to do. Immediately identifying that RSG's early game is quite weak. As long as they disable Ilham right from the get-go, they don't have anything to worry about until mid-game or when RSG gets some items. And so Ilham was just treated as a punching bag.
Poor Ilham. He had such a rough game. He just wanted to end up on the EXP side of the map, man. He needed to help out his boy Rippo and got punished for it. I can't say much about it, honestly.
You can't stop the enemy invade, so you're giving up buffs. And then there was even at one point where he wanted to farm the jungle camp. He saw Amal pop out of the tri-bush and still went for the farm because of how desperate he was for something. He was thinking, oh, if it's just Amal, maybe I can get the camp. Then 3 people pop out and blow him up.
But that's the thing, I don't know. It's one of those things that you don't think about until it's too late. Because Nolan has one of the fastest clear speeds in the game. Like, hands down, no questions asked about it. Suyo doesn't even compare to it. So it feels very weird to be like, I did the exact same jungle path rotation. Suyo was invading my jungle, so technically he should be behind on tempo in terms of rotating unless he got help. So by the time he gets to that purple buff and moving up to that tri-buff, as soon as he sees Amal, he should already know, I haven't seen Jawhead anywhere else on the map, and he's in a particular spot where he shouldn't be at this time. Process of elimination, there's like 3 people in that tri-brush.
And yet, RSG, I think, were already in a bad state of mind when the game started. There was no real game plan going into it. So they weren't prepared for anything, basically. The Jawhead leashing the second camp is always something you have to consider. But because of their draft, they already have to play defensive just in case he decides to invade level 1. And then when he invaded level 2, the timing was already off.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great opening coming in from the homeboys. I think the RSG probably got to rethink how exactly they're going to deal with this early game composition coming in from the homeboys anyways. And I feel like as much as I want to believe that Khalid is going to be the way to go, it's just a lot of CC as well from the homeboys.
Yeah, Khalid is not bad though. Repo has already made a lot happen in some previous series with this hero in particular. So just going for it will at least give him lane priority no matter his opponent. Because just looking at this, the GPM from Amal is crazy. Izanami being both the carry and the best wingman. Definitely looking back in form on a hero like Eve.
Yeah, looking great, looking great. Feels comfortable, feels at home for Izanami. But this game ended so quick. Roughly 12 minutes and 35 seconds here. And we're seeing that Izanami got his glowing wand pretty early, like 5 minutes, about to go 6, and then the Demon Shoes immediately after the 6 minutes. Man.
Do you normally go Demon Shoes? Right?
In Izanami's case, yes.
Okay.
Because he's not going for Enchanted Talisman.
Oh, that's true, right?
Yeah.
Right.
First item Glowing Wand, and then second item into the Wishing Lantern. I personally, I would have thought that he would go straight into Ice Queen's Wand just for the hell of it. Because they're already dominating so hard, might as well just like make their life miserable.
The thing is, Izanami's mindset at that point is not like, oh, their life is already difficult, let me slow them and be annoying. He's thinking, their life is already difficult, I'm gonna end it quickly for them.
Hey, at least he has mercy. At least he understands when an animal needs to be put down.
Man, but I'm worried, right? Because both these teams are momentum based. We've brought that up many times. Homeboys now have momentum. That was a very, very clean victory. But RSG, are they going to have the mental needed for game 2?
Honestly, I think I'm going to need a little bit of time to think about that, because we're going to be throwing it over to Rose on the offstage segment. Rose, what's going on with you offstage?
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, saya tak minta banyak. Saya cuma nak semua berikan perhatian kepada saya. Saya bersama dengan Amir. Amir, sihat? Dan saya juga bersama dengan Real. Tangan kosong. Pegangkan?
Sihat, Alhamdulillah.
Pegangkan?
Boleh. Saya jadi host.
Meh, kau tengok tadi. Bila nampak RSG dah salah pick, adakah kau bersorak time tu? Bersorak? Bersorak? Sorak. Toksik punya perangai ni, jangan macam tu. Mak ayah marah tau. Oh, tak sorak Okay. Speaking of which, bila dah nampak dah salah pick dah tu, adakah awak tepuk dahi awak?
Tepuk dahi, tepuk badan, semua tepuk.
Badan awak ke badan orang lain?
Badan saya, badan kawan saya.
Oh,
macam
faham.
mana boleh salah pick? Tak apalah.
Macam mana boleh salah pick Jadi bila nampak tu, memang rasa ada harapan nak menang ke time tu dah memang fikir GG lah?
GG lah. Ikut kenyataan lah.
Ikut kenyataan.
Tak boleh nak menipu.
Betul. Jadi rasanya, salah pick tu, adakah Tuhan dah takdirkan untuk orang salah pick tersebut?
Untuk homeboys terus layak untuk play off.
Awak tak boleh wakilkan Tuhan, awak tak tahu. Mereka cakap jangan, tak tahu. Okay, tapi rasanya untuk game kedua ni, kalau RSG diorang pick betul, diorang boleh kalahkan Homeboys, ataupun pick macam mana pun, Homeboys tetap menang.
Homeboys tetap menang.
Homeboys tetap menang. Dari tadi aku usik dia, kau pula.
Jangan di estimate sebab first game semalam kita orang kalah lawan Vamos. Second game kita orang menang lawan Vamos. So anything can happen. So tengoklah nanti macam mana.
Vamos tu tim kuat ke?
Vamos tu tim, yelah, Homeboys pun kuat. So apa-apa boleh jadi, diorang pun boleh main, Homeboys pun boleh main. So InsyaAllah lah boleh menang.
Bagus. Saya macam nak tanya dia, kalau gitu tim mana yang lemah tapi takut ni kan, rasa kan. Jadi untuk awak, ada kata-kata terakhir untuk Homeboys?
Untuk Homeboys, all the best and 2-0.
Real, RSG, diorang perlukan kau.
Untuk yang main atas stage tu, good luck. Korang perlukan 1 point je untuk kita secure slot untuk next season. InsyaAllah. Good luck guys. Do your best.
Real hanya pentingkan yang on stage, yang off stage, dia tak kisah langsung. Bakta balik. Ya, ni. Korang boleh duduk dulu. Terima kasih banyak, Real, Amir. Korang memang dah membantu banyak sangat. Dengan ni, kita akan terus pass kepada kita punya cast. Ya. Ya. Mana phone aku? Sabar jap. Jangan excited sangat. Tolong. Hello? Ya, saya Melayu. Tak ada soalan lain ke? Oh, tanya. Oh, lagu dah siap. Untuk play off tu? Oh. Tak, sebenarnya aku minta minggu ketiga. Kenapa play off baru siap? Oh, tapi sedap. Sure. Sekejap. Sif ada sekali. Boleh cut part Sif ke? Oh, tak boleh Oh, tak boleh, tak apa lah. Bayar macam mana? QR boleh? Bayar QR Okay. Terima kasih Mak. Okay, bye. Alright guys, lagu playoff dah siap. Bang kamera is okay. Stay je. Sekarang tim dah bersedia. Kita akan terus pass kepada caster.
Big shout outs to LaFell taking the stage. Wasn't expecting that one. I thought it was gonna be Rose.
Yeah, you did false advertising.
I did false advertising. I wasn't expecting it, man. I didn't expect it coming. But apparently, even the new song for the MPL might be coming real soon here.
I'm really excited. I feel like we may have gotten a little bit of a sneak peek there. LaFell forgot to change his ringtone. But all good. Very much looking forward to it. The same way I am looking forward to seeing what happens in this series. Like what our fans said, RSG needs 1 point. If they have 1 point, they could still maybe make it into the next season.
Just one is all they need. We asked Garakuri, our Bahasa broadcaster and commentator, how do you feel seeing RSG now, especially when you also casted for Season 7 when RSG won? A bit sad to see another giant of the MPL MY fall like GeekFan before, but this is just part of their story. I'm also eager to see if they can change the outcome of their story like SRG, who has also fallen before.
Yep, this is a journey. It's a process. Sometimes Titans will fall. Nothing truly lasts forever. And that's why it takes a lot of work, a lot of dedication to make sure that you can keep yourself in the hot seat at all times. All of us were casting when RSG won that championship. It was hype. To see how far they've fallen is quite sad.
It is. It really is. I do hope the best for the organization and all of these individual players here, but they've got to change something here. Despite LaFell with the big leaks, RSG need to make some tweaks to their draft. Hopefully, I don't know. I feel like the Jawhead Suyo has definitely blindsided me, and I'm already thinking about what can you do in the early game to defend yourself against it.
Well, first, let's consider some of the gold lane picks. Like Carry, for example, right now, having been picked the most by Soul, Net, Ruff, and Lolil, with Soul having 7 picks, quite a lot compared to the rest.
A higher majority compared to the rest. I think that Nets has the best win rate so far. Ruff with only 3 picks, 67 win rate, and Lolil's at 3 picks, 33%, because he has been picking up Claude more often than I would like to see him on it, but still, it's fine. Carry has been the go-to for Soul. That's his like reliable go-to pick when there's nothing else left.
It is a pretty reliable hero in the end, because once you get those items in, you can melt almost any other hero in the game thanks to Carry's passive. So it's a pretty safe place to go, but does come with its own set of risks, namely the short attack range in comparison, especially nowadays that we are seeing more heroes like Harif, like Nathan, who are able to control the teamfight a little better.
Let's get into the drafting phase here. Arm ourselves with some weapons. Let's see whether RSG can equalize the score. They just need 1 game win against Homeboys to keep themselves out of the red zone. Let's jump right into this. Which side have they opted to go for? Ooh, RSG blue side, Homeboys red side.
Sticking on the blue side. Hopefully it doesn't bite them in the butt here. The Jawhead Suyo combo is still available as of right now. So we'll see whether or not RSG decides to ban part of it.
They could, but they're still going with the exact same draft. I mean, RSG isn't the type of team to change away from their game plan, right? If game 1 they're on blue side, game 2 you could pretty much expect the same with minor tweaks to the composition. So I would assume that the first 3 picks for RSG is going to be the same.
Who said there are no shortcuts in
Is it
life?
really the best? Harif is fine, personally. Nolan's alright as well, but the high-lows may have not been sufficient for how much aggression Homeboys was throwing at them. RSG is still sticking with the same draft for now.
Harith, 53% win rate so far, 51 total bans. Okay, no surprises there. Suyo Jawhead? Okay, Suyo
There it is.
Jawhead.
I wonder if there's like, can we come up with some kind of name for this combo?
The
Suhead. Jayo.
I'll take Jayo, because Suhead, that sounds a lot worse. That sounds terrible.
It sounds like Jiayo.
It sounds like you're paying for it. Fulvius up against... Oh, wait. Fulvius Nolan. That's different. That's a break of pace.
I do like that a little bit more. Phobius allows for more aggressive action. And similarly to Khalid, will usually win out the 1v1 in the EXP lane.
They get the carry at the end still. Despite everything, I guess Soul is just confident in his capabilities on handling the Harith with the carry, which I think is totally fine. But now that we go into the second phase, do they still follow the same bans? I feel like for Homeboys, yes, you still follow the exact same bans. You go for the Zushin, you get rid of the Zas, you go for the Eve first pick.
Yeah, Eve did a very, very good job for controlling the map for the Homeboys. And since RSG has already locked themselves into the Nolan yet again, we already know that early game bullying is possible.
Thinking about EXP, right now it's Phovius. Could Homeboys get extra annoying? Because the problem with Phovius right now is that even though Khalid is strong in the early game, he has a terrible lane matchup against Phovius overall, right? And as soon as Phovius hits level 4, it's basically an unplayable lane. You have to commit your ults if you want to go for all-ins, and even then you have no guarantee of connecting against the Phovius.
Yeah, so that EXP lane matchup going to be important. We could see even RSG getting rid of options there, with the Edith being banned out already. Homeboy still sticking to Zask and Zusin, like you mentioned.
Okay, do they also want to get rid of CC here? Do they want to open up Valentina just in case? Or do they want to ban out the... Because if we see the Valentina ban here for the side of RSG, that means they probably want to pick up the Bane once again.
Oh, someone rolling.
Oh,
the Ducati banner. Anything good?
Come on, give us something good. Unfortunate.
It's pretty good skins though. Wish we got a chance to see more of them.
I don't know. I feel like, as much as I'm a big Benedetta fan, I feel like the Leomore Ducati one is better.
Choose my own I think they're all pretty good in general. I think we can agree that they're all pretty good. You think some of them are not so good?
I mean, what are we comparing it to?
Just like in general, you know, from an objective standpoint. You don't think they're good?
I think that the Benedetta Ducati could use a bit of work. I feel like it's a little counterintuitive with what it's supposed to do and look like, so I do wish there were a couple minor changes, very minor changes. It's the only thing putting me off. But my general bias comes from because I like Benedetta anyways. All right, Arlet, Edith, we see the Yves first pick coming in from Homeboys on the second phase. Everything going up to standard. Now here's the big one. Let's see it. Now that Phoveus has come in, we haven't seen a high loss pick just yet.
Yeah, mid-roam going to be very important to try and block the jungle against the Jayo combo from Homeboys, because it just made Ilham not able to play the game in game number 1. You gotta have some early game presence.
They go for high loss. Do they go for insta invade? They can go Khalid roam here as well. Both.
Khalid is banned.
Oh yeah, Khalid is banned. Shucks.
Cho?
Cho. I mean, Cho's okay. It's like, it's alright, but it doesn't really solve a lot of their problems. Okay, Vex. Grok.
I was considering that as well. The wall could make the paths a little harder to traverse for the Homeboys. And Storm has played it before in the past. Vexana gonna be pretty solid as well to deal with any dive heroes. So looking like a much more well-rounded composition here.
Looks closer towards what we're used to in the meta so far. Do Homeboys shift their picks now? I mean, we've seen Crush on both Edith and as well as the Phoveus. How deep does his pockets go?
Looking at what's left in the EXP lane. Hylos is still open, but I'm not a big fan of it here. Terizla has been a little less popular.
It's just about wave clear, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, still going for it.
Okay, alright. I'm expecting an early proxy. Or at the very least, Hylos is going to try and proxy. If he finds any resistance, he's going to go back to lane.
Yeah, having Hylos around does mean that you're able to check both halves of the enemy jungle as well if you want to go for full aggressive movement. So if Homeboys are able to continue with the momentum they had before, RSG could be in trouble. But if they're able to find that discipline, find that key performance, then they can potentially keep themselves in MPL MY.
I mean, generally, they want to do the exact same thing. An early game composition designed to play around Soul's lane, and they're going to gank Bunny as many times as possible after seeing what RSG did to Vamos when Bunny came up online. They're going to play a traditional front-to-back. Rippo just has to buy as much time as possible, but the whole boys will own this early game.
Well, the Land of Dawn opens up once again as we witness a battle between two long-time MPL mainstays, both sitting at the bottom of the standings. Any points they can claim will go a long way to keeping their journey alive.
All right, let's jump right into it. RSG on the blue side once again, starting with the purple buff start for Ilham. Homeboys on the red side with Amal also starting on his own purple buff.
Will there be the leash to buff Amal onto level 3? Looks like that is the case. So this time, Storm is scouting it out. He does get the reset!
No! Storm's too smart! Amal, all of his efforts wasted. That's going to be a bit of a delay. Amal, he's not even going to bother with the buff. He's going to go for the smaller camp first, waiting for the cooldowns to get it before he heads to his buff.
It's a slower level 3, not too much slower, but enough to make sure that Ilham will be able to hit his level 3 first, and so he will not be cheesed the same way he was in game 1.
Alright, let's take a quick look at the emblems before we move further than this. Looks like nothing is out of the ordinary. Wilderness Blessing, that's what I'd like to see. Cooldowns and...
That's awkward.
He almost did it again. He almost missed it again.
Yeah, you don't want that. Though it does slow him down a little bit because he has to go back to finish it off. You can see in the EXP lane, Rippo is winning out that 1v1 against Crush like expected. So this gives RSG priority over the bottom half of the map.
Storm auto going for Brave Smite and also wants to make sure he can reduce the cooldowns for his battle spells. Expect to see Storm being pretty generous with his wild charge, I would imagine.
Skill 2 from the Phoveus, going to be able to stop the Jawhead's engage, and Izanami actually being poked to and forced to recall back the base in mid lane. A much better early game from RSG.
Very standard early game as well. Homeboys, they do have a little bit of a lead of their own, but honestly not that big of a deal. Wow.
Oh. Amaima, not too sure if he got caught out unexpectedly there, but 3 members from Homeboys get first blood. This is gonna give them advantage for Turtle. Rippo and Stome are both in the area, but so are 4 members of the Homeboys. Izanami not level 4 yet though, so no RWM. Amal secures the Turtle. Not much RSG can do.
They back away. Now that first initial death by Maima actually came from the hands of Mal. He flickered, went for the injector, and they all dived upon him. That's how that first blood occurred.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's why he's got such a long cooldown on his battle spell. That being said though, they gotta start tracking where Ilham is going to show up, because Mal, as much as he wants the invade, they actually do have the resources to make it work.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still anyone's game at this point. That first blood going to the Homeboys is not a big deal for RSG because Ilham is starting to get to the point where he can actually go for ganks and maybe rack up some kills.
I think right now Mal should pretty much disrespect Stoem. Oh wait, no, he's level 4. Never mind, take it back.
Yeah.
While he was level 3, he should have absolutely just walked up and man-fought him.
They will zone him out from the gold lanes though, so Bunny has to position a bit more defensively.
Wait, isn't Bunny just like straight up dead here if they just like commit? Oh no. The wall charge could get him out.
Yeah, they instantly shift their focus to the other side of the map instead, though Maima didn't show in the mid lane, so they're just gonna go back to farming.
Going to be slow-paced game for now. Minimal interaction between RSG, MY, and as well as the Homeboys. Maybe they pass by each other every once in a while in the river, but things have not been looking up. RSG, MY still waiting for their item power spike, so you can tell that Rippo is expecting a dive on his side of the map.
He's already prepared for it. The Homeboys are not trying to force anything just yet. Knowing that they don't have nearly as much of a snowball as before, they're gonna take it a little bit more slowly, which is respectful, but oh, the flicker wall charge catches out Izanami in the mid lane. The rest of his team comes to back him up. Izanami gets the shield from RWM, keeps him alive long enough to trade himself for Ilham.
Unlucky, but I think Homeboys took more casualties there. Sorry, RSG took more casualties there. Wait, is Stone okay? I mean, he's taking a bit of a beating here by Crush, but now the collapse.
Up 3 members, Zaman Force going to be used. Glorious Pathway blocked off by the wall, but he's still able to walk around it. A lot of resources used by RSG.
Score is about to equalize here, but at least for the side of Homeboys, taking out Ilham. Wait, hold on.
Maima in trouble. A beautiful CC chain, and Crush finishes off the Vexana as Mal gets the ejector on Stone, throws him back into Rippo, stunning both right under the Turtle. Turtle dropping very low right now. Ilham on top of it, but Amal dashes in and steals it away at the last second. Homeboys comes out on top.
I'm telling you, it's really difficult to out-retry a Suyo here, especially when his Soul Sever deals 20% missing.
Bunny in trouble. He doesn't have Purify, but great flicker timing. Uses the Zaman Force to re-engage, do some poke damage, and get out to safety.
It should be alright here, but Stoem, I think he needs to back off. They need to sacrifice this tier 1 play on the opposite side of the map.
Amal going to be here. 4 members of Homeboys. Bunny can no longer defend this tower. Will have to give it away to Soul.
They're taking their time with this. I think the Homeboys, they've got the same general concept. May not be as snowbally as it was in the previous game, but at the very least now, they're really calculating the risk and reward.
I do like this. This is growth from the Homeboys right now. We are seeing them play appropriately with the momentum and placement in their game. Looking at the gold lead, still pretty small actually, so RSG are... Oh, flicker, wall charge a bit slow, but still able to connect. Finds one into the Eternal Guard. Izanami is slain immediately. Crush cannot save him. In fact, Crush himself is in trouble. Glorious Pathway just barely gets him out as the ejector throws Rippo under the tower and gets picked off by Soul.
Fast motions, fast movements from the Homeboys. They still hold their structures, but at the very least, they are trading proactively. While this was happening, at least Bunny was able to get a tower on the top side of the map, or should be able to get a tower on the top side. Yep, recalculated. Nicely done. Showing presence on the map from the side of Homeboys gave him the confidence to just keep on pushing.
Oh, you gotta find any advantage you can get right now. RSG not actually that behind in the game, but still losing out in terms of overall rotation. Stone taking a lot of damage from Soul here, though Soul himself maybe walking too far forward. Has to use Purify to not be caught by Rippo.
4 seconds until we see the next turtle spawn here, and majority of the Homeboys are rotating for it to zone them off. And unfortunately for RSGMY, this purple buff is always going to be contested.
Crush already on top of it while Amal is working on the turtle, though it is taking a while, so I think Ilham probably still got... No, he actually didn't get the purple.
No, it's about to spawn here, but they have a timing on their spawn. So every single time it's about to spawn, you can expect the homeboys to just be sitting there, standing there menacingly.
But surprisingly, right now, not doing that. Instead, gonna respawn to the side lanes and make sure that RSG doesn't get any more buildings from split push.
Oh, okay. That's a bit surprising. Definitely thought the homeboys wanted to negate the effectiveness of Ilham here because he's already caught up to Amal. He used to be a level down, and then he actually overtook him for a little bit. Ilham overtook the EXP lead against Amal roughly, I would say, like 5-6 minutes into the game.
Yep, I think you would be correct to assume that. We're almost 8 minutes in. Stone gonna be spotted in the river. The flicker ejector onto Maima! Throws him back into the jaws of Amal. Stone uses flicker to get away from the glorious pathway, but he is still very, very low, and Izanami going to whack him to death.
They're going to keep on trying to force this underneath their turret, though. But on the opposite side of the map, their tier 2s are about to collapse as Nolan has been pushing this entire time. Oh, boys, finally get a good chunk, but Ilham takes a bit of a nibble before he leaves.
As long as RSG is still able to get some nibbles in return, they are not totally losing out, but Homeboys is slowly getting more and more advantage. There needs to be a more decisive victory from RSG. They use the conceal, but glorious pathway. Oh, Crush actually trapped behind the wall. So RSG doesn't quite have enough burst damage, and now the real one manipulation comes out. Meanwhile, Amal on top of Ilham chases him away. Infernal Pursuit being used by Ribbo. He finally finishes off Crush, but he trades himself for it. Not sure if it's worth it as Storm gets the wall charge, knocks up 2. Zaman Force used by Bunny, ejector to stop his advance, and Homeboys walk away.
All right. 2.7k lead on their side. Crush and Rippo trading 1 for 1. Honestly, it's pretty good for Crush because he's got the level lead onto Rippo as at this point of time. Now, with the Lord spawning, this could be huge for RSG-MY if they want to keep this competitive against the Homeboys.
Can they contest this though? They already used a lot of their resources in the last fight, and Homeboys are blitzing it down. They know the timing, they know the cooldowns. Free Lord going over to red side.
Nicely done by the Homeboys. RSG-MY haven't been making too many proactive plays. They've just been reacting to the Homeboys. And I think right now, what they need to see is an RWM come out from Izanami, maybe an unstoppable force from Mal, because that gives the green light for Stone to look for the play.
What charge? Just whiffs completely. Mal gonna feel pretty good about that one as Ilham tries to see if he can burst someone down, but he's already behind.
That's crazy. I mean, they're going to get zoned off. Crush is going to get zoned off here. But RSG, I don't think they're getting stat checked just yet. I think their power spike is almost there, and maybe they can hold off against the Homeboys for now. But now that Lord is pushing in, if they lose out an inhibitor, I think Homeboys have set themselves up for victory.
A lot of pressure going to be on Bunny right now. He hasn't died yet, so his farm should still be alright, albeit definitely behind Soul. If RSG can buy enough space in their base defense for him to do some damage, then they can maybe still hold off the Homeboys for a little longer. But that's hard to say.
Yeah, I can't even say for certain that will happen. But let's start first with this Lord push. Conceal?
Yeah, bottom inhib, conceal used, glorious pathway, will manipulation. Gonna be used all to zone out RSG from the bot inhib. Homeboys get it very easily and will just disengage.
They might be looking for one more here, but all the magic barriers have collapsed on every single one of these lanes. Homeboys just looking to try and set up a checkmate angle. They don't have the gold for it, but they're halfway there. There's still a missing inhibitor on RSG-MY's side. Unfortunately, it's on the short side of the lane because Lord is spawning up bot side.
Things are looking pretty dire now for RSG. Their draft is not the best in terms of late game scaling either. Soul just performs better at that stage, so mid game is where they really wanted to gain an advantage, and right now Homeboys are the ones in the lead.
As they continue to just freeze out these waves, waiting for RSG-MY to walk up further than they should, to maybe look for a punish. Because I don't think RSG-MY want to give any free kills over.
They really cannot afford to. We have to remember, 1 point from RSG. They need at least 1 win to keep their hopes of staying to the next season of MPL MY alive. And Homeboys right now aiming to take that hope away.
Could they? How would they turn this around? I'm thinking of some items. Oh wait, hold on. Rippo is going for an interesting sustain build here. He's going into the pure fighter. He's not taking full advantage of Thunderbelt actually scaling off of MR and as well as armor. Kind of interesting why he wanted this. He already has Festival of Blood.
Kamal jumps in with Ejector, forces Wild Charge defensively out of Stone. Another key cooldown not available for RSG.
Oh, they're still juggling around though, but Ilham can get this.
Timing was not bad actually, but Amal being a little cleaner with that.
Both unable to get the red trees off in that time. This is going to be a quick rush down for the homeboys here as Crush maintains that front.
Crush really doing a good job this game of solo holding back RSG MY. Wasn't too sure if the Hylos EXP would work too well considering Phoveus does win the 1v1, but Crush proving himself more valuable.
If Crush is going to continue showing his value, he needs to start slowing down his targets. So far, Maima only caught 3 times this game, and that's when you see RSG MY really struggle when they don't have their anchor to fall back to. In terms of damage dealt, Izanami still on top with Maima catching up quickly, but doesn't have the items to compensate for the last 5,000 damage behind. He is behind Izanami. But with now Illumina's Lord, this could be it. I don't think it's a checkmate angle. I think it's very defendable by RSG MY, but they need to bait out the RWM.
And they need clean play. They gotta time it. Because if homeboys have all of their resources when the Lord is on top of the crystal, RSG, their legacy could end here.
They dance around for a little bit. We're expecting the engage to come on through, but first, Guardian's Barrier from Storm. Not going to get thrown out just yet.
Yep, homeboy still focusing on the rest of the inhibitors. Glorious pathway to cut off RSG while they deal with the Lord on their crystal. Mid inhibitor is already gone. Maul jumps in, not able to find the throw though. But Soul doing so much damage. Izanami finishes off Storm. Real completion already used as Amal secures a killing spree onto Rippo. Crush still alive after everything. Zaman Force used. Buddy finally takes him out. But the crystal is exposed and the homeboys are not going to let this chance go. The legacy of RSGMY ended at the hands of their longtime rivals.
A painful loss for the homeboy, a painful loss for RSG. A well-needed victory for the homeboys and a 2-0 in a matter of fact. A 2-0, those 3 points are going to be so precious to them as they try and look to secure a spot for themselves.
Up a huge momentum that will give them better seeding. Let's go ahead and let LaFell take over with his interview on stage.
Terima kasih banyak kepada semua caster. Tapi sekarang, kita nak berbual dulu dengan RSGMY. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, perlawanan ini adalah perlawanan yang sangat penting. Di mana secara tak langsung ini adalah elimination match. Di mana RSG mereka ada dekat sini sejak MPL Malaysia musim ke-7. Tetapi dengan outcome pertarungan ini, mereka telah tersingkir di mana musim hadapan mereka tak ada dekat MPL. Jadi dekat sini Maima, Mike ada dengan awak. Fans RSGMY datang sokong. Fans Homeboys datang untuk saksikan perlawanan ini. Boleh bagi kata-kata terakhir sebagai wakil RSGMY.
Assalamualaikum and Alhamdulillah kita dapat berkumpul sama-sama pada hari ini. And saya nak first of all ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang datang. Fans SRG and fans Homeboys yang memeriahkan Stadium MBSJ pada hari ini. And saya sebagai seorang player yang baru satu season kat RSG, saya memang nak minta maaf dekat fan RSG. Maybe saya sendiri yang mungkin masih tidak mampu untuk membawa RSG pergi ke arah yang lebih jauh, and maybe banyak lagi yang benda saya boleh improve untuk diri saya dan juga rakan-rakan. And sekali lagi saya memang minta maaf kerana saya tak dapat bawa RSG lebih tinggi pada season ini.
Maima, not your fault, man. Not your fault. Again, respect to you guys. Good luck on your next adventures. But for now, give the final bow in 3, 2, 1, bow. RSGMY! And now let's invite Homeboys. Mal, sini dulu. Okay, ni mic. First of all, Mal, personal question untuk awak. Naik Udil. Give it up for Udil. Mal, personal question saya nak tanya depan semua orang dekat sini. Macam mana persahabatan awak dengan Ripo sebenarnya? Relationship awak dengan Ripo, okay ke?
Biasa-biasa je.
Biasa-biasa je. Adakah itu sebab kenapa dalam game pertama Ripo pakai bin, dia dah boleh mati dah tu dengan Imal? Pasal awak pergi campak Imal kat belakang.
Dia dah bayar duit tepi.
Oh, dah bayar duit tepi, faham. Nampak gayanya bayaran tu tak cukup lah. Jadi kat sini, Imal, jujur soalan saya dekat sini. Ini adalah perlawanan yang sangat penting untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Di mana menang perlawanan ini bermaksud selamat dekat dalam MPL. Kita boleh nampak pressure yang sangat tinggi sehingga RSG pun tersalah pick hero. Boleh tak sebagai player yang bermain dekat atas pentas, cerita sedikit pressure yang Homeboy sendiri lalui, sama ada dari fans, management, coach dan diri sendiri sebagai player?
Kalau pressure tu of course lah. Lagi-lagi bermain untuk pasukan Homeboys memang pressure lah. Nak ganti player-player yang sebelum ni kan. Diorang punya fans banyak, so memang pressure lah nak gantikan slot diorang. Tapi kita orang just buat yang terbaik je lah.
Dan disebabkan terbaik itu masih kekalkan slot. Berikan tepukan guys. Emma, kita akan tanya pada Emma. Jadi Emma, sememangnya saya rasa behind the scene Homeboys dah ada banyak perbincangan sesama sendiri. Apakah yang korang akan buat selepas ni? Jadi boleh tak bagi tahu kita sikit, apakah plan untuk Homeboys selepas ni?
Plan tak boleh betul lagi lah, tapi akan ada macam ada ke tapi Homeboys akan strong lah.
Jangan takut, lepaskan je.
Tak boleh betul, yang penting Homeboys akan strong lah next season.
Homeboys akan strong next season.
Boleh akan bangkit lah.
Alright, terima kasih. And now, saya akan gunakan kuasa saya dekat atas ni to call my boy Iznami, sini jap. Iznami, it's okay, apa-apa jadi season ni, you still my boy. Alright?
Thank you.
Jadi, ini bukan ucapan terakhir, tapi just nak cakap, ramai orang datang, nampak dorang-dorang kat sini. Dorang semua sokong Homeboys. Salah, ni RSG. Yang ni sokong Homeboys. Salah. Tengok belah sini, adakah dorang datang sini memberikan korang kekuatan untuk kalahkan RSG?
Ya, betul lah. Sebab tanpa dorang ni kami...
Betul.
Thank you sebab datang.
Saya pun rasa tanpa dorang, korang nothing. Tapi sekarang, kita akan tengok siapakah MVP untuk pelawak ni. Rasanya siapakah MVP? Jujur cakap, saya pekak, saya tak tahu. Jadi mari kita tengok. The MVP of the match jatuh kepada Rezaname. Aku dah tanya kau soalan, jadi aku tak tahu nak tanya apa lagi. Kau nak tanya aku soalan apa ke? Udil will come. Jadi dekat sini, of course, Iznami, I tahu yang you sendiri tak puas hati dengan you punya own prestasi pada season ni. Jadi untuk you personally sebagai player, apakah perubahan yang you harap akan terjadi pada musim akan datang?
Saya harap di season yang seterusnya ni kami ada masa yang banyak lah untuk training, sebab season ni kami masa kami training ni agak singkat dan kami pun banyak bertukar-tukar line up kan. So next season kami akan buat yang terbaik lah. And dengan yang last, thank you kepada Flame Boys, pada fans-fans yang datang. Tidak lupa juga kepada fans RSG yang pernah support saya sebelum ni. Thank you so much.
Nak nangis ke? Jangan nangis. Kita nak end sekarang ke nak panggil Udil? End sekarang? Alright, terima kasih pada semua datang. Let's invite Udil! Udil mana Udil? Give it up for Udil! Sini ni. Udil.
Astagfirullahalazim.
Assalamualaikum Udil.
Waalaikumsalam bang.
Macam mana kesihatan Udil sekarang?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Alhamdulillah baik. Season ni memang kita boleh nampak rough season untuk Homeboys.
Ya.
Tetapi kalau kita tengok fan sign semua dekat sini, semua cakap stay true. Apa-apa pun stay true kepada Homeboys. Jadi ini adalah kali terakhir korang dekat atas pentas. Ada tak kata-kata terakhir daripada Udil sendiri kepada semua orang satu dunia ni?
Kau ni lebay lah.
Ya, aku ni memang lebih sikit tapi it's okay.
So ini kena speech ke?
Iya, speech. Nak skrip ke?
Semestinya yang speech di sini tu it's either AB atau coaching management sebab dorang yang memang going through this season macam senang susahnya. So di sini pun aku tak nak jadi delar, tak nak jadi gojes, tak nak jadi sepat. bukan cuma aku tak nak jadi sepat, melainkan SRG menang terus, Famos menang terus. Lepas tu last time delar di EVOS menang terus, sedangkan Homeboys sekarang kalah terus. So I know guys, it's been tragedy for us mungkin bisa dibilang. Tapi mari kita coba balance tragedi ini dengan komedi dan juga cinta. Aku tak nak nangis dah.
Jangan nangis, tisu saya dekat toilet.
Okay. Mungkin ini bakal jadi waktu yang sulit untuk kita karena tak lolos playoff, terlebih lagi playoff cut Johor segala macam, dan itu merupakan salah satu impian Dedi juga untuk main di sana. So Dedi, kami nak cakap sorry sebab memberikan hasil yang tidak memuaskan. Dan aku pun yakin orang-orang di sini mereka semua sudah di their best. So kalau misalkan korang rasa player-player Homeboys ini macam bad sangat punya gameplay, bukan cuma kalian guys yang merasa seperti itu, melainkan aku pun rasa macam itu karena aku nonton di belakang stage macam aku nak ingin bagi phone dekatku je, kenapa kau main bodoh gitu lah, kurang lebih macam tu lah. Kurang lebih macam tu lah. Aku paham apa yang korang rasakan, cuman once again I would like to say they did their best already guys. So tak nak blame dorang, melainkan bagi terus support dekat dorang. Sebab ini bukan first time Homeboys macam ni. Season 7, Season 8, Season 9, dorang pun sama. Ada dari bawah dahulu. So, ini adalah masa untuk Flame Boys bagi support dekat player Homeboys yang baru. Memanglah player Homeboys yang lama sudah tinggalkan kami. Cuman life goes on guys. Orang-orang datang dan juga pergi. So, kita kena move on dengan masa. Dan ini pun aku wakilkan untuk cakap. Maksudnya aku wakilkan pesan-pesan dorang dan aku yakin dorang pun rasakan hal yang sama dengan aku rasakan. It's always been an honor untuk bermain di depan para fans terbaik. Ini sebuah kehormatan, sebuah kebanggaan untuk selalu bermain di depan Flame Boys. Korang adalah fans terbaik di Malaysia, bahkan fans terbaik di dunia juga.
There you go. Cakap tak nak bagi speech, pasal panjang pula speech dia. Terima kasih banyak Udil.
Biasalah emang PR-ku mantap gila babi.
Tak apa, saya pegang phone pun macam tu. Guys, give it up for Homeboys! Thank you very much. You guys may leave the stage. Yang depan ni. Iznami memang tak ada jam Tahu nanti aku belikan jam. It's okay. Dia perlukan masa. Baiklah, dengan ini kita akan tengok ranking buat masa kini. Bila saya cakap ranking, maksud saya rating. Jujur saya pun tak tahu apa rating tu apa. Rating apa? Well, kita akan nampak on stage. Tapi dengan tu, I hope you guys enjoy yourself. Tapi sekarang kita akan dengar rating ke mic check? Mic check kot? Mic check.
Wait, on the way?
I lost je. Dia ada pun.
What spell you use? Breaker.
I lost. Careful adik, careful.
Kiting.
Kite.
See me guys, can see me?
Adik. Nice. Careful, nolan. Just cut.
Careful lah.
Nice mal. Ready turtle.
Yeah, I think can.
Okay.
Tengok mal guys, tengok mal.
I can solid.
No ulti.
Timmy guys.
Jangan, sini.
Adik. We can.
Nice one.
Nice one. Nice. And double ya, only one.
And the ball. Nice.
Nice one, guys.
Reset guys, reset.
Reset.
Lagi satu game guys.
Going bot, they're going bot. We can go again. Besana, poke. Just poke. Careful man. Dead. Nice one. Grok. Poke base.
I'm FHP guys.
Just poke.
15 seconds guys, 15 seconds.
Roll ulti.
Nice one, Neymar.
Grok no flicker, no ulti. Clinic chill left. Hero, can tower lock?
Can tower lock. Nice one guys.
Can he go? Nice one guys.
Woo, some wise words coming in from Spicy Boy himself from the Homeboys as they take this game 2-0 against RSG, putting RSG out of the MPL for certain.
This match was a clash between two legacies here in MPL Malaysia and also represented the end of two journeys as RSG will now have to face relegation to the MAL, and the Homeboys, while they are able to celebrate their victory, we will not get to see them playing on the stage in Johor.
It's bittersweet to see our big well, I can't even say franchise team because that term is already taken, but I can say that at least for these teams, they're going to go back into the rebuilding phase, and unfortunately today, Homeboys is just a little bit ahead of the game when it comes to rebuilding their squads.
Yeah, Homeboys were looking a lot more put together overall, whereas RSG, you could tell that their momentum was already halted at the very beginning of the match. But we still gotta hand it over to our MVP, Izanami, having Eve in both games and doing a great job of just controlling the team fights.
Just doing some really good stuff here. Game 1, Snowball, Demon Shoes. Game 2, he realized we're not getting as much of a Snowball. I'm gonna go with the regular boots, man. I gotta make sure that I live if I get doved upon.
And going for the Blood Wings first before the Wishing Lantern to keep his survivability high. This is the more default Eve build because he's not leading as heavily as in game number 1. And you can tell it was very difficult for RSG to actually fight into them because he was doing a great job at holding this for the perfect timing.
Exactly. I think that his usage of the RWM is still crispy, still tip-top for the majority of the fights. I just think that right now, Homeboys, they're going to be working on making sure that the cohesion is correct. There were times that the RWM was targeting a, well, not so high priority target, but that's what the team was calling for, so you might as well.
It's a rebuilding phase for both teams. It's unfortunate that it had to happen right before M6, but it just means that they have more of the future to look towards and to maybe build up a brand new legacy to look forward to. As for RSG, they tried. There was an attempt here. I think Storm resetting the buff initially to slow down AML's farm in comparison helped a lot, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, as much as we wanted to see like the Ultra Snowball turn into an avalanche for the side of the Homeboys, RSG had some pretty good ideas, and I gotta give it to Storm. He's got some great in-depth knowledge about how to be able to position the Nature's Barrier in terms of resetting it entirely, depending on the position of where Mal pulled it. Because technically, Mal could have been sitting in the bush. Sure, he could have done an open leash and pulled it even further to his side of the map. Even then, there are angles for that Nature's Barrier to reset it.
Yeah, the early game was not bad from RSG, but you could see that the same issues that plagued them throughout the season still exist. The fact that they're not really playing like a coordinated team, that there isn't a true game plan happening, and they're just reacting to the opponent and hoping for mistakes they can capitalize on. That's not going to be enough in a place like MPL.
I mean, it's tough, but the competition is just getting steeper and steeper with everybody leveling up. Unfortunately, some teams are going to get left behind, and I think that's just the bottom line of it. 14 minutes and 6 seconds was the total game duration for this match between RSG and as well as the Homeboys, and it's hard to say that they weren't dominating despite having a slower early game.
Yeah, game 1 is just a bit of an outlier where it went way too far in one direction. The Homeboys were in control. You could tell the plan was in motion. There were definitely still mistakes, but looking a lot cleaner than earlier in the season. And just kind of sad that we won't get to see their continued growth in the playoff.
Well, I'm sure we'll see Mima lingering around. Same goes for Rippo too. I'm pretty sure that even once the new season and teams start to rebuild or look for players, I'm sure these are going to be some candidates.
Yep. Homeboys as well. Are we going to see the same lineup going into the next season or not? Unfortunately, no chance for them to prove their stuff at the playoffs. So we're just going to have to hold our breath and wait and see.
Let's have a look at the damage dealt and make a couple of comparisons here. How much damage was RSG able to actually pump out? And honestly, pretty decent damage, despite it being 4 to 10, 127,000 compared to 127,000 of their own. Main difference only being 700 damage.
Crush definitely making the difference here. I want to see how much damage he was taking, because both teams did almost as much damage as one another, only about a 800 damage difference. That is peanuts. But Crush was the one tanking almost all of it. Even when he was isolated by himself, 1v4, he was just tanking damage from RSG. They couldn't break through him. And then when you add on Mal and Izanami disrupting their lines, RSG was in a tough spot.
In a very tough spot indeed. I mean, if we start comparing the numbers, honestly, Izanami did a lot in this game, right? Because Bunny is dealing like what, 7,000 more damage than Soul. We're even seeing like a 2,000 difference between Ilham and as well as Amal as well. So it just goes to show that Izanami definitely deserving the MVP in this match. You may not see it, but his damage really applies to the whole team of RSG.
All right, there we go. Crush taking 122,000 damage on this high-lows and didn't really die much either. He was doing a lot of footwork for RSG because when Rippo was trying to jump in and be the backline disruptor, the rest of his team couldn't follow up because there's just this horse standing in the way and they can't get through him.
Yep, and he just locks you down, man. It's tough. It's such a tough game for RSG here. I think they needed some time to scale, but unfortunately, once they started giving up structures, I think that RSG just failed to identify, hey, we need to play vertically, we need to start playing on the opposite side of maps. If somebody is about to get dove, just give up that lane, we'll play on the opposite side to maybe get some structural damage back.
Yeah, I do like that RSG was trying to go for some macro because that is forward thinking, but Homeboys were one step ahead again. They knew that RSG couldn't fight them, and they knew that RSG knew that, so they could just run at them every single time. If they're split pushing the other side of the map, Homeboys make sure to get more wherever they are.
Make it tough, right? Always be chasing their tail coats. Never make them feel comfortable. Rich Guy going over to Amal, no surprises there with 827 GPM. The carry going over to Izanami with 49,000 damage. Honestly, pretty close. I might as well round it up to 50. Sandbag and Best Wingman both going to Crush.
Crush really crushing it, coming all the way here. Again, very, very new player here, only joining Homeboys halfway through the season, and yet you can see that he breathes a new sense of life into this team. They're much more coordinated, a lot more aggressive, not quite as heavily reliant on that momentum, and that is great. I'm looking forward to his continued growth and to see more of him in MPL.
I do want to see how deep his hero pool actually is, though. I want to see him, we've seen him on sandbags. I want to see him more on these big playmakers. I want to see him pick up Arlet more. I want to see him pick up Khalid as well, both of which could be really, really cool to watch. But let's go over back to our MVP, Izanami, right? When we're looking at the way that he is finding kills across the map, majority of the time, it's going to come through that mid lane. But as you can see based on this KDA map, he's finding these kills in enemy jungle territory. This just goes to show between 1 minute and 14, as soon as that mid-tier 1 falls, is when you see Izanami really be a part of every situation.
And you have to remember, Izanami was actually sent home very, very early on in his lane. He was poked down to like 10% HP, had to recall, but then a timely gank from the rest of the squad to pick off Maima immediately gave him back mid lane priority and allowed him to roll more to invade and cause chaos with his teammates.
And that's when you see them really start to break through. He gets his first item, they get that first initial break, and then they start running rampantly towards their opponents here. But generally, in terms of items, nothing too out of the ordinary.
We already pointed out earlier, Izanami going back to the normal Eve build of Glowing Wand into Blood Wings instead of the Wishing Lantern to keep himself more survivable. Despite the pressure, Ilham was actually matching Amal somewhat well in farm. They got the Hunter Strike and BOD around the same time. I think the goal lane was also doing pretty alright, though Bunny was a lot more delayed in his Holy Crystal in comparison, because once you got into the mid-game phase, things were tough.
Yeah, things were pretty difficult, pretty annoying, especially when you drop down the Zaman Force. As soon as you press Zaman Force, the RWM suddenly appears around you and you're like, ah, man.
That's why the first pick Harif is risky, right? You're gonna have your eye on heroes like the Mincetar or the Gatot, for example, but even things like Eve or Hylos can very easily deny you access to Zaman Force. So I'm not a big fan of revealing him so early, despite his strength.
And I still think that the counter pick in Lunox always needs to be considered here. Every single team so far has either denied it or opted not to take it. And majority of the time, usually the Harith wins out in these types of matchups. I will say that Bunny will need to work a little on his laning phase. I definitely think he had an advantage against Soul here. The only way he loses the Soul in lane is if he chrono dashes into the light wheel.
Yeah, the lead that the rest of his team got expanded into his lane, and from that on, you could see him lose control somewhat. But the standings here not going to be affected that much, since we already know that the top 6 teams are going to be moving on into the playoffs. The homeboys just get to sit a little bit more comfortably in 7th place.
They're trying to get as many points as possible here, and I mean, unless JP Niners really drop the ball, which I don't think they will, I think that homeboys at least don't have to worry about relegation.
This is quite unfortunate to have to see. That was the last game from RSG MY as well. So with Team Ray and Team Huck both having 1 match remaining in the regular season, it is basically confirmed that RSG MY will be dropping down to MAL.
Oh man, even the aggregate points are not in their favor. Huck with just a couple of wins and even getting the 2 O's of their own. They've got a chance here. They've got a chance against Young and Dangerous, but man, it's sad to see that it's come to this state.
Yep. This is not a position anyone wants to be in, but the spots exist and someone has to fill them. That's why you always have to make sure you are at your top performance. The competition is heating up more and more as many MPL teams are preparing for M6 right around the corner. This is not a season you can afford to let your guard down.
Yeah, especially since M6 is happening in Malaysia as well. That's why you're seeing that the top teams, especially teams who have stuck together around the time of EWC, generally want to stay together for M6. We might see some shakeups after M6 to prepare for the upcoming MSC, EWC x MSC once more happening in the middle of the year, but rebuilding takes a while. Rebuilding takes a long while.
It's just really something to look at these standings. Homeboys, Team Huck, RSG, all former champions, all at the bottom of the charts. How the times have changed.
They changed too much. They changed too much. So much so that it makes me uncomfortable. To be fair, I will give the benefit of the doubt of 2 homeboys. Now that the recent Team Vamos is doing well, that technically should have been their spot if they just stuck around with the organization, right? A lot of things could have been changed, but as of now, I think we need to leave it be. Rebuilding is going to be the primary focus, and more importantly so, adding that level of polish, which we're not seeing a lot of the current teams have. Maybe Todak is getting a little bit of that polish because now they're just sticking with Squad C at this point and not running anybody else.
If we're talking about the teams that could use just a little bit more polish to get to the top tiers, our next match involves some of them in particular. Our final match of the day going to be between Monster, Vicious, and JP Niners. Both of which already confirmed to be going to Johor, but they're going to be playing for seeding.
Now, guys, keep in mind, you can get ready for an unforgettable experience at the MPL MY Season 14 X Southern Festival. Join us at the ADUCD Indoor Arena in Johor Bahru from October 31st to November 3rd, 2020. Okay, gotta put the year in there. Immerse yourself in a variety of exciting activities, including exclusive debut performances of the new MPL MY song by Zone and Amir Masdi. Explore our vibrant sponsors and team booths featuring an array of merchandise from your favorite teams as well as booths from Hotlink JD Esports, ROG, TNC Co. Indulge your taste buds at our food festival in collaboration with the I thought it was dyslexic. It's Foodalicious
Yes.
Festival, where delicious flavors await. Join us for a thrilling watch party and capture the moment at our dedicated photo opportunity era.
You can do it.
Don't miss out on this incredible experience. Mark your calendars for MPL MY Season 14 Southern Festival, proudly brought to you by Munto and KPRJ. See you there. Man, they really got to shorten these scripts, but there is a lot of things happening for our grand final, so please come on down to Johor, especially the locals there in Johor. For MPL Singapore, I mean, you're one bridge away. Might as well cross the straits to check it out.
You know, you could always just split the script in half with me, you know.
Now, I mean, we could do that, but it's way funnier just to stick it to production that this script is unnecessarily long.
You know what? I can get behind that. A little bit of protest on the desk.
We're holding it back up. One last match to conclude today on the final week of the regular season of MPL MY. We'll see you right after this break.
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
apa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi gata sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out.
Unstoppable!
Welcome to the land of God.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kagura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sid dan juga pelakon-pelakon untuk movie MLBB di mana kita ada Zik, kita ada Ikmambi dan juga encik saudara Fauzi Nawawi. Memang dah terkenal, dah lama dah berlakon dekat industri Malaysia ni. First of all, apa khabar?
Baik.
Sihat, Ini saya percaya ini merupakan kali pertama anda semua berada dekat pentas MLBB ataupun Liga MLBB. Apa perasaan? Kita mulakan dengan Zik dulu.
Sangat teruja. Ini first time tengok face to face game yang sangat best pula tu.
Perasaan macam nervous bila tengok ramai orang macam kita tengok game bola, macam tak sangka MLBB sebesar ini. So macam proud lah to be a Malaysian.
Saya nampak vibe dalam e-sport ni makin maju dah 2024 ni. Yang paling penting vibe juara tu wujud pada hari ni. So tak rugi kita orang datang lah.
Boleh jangka tak yang sebenarnya nanti satu hari nanti, which is hari ni, game ataupun e-sport boleh jadi sebesar ni sampai dah ada movie?
Sebenarnya bila awal-awal Mobile Legends Bang Bang ni berada di Malaysia, saya tak expect bahawa penerimaan masyarakat khususnya peringkat remaja ni boleh sampai ke tahap ni. Ini dah boleh challenge bola dah ni. Sikit hari lagi saya tak heran 2025 yang akan datang population Mobile Legends ni akan jadi lebih besar.
Kita tahu anda bertiga sekarang ini terlibat dengan penggambaran untuk movie terbaru khas untuk MLBB. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak pengalaman untuk shoot movie tersebut?
Pengalaman dia best, sangat unik sebab saya rasa for Malaysia ini movie MLBB yang pertama kan. So untuk kita orang pun dapat duduk di stage macam player, it's an amazing experience lah for us.
Pengalaman sangat best lah sebab berlakon dengan kawan-kawan dalam industri, and then ini macam impian saya lah menjadi seorang pro player walaupun pelakon je. So macam excited lah nak tunggu filem ni keluar.
Ya, itu semestinya apa yang kita ingin harapkan. Alright, kita masih lagi bercakap tentang movie. Boleh tak cerita sedikit sebanyak watak ataupun karakter yang anda bertiga dan mungkin Puan Lisnawati juga bagi tahu apa yang terlibat ataupun watak dalam filem tersebut.
Okay, so kita orang sama tim.
Kita orang daripada pro player daripada Singapore.
Yes sir.
So saya tak nak cakap banyak tentang watak saya bawa watak jahat. Sangat-sangat
jahat lah. Okay, orang akan menyampah lah tengok dia sebab saya sendiri pun menyampah tengok dia masa syuting.
Okey, watak Cik Fauzi.
Tanyalah buat saya pula. Ibu kepada
watak hero dalam story. So dia sebenarnya ada true story yang telah di-blend untuk jadi lebih menarik untuk tayangan filem Mobile Legends.
Alright, jadi anda semua dah dengar daripada pelakon-pelakon sendiri. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Zik, Ikmah dan juga Fauzi Nawawi bersama dengan isi Puan Lisnawati. Jadi stay tune, keep in touch dengan kita orang punya social media untuk saksikan movie terbaru untuk MLBB. Nak tahu dengan lebih lanjut, stay tune dekat kita punya social media. Bye-bye. Alright, Assalamualaikum, anda bersama saya Sid dan sekarang ni kita ada tetamu istimewa iaitu pelakon terkenal daripada Pascal. Iaitu saudara Hairul Azrin. Apa khabar Hairul?
Alhamdulillah, sihat bro.
Okay, so apa perkembangan terbaru? Ada filem ke ataupun ada drama ke upcoming?
Sekarang saya dah tak berlakon. So saya sekarang tengah cari tim lah untuk nak main ML.
Faham. Okay, alright. Bercakap tentang cari tim, saya dah tengok awak pun ada bermain sama dengan pasukan Selangor Red Giant, tapi berlakon cerita-cerita yang gempak. Tapi kenapa pakai Nana bro?
Ni banyak baca komen Salah, sebab saya tahu pakai tank, saya tahu pakai mage je. Yang lain saya tak tahu.
Faham.
So kalau tanya saya, Nana paling senang nak ni lah. Sebab sebelum ni saya biasa pakai Cyclops, lepas tu Zaz. Tapi sekarang Nana macam dia kena dengan jiwa lah. Sebab Sky sebagai itu saya, kalau nak jadi jungler yang terbaik, kena training pada Nana. Itu dia punya skill dia.
Permulaan Nana barulah boleh jadi macam Sky.
Yeah.
Okey, tadi dah kita tengok pasukan Selangor Red Giant dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Bagi pendapat Hairul sendiri, adakah itu satu perlawanan yang sengit ataupun Hairul memang dah jangka Selangor memang boleh menang 2-0?
Saya tengoklah SRG punya game sebab saya tak pandai sangat, tapi saya tengok daripada apa yang diorang main tadi. So memang diorang ada je cara ataupun ada je teknik yang nak masukkan kalau kata sesuatu problem tu. So untuk tengok first game tu cakap ni menang mudah ni 2-0. Tak boleh nafikan SRG antara tim yang sangat kuat lah di Malaysia sekarang.
Ya, kita pun memang dah boleh nampak sebab mereka pun dah menang untuk kejuaraan dunia pada tempoh hari. Alright, tadi Hairul Azrin pun ini kali pertama datang dekat venue MPL.
Saya first time sebab saya tak pernah sangka macam tengok perlawanan bola sepak di final tau. Ini bukan final kan?
Ini bukan final.
Bukan final tapi dah macam final tadi. Dia ada tukang sorak daripada tim SRG. So best lah.
Best lah. Memang ini vibe. Benda ni dah berlaku dah few season dan kita boleh nampak lepas kemenangan Selangor Red Giant dekat tempoh hari, tambah lagi vibe tersebut. Right, sebelum saya nak lepaskan Hairul, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir ataupun kata-kata semangat kepada pasukan Selangor Red Giant sebab kita ada beberapa minggu sebelum kita pergi ke peringkat play-off.
Betul. Okey, untuk tim SRG kat dalam tu semua kebanyakannya yang saya kenal dan diorang kenal saya. So saya nak wish korang good luck. Dan untuk Mobile Legend ataupun Montun, saya rasa sekarang ni artis ramai main Mobile Legend. So mungkin kita boleh buat satu tournament ke. Come on lah Montun. Sebab kita ada ramai. Fat, Aceh, Challenge Zero, Fauzi Nawawi, ya Iqmal, semua boleh main Mobile Legend. So kita boleh fight lah. Saya rasa untuk nak lawan tim pro player tak susah kot untuk kami.
Tapi diorang tak boleh nak berlakon. Nanti diorang tak ada job. Korang dah boleh berlakon, korang boleh main game. Alright, thank you so much Hairul. InsyaAllah kita akan jumpa lagi dekat playoff.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, alright. Alright, thank you so much. Jadi apa-apa, stay tune dengan MPL Malaysia.
Okay, so kita orang dari Todak, kita orang hari ni akan main Fast Hero Challenge. So challenge ni, diorang dua akan lawan siapa yang cakap hero paling banyak lah. So yang tak tahu tu akan kalah. Okay, so kita akan start.
Arlot, San, Almond, Idora, Barat, Dana, Carmilla, Kagura, Yin, Grok, Gif, Zaz, Lundo, sama. Tu, Idora. Aku dah sebut. Lilia.
Okay, selamat. Okay.
Penny, Gatot Kaca, Ling, Julian, Grill, 3. 2 Ruby, Ilos, 3 Estes, 2 Meleric, Rafaela, Digi, Laurin, 2 Lunok dah.
Dah. Dah. Okay, so pemenang untuk Fast Hero Challenge ialah Momo. Sebab tadi Zaim saya saja jibet dia bagi kalah. Itu je lah.
So Zaim, memandangkan kau kalah, aku nak bagi kau punishment.
Boleh.
So punishment ni kau kena sapu lah semua ni.
Satu arena.
Satu arena ni kau kena sapu. Boleh?
Sapu sekarang tak?
Okay.
Zaim, kau pilih Zaim. Satu.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang I dengan Monster Vision sebab kita diorang nak main game. Okay, game yang kita akan main, bukan nyanyi So kita akan main game siapa dalam team. So I akan cakap satu ayat, lepas tu korang akan point orang mana yang selalu buat benda-benda macam ni, lepas tu explain lah kenapa. Ready? Siapa dalam team paling kelakar?
Uni.
Kenapa dia kelakar?
Bagi kau kenapa tak? Sebab dia badut. Sebab tu dia selalu jadi penghibur orang.
Siapa tidur paling lama?
Rok.
Oh, kenapa?
Kalau boleh straight seminggu tu dia memang nak tidur.
Siapa makan banyak?
Ada dua.
Okay. Siapa?
Nama dia Nova Escobar.
Dengan?
Uni. Selalu kalau makanan tak habis kat J tu, semua dia orang yang habiskan.
Siapa cepat marah? Cepat koyak?
Amar. Sebab dia budak baru.
So dia marah sini lah. Siapa yang daydream banyak?
Pak Tam. Zeno.
Selalu.
Dia banyak main game.
Dia nak cakap.
Dia selalu ten scream, dia suka termenung. Lepas tu dia lupa nak ban.
Jangan buat ni dekat MPL. Alright, terima kasih kepada Monster Vicious.
Hello, nama saya Aris dan ini adalah Sensui dan juga Ol. So, kami daripada tim Red Esports, kita akan bermain Fast Hero Challenge. Okay, so game ini adalah korang antara berdua ni, diorang kena sebut nama tapi tak boleh hero sama. Are you guys ready?
Ya, ready.
Alright, okay, so first, Ol.
Almond, Alpha, Julian, Bruno, Lea, Clint, Matilda, Mia, Estes, Grak, Carmela, Gatot, Chu, Hylos, Obius, Erisla, Wanwan, Edith, Rusha, Hayabusa, Fanny, Ding, Elkert, Saber, Damon, Minotaur, Dilong.
3, 2, 1. You forget already?
Yeah.
Okay, so the winner is Ol. Congrats Ol. So right now we have a punishment from Sensui. You must do a 10 squat. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, ready?
We didn't expect we secure.
Kita orang kalah dekat ice cream 10 game straight. So, kita orang start balik. I will secure the top 2.
Red had a very bad start at the beginning of the regular season and no one expected you guys to actually be the second team, honestly, to secure playoffs this season. Now, how did you guys manage to turn the table around and to, be as strong as you guys are today?
Actually, we're still struggling right now. We didn't expect we secure, but we managed to change their attitude, the discipline inside and outside the game.
There's one day that kita orang semua kalah dekat ice cream 10 game straight.
Ooh.
So, after it, I win. Coach Bam also told them that we can continue this streak until 20. If you guys want to lose kan, the players cakap diorang nak berubah and then diorang start balik. Dia hasil dia macam even sekarang pun dia tak memuaskan lagi. So I was hoping and I think Coach Bam also hoping that for the playoff we give 120% and above. Sebab currently if you ask me, apa yang player bagi pun saya still anggap 70%.
Okay, you dah mention that you ni memang suka ube strat. Maybe you boleh share kenapa you suka ube strat?
Sebab my first time going into this coaching semua, saya start dengan UB. That one is on 2021, the first time Blacklist using the UB strat.
So it was Blacklist Prime.
Yeah, before the Blacklist Prime.
Before the Blacklist Prime.
So I always watch their games, I learn, and until now, the thing is same. Even though we changed the hero, but then the basic is still the same. For me, basic is everything.
We know that the ube strat originated from the Philippines because of Blacklist, right? And it's not really viable anymore. A lot of teams don't really use it as much anymore. So what is your opinion on this?
Actually, it's still fine because if you don't fight the ube strat, it's new to you, right? This is assassin meta. You are able to fight that assassin because we know the basics and fundamentals of the ube strat. And if they don't know how to break it, we still win.
For me, I will secure the top 2. Macam saya dah cakap, saya nak secure selamatkan slot. So now is the time to get the top 2.
Alright then, thank you. Thank you so much.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelomomo dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Welcome back, everybody. The MPL MY continues on its very final week, day number 2, with our final best of 3 to end off day number 2. My name is Getting Q. This is Rafa here at the desk to keep you guys company for our upcoming matchup. And this is going to be MV versus JP Niners, both of which on the up and rise. Both need polish.
Yeah, both have had some breakout games and also games where they just broke. So looking at the situation right now, they're gonna need all the practice they can get to prepare for the playoffs, because unlike the previous match, both teams here are already guaranteed to be going to Johor.
Now keep in mind, guys, if you're looking to keep up with this style, keep up and make sure that your friends are always looking at you when you're winning those games, get some new kicks from JD Sports and up your game in style with JD. It's as simple as heading over to one of their stores and just picking up some new kicks.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. I've checked out some of their stores. They've got some really, really cool stuff, so make sure to show them some support. But now, last game of the day, one of the last matches of the season, in fact. Let us go ahead and have a look at the standings before we jump in.
Currently, our top 6 teams have already qualified for the playoffs. Anything underneath the top 6, they don't get to go to playoffs. They're going to be sitting at home, but the bottom 2 will be eliminated. 10th place instantly eliminated. 9th has an opportunity, but they must defeat Young and Dangerous for our MAL to be able to keep their spot. If not, it's just going to be given over to Young and Dangerous.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what happens. As for the teams that are going to be facing off right after this, Monster Vicious currently in 4th. JP Niners currently in 6th, but their points are very, very close. So a victory here for Monster Vicious, if it's 2-0, actually pushes them all the way up to 2nd place.
Yeah, and that would be huge for them, because that means they get a bye straight into the upper brackets, skipping the initial first phase of the play-ins.
As for the other side, JP Niners, if they get a 3-0 victory, then they'll basically be competing with Todak for 3rd, 4th place, which will be interesting to see.
Yeah, that would be... I can't remember what their head-to-head was.
Yeah.
And I think their aggregate... I'm pretty sure their aggregate points will be slightly higher, but we'll do the mathematics later. Right now, we need to focus on Monster Vicious, the up-and-comers here. From the Tier 2 scene and continuing to polish their game, it's Martizi, Zeno, Uni, Nova X Kobar, and Ruff to complete the lineup.
Monster Vicious has been making my life, as someone who does tier lists every 2 weeks, very, very difficult.
Oh,
because the way they approach is so strange. A lot of people have been calling them a Robin Hood because they rob from the rich and give to the poor.
Oh.
They are also the only team to take down SRG in 2 seasons.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know. I cannot help you in this department, Monster Vicious. They beat the numbers, which is honestly an impressive thing to do, but it begs the question whether their consistency is going to cost them games, especially when it matters the most.
When they're playing against strong teams, they seem to be on a different level altogether, and yet they have dropped games to teams like Team Hawk and RSG, and it's just very, very strange to see, because all of these players have so much potential. They've demonstrated that. I really don't know what is causing this discrepancy.
I mean, a certain level of overconfidence, another level of just too ahead of themselves in their heads. It's tough to say. I mean, they could be having just a bad week, for an example. There's definitely, you can't expect these players to always be playing at their best every single time, especially in a 6-week-long league. 6-week-long league. Generally, Monster Vicious definitely a team to look out for when they're at their peak. In comparison to their competitors, JP Niners, who have a more consistent rise with ZachQT, Ye3, Max, Rasi, and Loliels, the main five of the lineup. I think that JP Niners, honestly, coming into this, they may seem like underdogs, but they're actually the perfect challenge for MV.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they perform, because JP Niners, I think, are the most consistent team in the center of the pack. Not too strong, not too weak. So if MV gets stronger or weaker, directly proportional to their opponent, then the Niners offers a very interesting litmus test. It is a team that has consistently been getting better and better every single week and fixing more and more mistakes.
They have, but a lot of it just comes down to the late game, right? We haven't seen JP Niners in a position where it's just overwhelming odds in the earlier sector of the game. It's something that they're looking to learn and pick up, and the compositions that they're providing as well don't really lean into the early game anyways.
Yep, that's usually not the case. This is a team that likes to play for the scaling heroes. Lalia likes to scale, Max likes to scale, ZachQT can do a good amount of damage in the late game as well, and we can see their coordination getting better and better every single time with their imports. So, very curious how this match will go. It is pretty unpredictable.
Honestly, in terms of even like important picks, I think that Suyo is definitely something that both teams are going to be looking at very, very closely here. I don't know if Rasi is going to go back on the Gatot, because again, with Suyo in meta, I feel like a lot of early game compositions are on the up and rise. I mean, especially after the previous best of 3, right? When we saw the Jawhead alone with the Suyo is enough to basically take out anybody in the early game.
I personally have a bias to watching more early game lineups. I think it's a lot more fun when they start making things happen. But you also gotta weigh the risks of maybe not having as good late game scaling. Nowadays, players are farming quicker and quicker than before, which means that late game heroes are coming online faster as well. And so you gotta close out the game early, depending on your draft.
Well, I do think that at least for both squads, at the bare minimum, they've got pillars of their own. People think they can reliably fall back to it. In this case, it's ZachQT from JP Niners. He's very similar to Izanami, where he's focused purely on decision-making and positioning. Execution, never an issue.
You can definitely see the impact that was left on him, as he also was an ex-member of the Red Giants. You can see here the ping test provided by Hotlink. Lightning fast action. If you're looking to improve your gameplay and rank, Hotlink is just what you need. It'll lower your latency and improve your performance.
Yep, so what are you waiting for? Get on with Hotlink here today. A prepaid plan that you guys can use basically anywhere here in Malaysia. And you can even flex it to some of your friends when they're lagging in-game, being like, I should have switched to Hotlink, nerds.
Yup. Make sure you guys show them some support. But as we know, this is going to be the battle between the Monsters and the Warriors. Both of these teams have been rising up more in the recent seasons. Last season, neither side performed the best, but were getting better. And I think this season are reaching newer heights.
They are, I think for both squads, they're reaching newer heights here, right? I would imagine that even for ZachQT coming back into professional play, instead of becoming a bench warmer, now focused very much on getting this team over the line and getting them into a tip-top shape. And I think that Rasi's leadership is very much at the pinnacle of how they've been helping this team have a very focused game plan, or at the very least coordination and cohesiveness during their team fights.
If you ask me, players like ZachQT, Trap, Gojas, all being on the bench was a bit of a travesty. I understand that the Red Giants had different plans in mind, but they all had so much potential. So I'm glad to see that they're slowly branching out into new teams and becoming pillars that other players can depend on.
I don't know whether Gojas is going to make that transition anytime
not.
soon. It'll be interesting to see if he does. However, hopefully you guys can start joining the fight. Guys, if you haven't done so yet, scan that QR code, type in the redeem code as well, and you get to win some in-game rewards just for your own account. With that being said, anything else that needs to be touched upon before we start bringing out these teams?
No, I think we've covered mostly everything. I think it's just MV continuing to be really weird because weak teams have beat them, but they've beat SRG. So by connection, does that mean, you know?
Yeah, okay. Instead of making the connection, pure momentum. They did it just yesterday as well, and I'm sure they're going to be feeling hot today as both of these teams now make their way to the stage. Let us introduce to you our competitors.
Monster Vicious.
The all-local Malaysian squad has been on fire this season, recently defeating the world champions, Selangor Red Giants. Their journey has been remarkable, showcasing the strength and talent of Malaysian players. They'll need to bring their best to keep their momentum going. Make some noise for Monster Vicious!
JP Niners.
One of the most impressive teams this season, showing adaptability and strength. Today, they face MV, coming off a big win of their own. While they continue their rise and take down the all-local, let's give it up for the JP Niners! Of course, we cannot forget the coaches and analysts of both teams, along with our head of League Ops, Franklin, to ensure fair play and professional integrity. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between both the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is a battle between monsters and warriors in their own right.
Good luck to our competitors up on this stage. This is going to be a very important game, and especially since it is going to be their last the series of the season, you might as well make it a banger for both sides. Monsters or the Niners, which are you guys leaning into? What about you, Stuff? Are you leaning more into MV or are you leaning more off of JP?
I want to see the MV players show that they are capable of reaching stronger heights, because they're continuing to confuse me every time.
I mean, at least with JP, they're a little bit more consistent. So we asked Rossi, who do you want to beat if you have a chance to meet in the playoffs? And he said Red Esports, because every time they win, they always shout and they're so loud. So I want to fight the mid laner again.
Well, I mean, it's Kim. He has been one of the loudest players ever since his debut here in MPL. So I don't blame Rossi. That can get under your skin a little bit. Would be interesting to see that rematch.
He's young and bold for good reason. Even Rossi, he's not coming of age just yet. He's still in his youngin' years. That being said, I have to agree with you. I am leaning more towards Monster Vicious after yesterday's game against SRG. Just to kind of know, right? If they can put that same performance, if not better, against JP, and JP still win it, it just goes to show maybe SRG are just having a bad day, or JP is playing out of their goddamn minds.
Let's have a look at a comparison between the roamers here. We got Rossi, we got Nova X Kobar, who has been one of the better roamers here in terms of local Malaysian players for a long time. Was kind of bounced around different teams, finally managed to find a home by moving into MPL with Monster Vicious.
I mean, that was his original team, man. And it feels good that he's able to kind of walk the stage with your OG squad. I can't say the same for Rossi, but Rossi definitely provides a little bit more. Generally, even though his KD assist and average damage taken is going to be in favor of Nova X Cohort, maybe not average assists at the very least, Rossi gives very clear and distinct calls. We hear it all the time in the mic checks, right? He's telling people things that they need to watch out for, and the final call at the end of the fight, whether to leave the person alive or to keep pushing forward.
Historically, I would say that Rossi is a little more low-key than Nova, but I would also say that Nova has recently shifted into a more support position. He's no longer the one making the crazy catches, the crazy plays. He sets up what his team needs from him, and that actually ends up making them more similar than you think.
I think both, in terms of mechanical skill, I would say both are up to par. Maybe Nova because he's slightly younger, but that's just like a biased opinion. But M6 Malaysia, greater than ever, happening in MY. Get your tickets while you still can when they go next up on sale, but also redeem the code and take the QR code if you are lazy to type it in, because I know it's a bunch of letters and numbers, but man, it's annoying to shift back and forth between apps.
I think if we're talking about M6 as well, after yesterday's performance, a lot of people are leaning towards Monster Vicious being that second team to claim a slot besides SRG. What do you think about that?
I think they're hot-blooded, right? They're an extremely young squad. I would still say that they still haven't completely shaken off their amateur roots just yet. But once they get to the international and experience it one time, we're going to see MV evolve if they make it.
That'll be fun to see. But let's go ahead and focus on the matter at hand, and that is the draft. For game number 1, MV going to have first pick.
Right, MV, they ban out the Edith, they ban out the Matilda. This is starting to look like a very similar pattern to how they've banned out against SRG yesterday. Chip, as expected, Chico keep staying on top of the fundamentals, but they also get rid of the Fanny.
Getting rid of the Fanny makes sense. That seems to be Yuri's most consistent hero, actually, to the point where it even caught SRG off guard yesterday. So respect needs to be given.
Yeah, but MV, very well prepared for this. Both Soren as well as Coach Haru, very targeted ban and getting rid of Yves. Zach QT definitely focused around his positioning. Things like Eve really benefit him in these types of fights to be able to not only control the fight, but to help with the calls that Rasi gives and buy that extra bit of space and time for his team members to all get cohesive and lead in with the singular mind to take out the right targets.
Well, if we're talking about singular mind, we gotta talk about the main DPS, the gold laners. Ruff currently 3 out of 3 games in Moscow and 5 out of 6 with Natan. Whereas Lolil still undefeated with Harith, Bruno, and Roger.
Luckily they didn't add Claw to that list because that would be a different case. But generally, I think this is going to be interesting, right? MV going to be locking in Jushin first pick. We don't get to see Jushin that often, but MV has been making it work time and time again.
Martisi literally the only player in the league who still prioritizes this hero, and well, it got them the win against the Red Giants, so I think it's pretty solid overall. But it does mean giving Ling and Khalid to the Niners.
Gatot and as well as Suyo going to get locked in for MV. Very good options. It looks like they're running off of the same strategy they did yesterday against SRG with a slight tweak targeting Zach QT. With that being said, JP now lock in the Angela. They've got the Ling, Angela combo. They've got Khalid as well. 2 early game heroes to support the Ling until he gets his items.
The Angela Ling combo has been making a return. We got a viewer in the audience doing a 10 roll. Kati, a skin.
All right. At least you got a skin. I'll take it. I mean, unless he already owns it, then it's a little sad. But generally not bad. Go for another one. Oh, this is his first 10 roll.
His first. Is he gonna go for more?
He's got more. Yeah.
Oh, no! He doesn't have enough!
Magic is my life.
The pain.
That's so sad.
The pain. As soon as the diamond screen showed up, it's like, it hurts. It hurts so bad. We go into the second phase. We see the Harith ban and the Moskov ban, respectively, from JP.
Focus towards the gold lane now. Makes a lot of sense. Ruff and Lolil have interesting styles of play, where in the past we would have said Lolil was the more aggressive of the two, but I think has simmered down quite a lot. We're seeing Lolil mature in that late game. Not to say he's flawless, he still definitely overextends from time to time, but a much better match nowadays.
I feel like Ruff is on the opposite sector, right? Now, he used to be a very passive player. Now he's getting more and more aggressive as his team becomes more confident in the way that they play. His Moskov the other day, literally 1 HP in the middle of SRG, still able to clutch it.
Yeah, Ruff is pretty impressive in that sense, but gotta keep a cool head sometimes. That's also what happened with Lolil in his debut season, and we know how it developed from then onwards. But gonna be heavy focus towards the gold lane. Natan gonna be banned out. Arlet as well from the Niners side. Let's see what's gonna be next.
Well, it looks like we got fans who've been here the entire season and also want to be part of M6 to watch that go down. A true historian in the audience. Now that Arlet is gone, JP now holding the first pick. They could show their gold lane here, but they don't. Well, actually, it's a double flex pick with the Angela as well. Not too sure where the Roamer is going to go.
Yeah, that one's not certain yet. If they want to keep it flexible, nope. Looks like they're not going to do so. They're going to go ahead and reveal the show here. Also, a denial pick from the side of MV so that they don't get a free 2-person kick on the hard guard.
Okay, it's not bad, but I still have no idea where any of these heroes are going to go just yet. And we're only going to find out on their very last pick. Good stuff coming in from Chico and Ancha as well. MV. Now I have to think hard about this. How do we deal with the shield? The early game pressure is going to be a little difficult, so maybe our EXP laner needs to be able to match it. But now that Cho and Khalid is gone, what are you left with? Volvius is banned out too. Maybe a high loss?
Typically, when you see something like the Angela, Kaja is always something to consider since the Divine Judgment would work, but it would mean flexing the Gatot into the EXP lane. We'll see if Monster Vicious considers that. They're gonna go ahead and lock in carry with Terizla.
Alright, at least with Terizla, it's very Zeno focused. He's gonna basically just be looking to clear waves all the time until he's got his first or maybe even second item, and then participate by flickering in with penalty zone. JP are aware of that, but we need to see what this full lineup does before we can figure out what the game plan is.
Imagine this is Alice now, gold lane.
Alice gold lane?
Then you have Angela on Ling or Alice.
Would that be good though? I don't know.
It's a carry though, so MV have already prepared for it.
Yeah, they go with the Lunox this time round. The iframes are going to be useful, especially when you're dealing with Gatot, and more so to dodge the burst of Suyo. Regardless, if Lunox is your first target, you're just baiting for, you're just trying to get her brilliance out as soon as possible.
Okay, an interesting start here. I think MV's got the more typical lineup. They have a lot of tools to play around to the early mid-game scaling. Whereas for the Niners side, Angela Cho means that they will be missing a lot of early game burst damage.
Right, I mean, let's look at this. The whole composition, strong area control, but Uni's the only one who's got some decent early game damage. I mean, unfortunately for Drizzly, he's been nerfed, but even for JP, which area do you gank with? You have Ye3 as well as Zach QT as the main controllers of this early game. If they can hold on to the early game and bring it into mid without losing anybody, I think it's going to be a good game for the Niners.
Let's see how this develops. The Land of Dawn shall open once again to welcome two competitors, both vying for higher positions in the standings to prepare for the playoffs.
All right, let's jump right into it. It's going to be Uni going to be starting on his orange buff on a blue side against JP Niners. Max going to be starting on his purple buff on red side. So they're on the same side of the map, and I'm guessing that the gold lane is on top. Wild guess, yep. It's going to be a quick rotation from both sides. I am curious to know why Nova is hanging around. I think he's expecting an invade of some sort, but they're starting on the EXP side of things, right? So now they see the movement coming in from Ye3. They head back up. All of this defending for what?
I think it's just to make sure Niners don't go for a cheeky steal, because if they don't have anyone defending, there's the possibility Niners comes in, takes their purple first, and then back into their own jungle. It's not often seen, but it's a possibility.
Good. Then it's just good foresight coming in from Rossi. But this early game not looking too good for Zach QT. He doesn't mind taking the damage, but he can't take too much here. But Marchese making sure that he's punishing Zach QT's mana.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, contest over the gold crab. Uni looks like they did get it, but takes a lot of damage as well. Tempest of Blade is going to be committed by Max. He wants to get the kill, but not quite enough damage to finish him off, and has to quickly jump away from Martese.
Oh, I don't know about that. Blade surging like that from Uni, especially into 3 people, plus Rossi on this Cho, probably not the best idea. He's lucky he got a bailout there, but something to keep note for later.
Yeah, the thing about Suyo is that while you have a lot of tools for getting in and out, they are also the same tools. So if you commit a lot to jump in, you're going to run out of ways of disengaging.
Well, let's see it. Rossi and as well as Nova X Scopa are going to contest for level 4 at this point of time. But I think right now, Monster Vicious, team fighting is kind of difficult.
I think it's okay, but they gotta have a good amount of their team nearby because a lot of their damage is front-loaded onto Uni. Rossi jumping in, Raging Sandstorm gonna land on one. Uni still secures the turtle, but a nice knock-up from the Tempest of Blade is gonna be doing a lot of damage with the Heart Guard as Uni drops first blood, claimed by Max. And Monster Vicious not able to chase. Avatar the Guardian beautifully dashed away by the Niners.
And this is why I was worried about MV. The problem isn't about team fighting, the problem is just raw base damage. And, oh wait, Brilliance is out. Does Lolios want to go for the Darkening? He doesn't have enough mana, I think. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, looks like not too much there. Bottom lane also a pretty close matchup, but the Niners getting a small lead here with that first turtle and the kill onto Uni.
Both sides holding it even for now. We're looking for the big tempo break because JP Niners, I feel like they're the ones currently on the clock except for Lolios, but everybody else they can only scale so far. So they need to make things happen across the map because right now, Ye3 can't leave his lane. So it's only Max and Zach QT with Rossi as the mid trio to make the difference.
In the same way, if Monster Vicious are able to catch out Max, then Niners also kind of lack damage. A lot of it would be on Ye3 instead. So there are key players in the junglers on both sides that need to be targeted first.
Uni has been power farming this entire time. Currently a level lead on Max. Very slight EXP lead. Loliel's first item, Glowing Wand. Alright, fair enough. He's expecting the DHS to eventually come out. Oh?
Both junglers are in the bottom lane, but Uni will strike first. Blade Surge cancels out the Raging Sandstorm. Ye3 drops before the animation can complete.
Nicely done for Monster Vicious. Good using CC, especially on a Khalid who absolutely hates the CC. Breaks you out of your animations, but most importantly, makes sure that you can't just quicksand guard in somebody's face. Good movements from Rossi.
Just barely avoids being taunted, though Martizi is still going to be really annoying. And that means MV have control over the turtle pit.
Hey, Ye3 is here. Hovering around for this. Does want to be part of this turtle fight, but I don't think it's going to be that easy. And I think Lolios is going to go for a lane swap. No.
Zeno is here as well, actually. This could be a 5v5 if the teams decide to commit right now. And not sure that's what they really want just yet. MV though, going to be the ones working on the turtle. Rasi in the back line, Ling on the wall. Ye3 doing a good amount. Raging Sandstorm flickers in, catches Tree, but the turtle is secured by MV. Hardguard goes on the Ling once again, but Monster Vicious is actually surviving a lot of it right now. And Martizi picks up Ye3 at the same time. Avatar the Guardian zones out Max. Hardguard still available. Uni doing a lot. Martizi as well, double kill for the Zeus Sin as the Niners don't know what hit them.
Too many people got locked down, and Martizi is really abusing the CC right now. Sometimes he's not even picking people up. Sometimes he's just adding the stack on. He should be fine, right?
He's fine.
Here. Okay. So far, so very good for Monster Vicious finding a big turnaround fight like that. However, they're not collapsing upon the important targets. And when I mean targets, I mean objectives, things like the purple buff. And I think even for Monster Vicious, right, they're just trying to get by. They want to get their first couple of items, scale into the mid-game, and once Zushin is in a position where she can actually pick somebody up 3, maybe even 4 times, is when you expect to see Monster Vicious have a deadly...
Uni gonna get caught. Beautiful ambush by Rasi. Finds him, lands the kick, beats the kill to Lolil.
Dang, I'm surprised that he got caught like that. Unfortunately, they didn't have the backup.
I don't think he was expecting that rotation. Monster Vicious were still resetting a little bit after their previous engagement. Rasi actually in their jungle right now. I feel like he's probably not going to be able to get a kick here because Monster Vicious are cutting his team off of him. A nice knock-up, but penalty zone is committed and Rasi is picked off.
Good punish from Monster Vicious. This did cost them 2 ults though. At the very least, penalty zone. Without the penalty zone, we don't expect Monster Vicious to fight just yet, but they can buy plenty of time. 20 seconds until the next turtle actually spawns, and while this has all been happening, both Max and as well as Uni power farming, both at level 9.
It's surprising to see how well Uni has kept up considering that he was picked off quite early on and even just killed earlier as well. So matching and even surpassing Max in EXP is really good for MV currently. Ooh, Rasi and some... Nah, he's fine.
Yep, they managed to move away. They got they baited Martizi's ult, which is already great. It means that he doesn't have that extra bit of mobility, so the JP Niners can be precise with the way that they attack. Oh, MV, so very smart. They know that Uni isn't here, so they're just going to drag this out until he does, and then force JP Niners towards them.
And Nova was even trying to mess with his purple buff. Uni gets that turtle quite easily. Max was still able to get his purple, but the delay from Nova X Kobar meant he couldn't come for the turtle.
Yeah, and now you see that JP Niners, now that the EXP lane has been unlocked, Zendo doesn't mind leaving the lane, but worse yet for JP. Oh,
flicker kick onto Martizi, right into Lolil, and they'll finish him off instantly. But Nova's here now. Hardguard gonna be used on Max once again. Nova uses Avatar the Guardian, unfortunately misses. Raging Sandstorm gonna stun him in place. He survives for a while, but not long enough. And now the rest of Monster Vicious are fighting a losing battle as Max gets the double kill, picks off Ruff. Uni gonna be chased down. Triple kill going to Max.
Disgusting team fight coming in from JP Niners. Rossi sets it up perfectly. Loliel's distance himself just to maximize the machine gun mage herself in that darkening. But Max so very good. Mechanically, he is not missing a single beat, and Zach QT is happy to be in his backpack.
Of this hard guard, Angela Ling combo has been catching so many teams off guard, even worth banning at some points. Monster Vicious, Martizi's been doing good work, but if he's the first one out of the fight, you can see they have some trouble.
They do. And I think that, at least for MV, it's very clear what they need to work on here. Martizi just needs to be careful with his positioning, and things should go smoothly after. Because the fact is, JP Niners, they want to dive head first into Monster Vicious, but they can't with Jushin consistently peeling and repositioning them.
And that's why Rasi being able to kick him out of position was really, really big here. It's not usually the target you'd look for, but in this particular case, Niners have more than enough sustain to fight the rest of the team. They just gotta deal with the mid laner that is disrupting their ranks.
Now they have a second problem, right? Because Martizi, the only reason he died was because he didn't have his Purify. Now that it's active, I think the onus is on Ye 3 to look for some really big Raging Sandstorms, but he's gonna make some tough choices. Do I need to hit Martizi and force him to use that Purify, or do I just go for as many people as possible?
Yep, this adaptation will be important. We see Lolil actually starting to do some good DPS, doing half of Martizi's health bar in a small skirmish.
Gonna dance around this Lord first. Looking at the items, yep, 2 items already complete for this Ling. The gold deficit shrunk, they're back to even.
And even is exactly where the Niners want to be. Their late game scaling is pretty good with a Lunox and a Ling. Monster Vicious, while they do have a carry, may be a bit more difficult to execute on once you get into the later stages. For now though, we can see macro play being used by the Niners. With Ling and Angela, they can quite easily split push and force Monster Vicious to be uncomfortable.
Speaking of uncomfortable, Tri-Brush is going to get cleared. So far, we don't see Max, but the fight's about to break out here. But both sides still holding on to their guns.
Oh, great discipline from the Niners. Max was behind them, still not engaging, looking for a better timing, and maybe even trying to abuse his mobility to get more macro play in.
Okay, so now, I'm not sure whether they saw the Finch Poise, and that's why Monster Vicious are starting to rush this right now, but Max doesn't have his Finch Poise, so he can't necessarily get out for free.
Lord dropping very low. Rasi looking for the uni kick. He gets it! Kicks him away! Max even gets the monster kill onto the Novak Kobar! And Uni not able to survive. Lord going over to the Niners. Ruff able to trade for the Khalid, but what will it cost? As Max commits the Tempest of Blades, finds him, picks him off. Triple kill again for the Ling. Martizi pulls him back. Heartguard is already expended, so Zach UT now actually in some trouble. Oh, he almost gets it back in time, but he trades it for Max, and that is a legendary streak for the Niners jungler.
Max is disgusting right now. 9-0-1, max level, 11 minutes in this game. He's absolutely crushing it, but that's the problem. Too much gold in the EXP on one guy isn't going to be enough to close this game out. They're going to need some real structures.
And that's exactly what Niners are doing right now. Max even just tanking damage for Xeno since he knows he's no threat to him. Gets the bottom tier 2, has a Lord pushing up top. Monster Vicious going to be left on only inhibitors.
They're going to be taking their time here. JP Niners have not set up checkmate angle. Both teams have been fighting pretty equally. A consistent back and forth, in a matter of fact. One fight won by JP Niners, one fight won by Monster Vicious, and then rinse and repeat.
We can see Martizi gonna be using the changes to Zeus in the scout out pushes since it doesn't cost mana unless there is an enemy inside.
Looking for any possible punishes here. I gotta keep my eyes on Rasi right now because so far he's been finding some incredible kicks. Either Martizi is either kicked out and picked off. Nova X Scorbar just can't use his avatar of the Guardian in time. Can't wait to see what else JP has in stored.
Yeah, it seems like the Niners actually have too much mobility for the Gatot to be able to catch them out with the ultimate. The setup needs to be a little bit cleaner there because they're losing a lot of control from this ability whipping so many times.
Yeah, I think we need to see Zeno go for the big engage with the penalty zone first and then see what the response from JP Niners is after.
Speaking of, Niners looking to pressure the purple buff now. Yetri engaging on Martizi, instantly forcing ult from Zeusin. Ruff doing a good amount of poke to Rasi, actually dropping him to 40%. Purple buff going to be reset. Monster Vicious does zone them out, but Max is still here, and looks like Uni was able to take it for himself.
He has, so far, as we can see, Both sides, in terms of like EXP, in terms of gold laners, both 13 to 13 level. Zeno and Ye3. Ye3 is down by a level. Both junglers are maxed out 13 minutes into this game. Martizi level 12 to Zach QT's level 12. So honestly, it's pretty dead even except for the economy. EXP leads barely, are honestly marginal at this point for both Zeno and Ye3 because both of them do want to do the exact same thing. Just go in, engage as hard as you can, and then sustain through the damage.
The net worth lead actually isn't that big either. 13 minutes in, only just under 3k. So MV are still actually okay as long as they take their next few fights properly. Ruff has just got his Wind of Nature as well, so that should help him dual max a little easier.
Actually, speaking of which, JP Niners, if we look at the current state of the game, JP Niners have the advantage because at the very least they can chase Monster Vicious all the way from the Lord Pit to their base. There are no structures in between to save them.
Zeno in some trouble, already at half HP. The two-man taunt into the penalty zone flicker! Finds 3! Tempest of Blades comes out, Max gets the legendary, though he's already picked up Ruff. That is the key target! Zeno will follow! Avatar the Guardian actually lands on a good spot for once, but it's already too late. Lolil gets his own double kill. Martizi, the only survivor. Heartguard used on Rasi to increase his movement speed and allow him to chase down the Zusin, zoning him away, while Max gets a free push in the mid lane. Zach QT somehow surviving the tower after all of that. And Niners just going to use this as a chance to immediately end the game on the Crystal.
They've done it, and they're broken through. Crystal down, game 1 over. JP Niners slow and steady wins the race. Calculated fights, but just give Max Ling plus Angela, and it's basically as good as over.
That was an excellent call as well. The moment they won that fight, immediately the decision was made. Heartguard the Cho, chase down Martizi, go for the push. They cannot respawn fast enough to stop us. A clean victory for the Niners.
Very clean. One of their cleanest ones yet. And honestly, this was a pretty grueling game with both sides having some good concepts, but the execution was what made the difference. Towards the end there, I would say that they pretty got hard stat checked.
It does seem that way, because Ruff just blew up at the start of the fight. And that means no damage. Max just gets to go ham.
He got a free game this time, but I don't think they're going to give him another free game. I think the Angela probably is pretty deserving of a ban. You can leave Ling up, that's totally fine because Uni still is capable of playing it for themselves. It's just something to keep in mind for the upcoming game.
I think the draft was a little bit harder for MV to execute because there was so much mobility on the side of the Niners. And while you have Zusin and Gatot to catch people out, it takes a bit of work when they can just keep jumping around you.
Yeah, that's why I was hoping that Nova X Cobra was able to get some like pretty nasty taunts in these fights. However, you can see that the way JP Niners are positioning themselves, they're less worried about Martizi, they're more worried about Nova and arguably even Zeno, right? Because sometimes you don't know where Uni is coming from. Most of the time, once he engages with the Blade Surge, then you can punish him almost instantaneously. So that's why Zeno and Martizi were the big focuses in these games.
Yeah, Niners were very, very smart with the way they approached this game. MV was doing pretty alright in the first couple of minutes. Then you saw a light bulb go off in the Niners' head. We gotta aim Zeus in, we gotta aim the engages. We don't really have to mind the positioning of Nova, of Ruff, of Uni, because they don't have enough damage to threaten a Heartguard Ling.
Well, let's look at our MVP, Max, at the age of 21, having a great game by himself, but can he do it just one more time to give JP Niners a 2-0 victory? Man, Max has been killing it on Ling. I mean, we've known he's been nasty on two things, Roger and Ling.
And this time we get to see how scary that Ling can be. 10-0-4. 88% kill participation, 856 GPM. The issue that a lot of junglers have with Ling nowadays, even Skies, is that he's not that strong in the early game, and even in the late game can be quite squishy. Angela just deals with all those problems.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It was an interesting draft coming out from JP Niners, and I gotta give it to their coaching staff here to come up with Angela, Cho, and as well as Khalid as a triple flex pick to really keep your opponents on their toes while still making sure that the early game is within your grasp.
This is clean. I like the growth we're seeing from the Niners. We said they'd been getting better every single week, and somehow that momentum has not stopped.
It has not stopped yet, but it doesn't mean that MV are out of this just yet. Let's quickly look at the post-game stats. I'm going to quickly check the items. I don't think I see anything out of the ordinary from the MV side. Yep, everything all up to par. Same thing goes for JP.
It was a pretty quick game as well. 14.5 minutes in, Max was dominating, but Lolil was getting a pretty good time himself, already having 4 items, including the Holy Crystal and the Wishing Lantern, with 5 kills to his name as well. MV's lineup was just not good at catching him.
It's tough, right? He's got plenty of iframes, and even when you're done with the iframes, as soon as he hops out into that darkening form, ooh, I know I have chills down my spine when I think about that. It's like, do you take this? Could he burst me down before I could kill him?
It's a great split too, because Lunox is magic and Ling is physical, so it forces MV into a dichotomy of what defensive build to go on. And that meant that Nova and Xeno were both just melting really fast regardless.
Yeah, the game didn't drag on long enough for them to get into max items, and that was also an issue. But at the very least, I think that MV, that early game definitely needs a double take, because unfortunately losing that mid lane control, and then, because they were already expecting Ye3 to maybe go for information, maybe go for an invade, maybe a vertical jungling angle, stealing away their own purple buff, it may have cost them a bit of time.
Yeah, I don't really mind too much the Zusin prio pick, because Martizi is pretty cracked on it, but they then picked Gatot quite quickly on afterwards, which locks them into a very teamfight kind of pick-off style, and it's not very good at catching heroes like Ling or Lunox.
I think maybe it could have been a hard read to respond to in case a high loss showed up for any reasons necessary in this meta. I think that if they did do it in response to maybe deterring the high loss, it's a good idea, but at the end of it, it feels like Lolios is getting more and more confident with his own hero pool. Like, I wasn't expecting to see Lunox into rough playing carry, that's for sure.
Yeah, but it works really well against the tanky heroes, like Gatot especially, because once he's used his tools, you can just Chaos Assault him down, and there's not much he can do to stop you. The damage dealt very, very even on both sides, and even the damage taken, actually.
Pretty good numbers so far. 84,000 coming in from Ye3. I know he was in the middle of a lot of that fight, but how much did that quicksand guard actually block? Because I know he cancels it like extra early, especially when he can foresee like a potential CC come out from MV.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that MV did almost as much damage as the Niners, because in comparison, I feel like Ling and Lunox were coming online really, really quickly.
Same. I don't know. It's an interesting one, but let's look at our key players here. Our rich guy in the carry obviously going over to Max, but the sandbag going over to Nova X Kobar, and the best wingman going to Zach QT.
Zach QT is just having a great time. He's just jumping onto someone, letting them do the work. He's like, alright, I'm done.
He's literally along for the ride.
But that last call to go on to Rasi, to let him chase down and delay Martizi's recall to base, that was great.
That was a very good idea. Overall, JP continued to evolve. I do want to see the adjustments coming in from MV, because I feel like Haru might just lean into red side for the upcoming game, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's first look at the KDA map, because my golly, there are plenty of kills and assists happening across the map.
And so many kills onto the Gatot as well. You would think that's not a target the Ling can easily whittle down, but not a problem. I think Max got enabled heavily by Zach QT on this Angela. And Rasi being the one to really kick things off by starting the kill chain with those waves of the dragon. JP Niners looking really good.
Oh, whether or not they're going to get the same draft again is a big question mark for me. I don't think they're going to get the Cho. I do not think that they're going to get Angela Ling. Whether it's the Ling or the Angela, one of them is going to get banned out, if not stolen away.
I agree with you. So, strong thing about some of the top teams, including MV, is their ability to adapt between games. And I doubt that Coach Haru is going to allow a similar sort of draft to go through again.
Yep. I think it's just right now, both teams are pretty evenly matched against each other. It's just who can execute just a little bit better and really take advantage of the small leads that they generate, whether it be timing or even gold.
I think from MV's perspective, though, they definitely cannot allow the Niners to be in control in the early game. We've already mentioned they're really, really good at scaling late. If you let them accelerate that timing, the game just takes over.
It really does. And it's strange because the momentum doesn't feel like it's an overwhelming force. It's more so, I'm getting stat checked, I'm getting stat checked, I'm getting stat checked. I can't win this 1v1. With that being said, looks like we have a little bit of a segment on the off stage here. Is it LaFell? Is it Rose? Who knows? Let's throw it to the off stage.
Terima kasih banyak dan sekarang anda tak nampak saya tapi jujur saya cakap, saya nervous sikit. Yang ni takut, yang ni nervous, ni Ellie, ni Tasha. Hai, selamat datang kepada MPL Off Stage yang dibawakan khas oleh Hotlink. Okay, alright. Jadi sekarang ni kita bersama dengan mereka berdua. Awak dah pergi break. Tadi Max main power gila kan?
Ya,
Power gila.
betul.
Kalah tadi. Macam mana perasaan ni? Macam mana boleh kalah? Tak tahu. Tak tahu? Alah. Sianya. Tak nak jawab lebih? Tak nak. Dia tak nak jawab lebih. Jadi saya tanya awak lah. Macam mana menang tadi?
Kita biasalah put trust on the team.
Put trust on the team. Saya nampak usaha awak tadi. Terjerit-jerit. Ailio keluar banyak gitu.
Tak ada, bukan.
Oh, tak keluar Ailio? Oh, saya salah tengok peluh Mungkin. Game kedua, awak yakin tak MV boleh menang?
Saya rasa boleh.
Rasa boleh? Kenapa?
Sebab boleh.
Sebab diorang kalahkan SRG semalam kan?
Betul.
SRG tu dah lah kuat.
Itulah. Lepas tu menang.
Saya susah nak cakap dengan dia. Jadi untuk game ni, rasanya JP Niners, diorang punya peluang nak menang 2-0 tu tinggi ataupun rasa macam MV boleh fight balik dan dapat 1 point?
Kalau ikutkan chemistry, kalau ikutkan kita punya kita tengok performance dia setiap minggu, saya percaya dia orang boleh tutup game ni 2-0. Tapi nak bagi caster balik lambat sikit, 2-1 lah.
Jarang saya jumpa orang biadab macam ni tau. Saya rasa macam saya nak sokong MV pula. Tapi kalau sokong korang nanti kita balik lambat kan?
Tak apalah, balik je lah lambat.
Awak, wife saya tunggu tau. Saya risau, buang awak, saya tidur luar. Tapi it's okay, saya ada kucing. Terima kasih banyak. Nak duduk?
Nak.
Tak boleh. Kita akan throw dulu kepada caster. Di mana? Korang pula. Aduh, sakit.
Oh god. At this point, I feel like LaFell taking over is an upgrade.
Oh, dude, this is the offstage segment. My goodness. What a segment we have between the games. This is why we're the most entertaining region for good reason. But now, let's get right into business here because MFV need to equalize this. I say need to equalize because they just lost their chance to make it into top 2 because of that loss.
That would have been huge. Imagine getting as far in the bracket as you can start and not having to face off against SRG. So considering MV, maybe facing SRG is better for them.
Who knows? But we quickly asked Monster Vicious's own Haru and asked him, were you... I hate this. Were you terharu by MV's performance last night? Terharu, for those of you who don't know, directly translates to surprise. And he said, yes, I'm really surprised by my players. I'm still confused, though, why we face teams at the bottom of the table. Something seems to go wrong somewhere, but we'll try to fix it before the playoffs.
I have the same question, Haru. Why?
Haru's the only real human being there. Everybody else is just like, what's going on? What's happening?
Wait, if they're not real human beings, what are they?
Come on, don't make me spell it out for you. Say it. It's in the name. Starts with the M, ends with the V.
That's fair.
Yeah, somebody's catching on.
But Monster doesn't end with a V.
God damn it, you got me there. Okay, fine. Team comparison. MFV currently at the 22nd game, 22 games already played to collect their data. JP at 20 games because they've won a couple of 2-1s of their own. Total damage dealt is where you see Monster Vicious beat them, but first blood rate, JP actually has a whopping 55%.
It's really impressive to see because early on in the season, Niners were a little bit weaker towards the early game phase, so there's been a lot of growth there.
Wait, is that every single... Wait, is that Ruff's just his straight up classmate?
I'm not sure. I feel like we needed to look at that a little longer.
He got a picture with like a majority of them. I don't think he missed anybody out there. But keep in mind, everybody, that M6 is happening in Malaysia. Scan the QR code, type in the code. You know what to do. You know what to do at this point. We got 26 more seconds, and I want to speculate about possible changes for MV to win this game.
Possible changes. I think they might still want to prioritize the Zusin because it was working pretty well for them, but if they do so, they gotta make sure their roamer is more hard CC.
Ooh, is Gato not enough? I feel like Gato would have been enough. He's got a soft CC if that's slow with the ground pound. He's got the taunt as well if he's able to
maybe hard CC is not the right term. Reliable CC.
Okay, reliable CC. So Popo and Koopa in the roam, at least you can target lock somebody and then pair it up with the frost traps on top of that. That's like a 3 second, well, almost a 2.5 second stun.
Yeah, but maybe not Popo and Koopa, you know. Like Kaja would have worked. Cho was an option before it was locked in by the Niners. Things that are a little easier to secure CC.
I agree with the Cho. I disagree with the Kaja. I think Kaja, you're going to need a burst hero more than Jushin, who's more of a dot peel style.
That's true.
I think the big issue is like, oh yeah, Divine Judgment. Oh no, what's going to happen? I'm going to pick you up and throw you back a little bit further and then you walk away.
They should have went Jushin Jawhead.
Ooh.
And you just throw someone into another country.
You just hopscotch him across, like you hopscotch him mid all the way to the bottom side of the map.
Yep.
Brutal indeed. But now there has been an adjustment. MV now on red side, JP on blue with the same couple of. Oh wait, actually no, a slight adjustment. Fanny Man, Gatot, and as well as Faramis. MV, Chip, and as well as Ling.
Did you say Faramis?
Oh yeah, I did. Phobius, my bad.
Phobius. Like, huh? Where?
I just said it so quick that it just slipped my mind.
Understandable. Yeah, looking at the recap here, there are some pretty notable changes, with Chip being switched out for Gatot since Niners are on the blue side, forcing MV to have to ban it, and they actually do get rid of the Ling instead of the Angela.
Okay, alright, so that means Angela is still up for grabs if anybody wants to find a catalyst for her. Gonna be Cho. All right, good start from MV. Let's see what this first pick from JP is gonna be actually. Is it gonna go straight back to Khalid? They don't have to worry about the Phobius. Hylos was not touched in both of these games. They could look to flex pick in that area, but I think Khalid is probably the strongest opener.
Yeah, they could even have like flex pick Gatot early, but Edith was left open.
Okay. All right, fair enough, fair enough. Take the Edith here. Rossi's been doing God's work with it anyways.
What does MV want at this point?
I don't know. I feel like as much as Jushin is kind of nasty from Martizi, I feel like it should have been picked within like second rotation is too long. It probably gets banned out there. Maybe as a third pick here. I feel like you need to see more of JP's composition before you make that choice.
But they've comboed it with a Matilda here. That will enable much more aggressive early rotations from Monster Vicious. But they've also got to contend with a Harif and a Hayabusa from Max.
All right. And this is where Max gets real aggressive. He likes to go Warcry, the traditional Warcry Hayabusa, and he looks for early ganks. That's why you see that 55% first blood rate.
It does mean MB wants a little more early game presence, so Alpha gonna be a very good answer for that. When you combine it with Zusin and Matilda, ganking early from MV is very possible.
Yeah, but JP, I think that JP has done really good work here, right? Open up with the Edith, lock in after seeing Matilda as well as Jushin. I think that Hayabusa, any assassin could fit in that position, but Harith specifically, because now MV has to answer the question, do I put in the Lunox first or do I get my jungler? And I think in their minds, Alpha is more important as of right now. We probably can still play carry into Harith, worst comes to worst.
Yeah, playing carry is fine, Natan is still open. I think MV feels the gold lane hero pool is still much wider as compared to the jungle hero pool, so prioritizing Uni's hero first made sense to them, and they will also deny the Eve to make sure that Niners don't have easy zone control.
Some people came down from college and there's a curfew? Dang. Okay. Hopefully, MV is able to come back 2 games in a row, and they're not banished into the Shadow Realm at that point from your college.
Well, there's a reason that parents tell their kids there's monsters out at night, so they shouldn't go out too late, you know?
The irony, the raw irony. Khalid, the follow-up ban coming in from JP. MV now holding priority over the draft. Is there anything that they need to get rid of here? EXP hasn't been predetermined yet. Are there any other decent EXP laners at this point? Edith is going to naturally clear the waves fast. No Cho. Loy Yi also getting taken off too. Ooh.
Heavy focus to ZQT. MV wants to make sure they are the ones controlling the fight. That means no real-world manipulation, slowing them down, and no diversion so that they always have to look behind their shoulders. I think this makes a lot of sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense too, but I feel like JP, they might be... I don't know if they're going to try and set up for a Valentina, but I think MV needs to show some kind of a juicy ult to work with right now.
Valentina, would they want to...
Not unless this is a really fat ult for JP.
I think considering what MV is playing, things like Vex and Aurora are still perfectly fine.
I would say Aurora is significantly better here.
I agree. If MV is going to run at them, especially with something like Matilda around, having an Aurora to freeze would be pretty nice to have. But
or at the very least to slow their opponents with a Hailstorm. I think either or, there is strong engagement potential for the side of MV. Whether they double down in that aspect, I'm not 100% sure. But I think that JP, they need to be careful. Oh! Show off your EXP, hold on to your gold for last?
Interesting.
Double fighter, maybe? Because they can technically play Ruby into Aerith here.
I would not like double fighter here. When you have an alpha in the jungle, you are locking yourself into early game. Once you get the mid game, the opponent has like 3 items, the game is just over for you. I don't like it.
Maybe just win harder, I guess. I mean, to be fair, they have the Jushin, and I think Jushin is what really brings this composition together. Jushin being the main crux of it, Matilda as the butter in between the bread, and the raw pieces of bread being Alpha to Rizla. And I would only assume Ruby at this point, but it looks like JP beat me to it.
I actually love JP's draft. Edith, Aurora, Ruby, that is so much teamfight crowd control that MV will have to deal with. If they're looking for a gold lane, the Lunox is still open. Classic counter to Harif, Brilliance to escape from Hayabusa.
I'm thinking whether or not they're going to go into Natan here.
Medal in my pocket.
Ooh, Moskov. Really? All right. I'm fine with this. We saw a good game from Ruff the last time on this Moskov. The global presence doesn't really matter too much or only during neutral objective fights, but the Spear of Despair in particular is going to make Edith's life difficult to look for a clean onward. Same goes for Hayabusa if he tries to quad shadow.
That is fair. Both team lineups looking to be a little bit more balanced here, but we saw very, very clean gameplay from the Niners. Was it thanks to the Angela Ling, or is there something better at play?
I feel that right now, JP, they're going back to their comfort roots, right? They're going to play around Lolios for a majority of that game and play as a mid-trio. I think that Ye3 is going to be left on an island for God knows how long, but for MV, they can contest for this. I think as soon as Litho Wanderer is done and we see level 4s come through, MV need to start fighting early.
Invading is possible as well. We could even see the Matilda go in level 1 to disrupt the opponent, but that will only be observed once we jump into the land of dodge. This is going to be game number 2 between Monster Vicious and JP Niners. The latter currently 1 game up. Can they get the clean sweep?
Well, let's find out here with JP on the blue side, taking his orange buff from Max, and Uni on his purple buff on the red side here. They're going to end up on the same spot, into the gold lane here where all their priority is going to be. But we do see that Uni, he's going to immediately not even bother contesting for Litho Wanderer. He's just looking for level 4.
Yeah, if he can get level 4 first, we know Alpha can fight really, really well. And Hayabusa doesn't quite match up in damage until he has that first item.
Thoughts on Uni's emblems? He's going Impure Rage Fighter Emblem Alpha. So very pokey though.
It's very pokey, but also quite good for extended fights because Impure Rage allows you to top up your mana and then some of your HP.
Yeah, but it's not like Alpha has like a big mana problem though. That's not like his known. That's not like when I think Alpha. His main problem is that he's all in, can't get out. Not he doesn't have mana. He can't even go in.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. It means that MV are intending to go for more pokey playstyle.
That's what I would imagine here. I think it's basically still centered around the Martisi strategy of playing the Jushin. Jushin repositions, Uni just pokes him, then they just wait for that to happen again, and then eventually the all-in if they're low.
That makes sense on paper, though I feel like MV don't necessarily have to go in that way. They do actually have a pretty strong early game comp and can dive the members of the Niners. For now, though, a little bit more focus towards the EXP lane. Turtle will be up in a little bit.
I think the better question right now is how does Uni even enter the fight, right? Because Rossi is going to be on Ruby Roam, and not to mention that Zach QT generally is going to be very aware if Uni tries to go for an all-in. He's going to get frozen up pretty quick.
It's probably because of this that he goes in pure rage, right? Maybe he wants to play more on the outskirts of the fight first and then look for an opportunity to actually Spear of Alpha in. Question mark? I guess we'll see. Rasi not level 4 yet though, but Yetri flickers forward onwards, catches out Uni. Xeno with penalty zone, catches out Max at the same time. This is going to be a 50-50. Yetri gets the first blood onto Uni, and Martisi secures the turtle.
Oh, it's so sad. Uni just dies before this turtle is within retry range. Big Sages here, but it did cost them 3 flickers. Zeno traded his own flicker trying to zone off Max. It was a good idea, but now we're seeing the top side getting dove.
Lolil holding on to his Purify for as long as possible, still has to use it in the end, but will escape alive.
It was a good choice by Lolios. Had he not used that Purify, he was about to get lifted and yeeted back into MV.
Yeah, you do not want to lose Lolil at this stage. MV were still able to get the turtle earlier, but losing Uni means that Alpha loses a little bit of relevance.
Loses, well, I mean, for now, Uni generally is looking for level 12 before he's like proactively pushing people back into their own jungle. That's when his ult becomes really, really short. 63 seconds until we see the next turtle actually spawn here. We go back into the stalemate form.
It's gonna be a bit more passive for now. I think that's fine for both of these teams. They don't need to force fights too often, but they both do have heroes that want to get a little bit of snowball under their belt at least, in the Alpha and the Hayabusa. So it's up to them to decide whether that focus goes towards the gold or the EXP side of the map.
I think it's got to be gold side, right? I mean, rough is their main win condition. Zeno, he's just going to be a scaling tank at this point that can wave clear effectively. Oh, Rossi, though.
Rossi could be in some trouble. Circling Eagle already comes out, knocks up the Ruby, but Niners are safely behind their own lines, so they're fine.
Yeah, but this means that they're going to cut off like reinforcement paths. We've seen MV do this time and time again. Hopefully JP...
Misery pins Lolil to the wall. Uni is here. Spear of Alpha misses though. Zaman Force has already been used, so Guiding Winds pulls Uni out. They can no longer commit.
Nicely played by Loliels. He played that really, really well, making sure he dodged absolutely everything here. Now Max has an opportunity to actually steal away this Lord because they're expecting the next fight to actually... Sorry, not the Lord, the Turtle, for this pit.
This turtle going to be important. I think Monster Vicious have a slight bit more control since they already pressured the top lane a little bit, but Niners are already back in place. Max jumping in, poking out Martisi, trying to look for where Uni is.
They don't know which side of the map Uni started, so now that he shows back up, at least they might have a rough idea. This is going to be a tough contention point.
Yeah, we can see both junglers are here, both gold laners up in the top lane. I don't think we're gonna see a full commit just yet. They're both looking for more of a kickoff to maybe start off the fight.
Yeah, we did see Max clear up that bottom side. Same goes for Uni, but he does get the Sky Pierce. Oh!
The Flicker penalty zone catches Rasi. Flicker backwards from the Ruby being used. Max jumps back in onto Martisi, uses the ult from Zeusin, the Earth Shatter, flickers forward, catches out Uni. Frigid Glacier gonna be used right in the center, but Max still gets the turtle anyway. And Uni at the same time with the Yogi Shadow kill, double kill for the Hayabusa.
Nicely played by Rossi, honestly. Like, Rossi could have yoinked Zeno in, but decided to hold on to his ult and lose his flicker, walks back up, and plays around Zach QT's stun. Just incredible stuff from JP.
Yeah, not a big fan of the initiation from MV there, actually. Xeno jumped in very aggressively with the penalty zone, but there wasn't a clear line to connect the rest of his team to him. Ruff now in some trouble. Zaman Force already used by Lolil forces him to dash away, and This is a free tier 1 up top.
Yep, and Lolios doesn't mind using the Salmon Force to speed the process up. He wants to get this lane swap done and dusted, ideally now rather than later, because even Zeno on the opposite side, sorry, Ye3 on the opposite side of the map was able to clear up so they can make a clean transition, 0 gold and EXP loss.
6 minutes in, 3 kills to 0. Already a 3k goal lead for the Niners. They are showing that their gameplay from game 1 is consistent. They have a plan. They know exactly how they want to execute on it.
Yeah, and right now, Max, he's legitimately dangerous, right? With that double kill and now a level lead against Uni, he's got a Hunter Strike and a Sky Piercer with currently 2 stacks underneath its belt. People like Martizi needs to be careful. Even Ruff can't leave Nova X Kobar's side.
Yeah, Monster Vicious going to be forced to play quite closely together, which is pretty bad when they already are in a tough spot. Circling Eagle, knocks up Rasi. Monster Vicious not really ready to follow up, and here comes the Yogi Shadow Kill. Killing spree already, Martizi is just gone. Penalty Zone only catches 1, and Azino gets pulled back into the Niners. The rest of Monster Vicious nowhere close to save him.
Disgustingly good from Rasi here. Really good reaction time to punish Zeno, but it looks like Monster Vicious, they don't know how to handle this. The micro mechanics coming out from JP seems to be honestly better than Monster Vicious. Their executions have been a lot cleaner. Their timings have been a lot better. Monster Vicious, I don't want to say that they're getting outclassed because right now they're getting stat checked, but the decisions that are being made.
Yeah, I am loving the eye for opportunity that the Niners have. Martizi drops to like half HP. Max is just instantly go, go. This is the time. And they're saving resources too to continue to split apart Monster Vicious because they're just not strong enough when they're by themselves.
Now, they gathered here together. Last turtle. Could go to anybody's side, but I need to see Zeno target specifically Max. Like, he's been jumping into a lot of these fights, catching weird targets, but he needs to specifically get on top of Max with that penalty zone.
And even if you do penalty zone Max, if he has quad shadow set up, he escapes really, really easily. That's the problem I have with Terizla nowadays. It doesn't offer enough teamfight initiation unless you have another form of AoE CC to work with.
But that's the thing, you guarantee it, right? Oh no.
No, might be way too far. He actually jumps forward. Max already gets the Lord though. Spear of Destruction lands. So Ye3 gonna blink out. In the meantime, Zach QD already finishing off Zeno, as well as the Ogi Shadow kill, getting the killing spree. So Ye3 going to be sacrificed in exchange. Monster Fish is actually in position to follow up on this, and they even get a bonus, a kill on Lolil.
Ooh, 2 for 2. A 2 for 2, but the Lord is still in the hands of the JP Niners. Ruff should be able to manage this with no problems, but as soon as Max gets that Oki Shadow kill, expect him to make something happen across the map. Now, I will have to say that at least for Zach QT, he's playing absolutely fine. Loliels is the one getting a little hyper-aggressive. He needs to respect Martizi's space.
Yeah, on a Harif, you do need to get quite close up and personal, but MV that's exactly what they want from you. So positioning is important. That was actually a situation where Zeno should have been picked off early on, but the re-initiation actually worked out for them.
Honestly, it was pretty good, right? Because again, it was like, I can understand why Zeno was trying to force that play, because Lolios for the first time overextended and he literally just dashed. If you get a Purify out of him, if you get the Hazaman Force out of him, you should be able to tank until the rest of your team is there to save you. Worst comes to worst, Nova X Kobar guiding wins you out of there.
Yeah, a lapse in judgment, I think, because Niners thought they could take out Zeno quick and easily before the rest of his team could catch up, but that meant that they grouped up a little bit right in front of the Lord Pit and allowed the penalty zone to catch more than expected.
I mean, it's the body of the Smith diff, right? Radiant armor purchase coming in from Zeno. He's worried about Zach QT, Ye3, and as well as Loliels. It affects 3 out of the 5 members. Okay, decent purchase, but I would imagine that some anti-heal is necessary.
Circling Eagle comes in, pulls in Uni, and catches out Rasi, but there's so much damage being done already as Nova and Kobar just instantly melts, and Zeno's caught by the onward. He's going to be focused on by Loliel. Spear of Alpha comes out once again, this time onto Ye3, and Spear of Destruction finishes him off, and the Spear of Alpha comes out a 3rd time onto Rasi. Max going to get the monster kill though, double kill, but he's going in, he's going for all of them. Triple kill on the Hayabusa. Maniac for Max.
He makes it look so easy. So easy. I don't know. He makes it look effortless. High fives all around the tables of JP Niners right now. But holy, that entire fight, Max is just chilling in the back. He's just waiting for things to happen. Uni decides the Spear of Alpha Rasi instead of Loliel's. He pushes Rasi out of the way, moves back, survives the fight. Because he's already level 13, he's got like what, a 11, arguably even an 8-second cooldown, depending on whether he has his third item or not, to jump back into these fights. And yes, it's great, but at the same time, Ruff uses his Spear of Destruction to get back in the fight and ends up dying to Max anyways.
This is a 901 Hayabusa with 80 Sky Piercer stacks.
God
he
damn.
is taking people down left and right. Envy need to find him, but they're not quite able to do so because of the spacing. Again, this Edith, Ruby, Aurora gives them so much control.
It's difficult, but I think that Monster Vicious are getting a little desperate here. Level 15 to level 14, Uni is going to take up as much EXP as he can before he shows himself. I think there is an argument for him, to head down to the bottom side, but Lolios finally purchases that third item after so long.
Holy Crystal is a huge boost to Ahara's damage. As long as Lolil isn't picked off, Monster Vicious have another person to be worried about.
Now, it's going to be the Lord Dance here. No priority. I think at this point, Ruff probably should head over to the top side, but I think that Monster Vicious don't know where Max is. He's going to show up here, and that's when you see Ruff move up to the top.
The Lord going to half HP now. Lolil working on it. Conceal play. Forcing MV back. Niners just using it as a scare tactic, but also allowing Rasi to walk into the tri-bush to get some scouting in. Monster Vicious is gonna look to try and engage. Lolil actually catches out Martisi, uses Zaman Force, but he's been pulled in, has to use the Purify for the penalty zone. Frigid Glacier, Xeno flickers out of it, but he's still caught. He's gonna be taken out. Legendary Streak going over to Max, and Monster Vicious knows they can no longer fight.
The heck was that? Nova X Kobar at any time could have communicated, I got guiding wings, you can go in now. But what? Did they not pull him out of position there? Were they going to fight? Were they not going to fight? Like what?
There's definitely some desperation coming in from MVE. They want to make something happen. They want to get a pick off, but it's not quite enough. Too much control on the Niners. Spear of Alpha engages a beautiful Earth Shatter to respawn. But yeah, Tree going to pay for his own life as a result. Rasi going to be sacrificed at the same time. Max does secure the Lord, but now he is in trouble. Spear of Alpha catches him. Spear of Misery doesn't connect with the wall though. So Max keeps his streak alive.
Oh my goodness, that was already on the very edge as well. The Spear of Alpha did catch him, but he was already mid-animation, so he only got like stunned at the end of it, getting slightly displaced. Luckily, he saves the stacks though.
And he needs to save those stacks. Max offers so much damage to his team right now, especially since Lolil has to delay his entry. Monster Vicious finds a little bit more breathing room, should be able to deal with this Lord. Rakuti actually flickers forward with the ult, catches out Uni, but Uni comes back in with the Spear of Alpha, finishes off his passive. Ogi Shadow Kill gonna be used by Max on very low HP, but he still gets the legendary kill, double kill on a Hayabusa. Spear of Destruction does not connect with the right target, so Ruff has to be pulled back to safety.
Max is nasty with it. 1 HP in the backline, already uses Quad Shadow, had to Shadow Kill the backline, and then quickly switches on over to his second Shadow to take out Zeno and get a little bit of life back. Like, what can you really say? Max is having a perfect game.
Up 12-0. Zaman forced to take out the mid inhibitor. Nova trying to buy some space, but the I'm Offended finds Ruff in the back line. They're under the crystal with only 2 minions alive, but that is more than enough for the JP Niners to upset the balance and take down Monster Vicious.
Rasi just ended up hands over. They made this look easy. They made a couple of mistakes, but they recovered beautifully from it. And it feels like Max, I don't know, when I look at him and seeing him play Hayabusa like that, playing Ling like that, this dude, you gotta remember, he's from MPL Indonesia, used to be playing with his brother under BTR. They were a powerhouse for a reason.
He is literally maxing out right now at the end of the season. I think we'll just let LaFell handle the rest. GG, well played to them.
Terima kasih banyak pada para casters. Give it up for JP Niners! First of all, kita nak tanya pada Zak Kitty. Zak, sini jap. Okay, Zak, first of all, congratulations menang lawan dengan MV. MV pun dapat kalahkan SRG, jadi memang satu opponent yang kuat. Tetapi, adakah anda pernah dengar tentang MV punya prestasi lawan dengan tim yang kuat diorang menang, lawan tim yang lemah diorang kalah?
adakah tim awak lemah?
Tak.
Oh tak.
Tengok sekarang nombor apa sekarang?
Apa dia?
Tengok sekarang kita orang nombor apa?
Sekarang ni cara korang cakap macam nombor 1. Whoosh. Power dia Zak. Top 3?
Yes.
Jadi Zak, bila dah top 3 dekat sini, macam mana korang punya confidence nak masuk ke dalam playoff? Rasanya macam boleh bantai semua orang ataupun macam belakang tapi relax sikit?
Kita orang still kena improve lagi lah.
Kena improve
Kita orang kena training more for the playoff. Itu je lah kena buat. Terus training je lah, training lebih lagi.
Jawapan yang sangat bagus. Selamat. Awak ni memang anak yang baik.
Anak baik.
Jadi sekarang Max. Kita kena tanya Max. Come here Max. First of all, nak bagi tahu, tali kasut terbuka. Tapi it's okay. Yang kedua, awak memang handsome. Oh my god. Nervous rasa. Okay Max, jadi jungler, lagi pakai assassin. Bukan kerja yang mudah nak masuk ke depan, dapatkan kill. Dan banyak kali, you masuk keluar, dapat kill dan you selamat. Jadi boleh tak bagi tahu, dalam you punya team, siapa yang membantu you untuk pastikan you boleh masuk dengan selamat dan dapatkan kill? Rasi. Jadi Rasi yang bantu setup, jadi senang untuk dapatkan kill. Alright, dengan tu kita punya MVP dah ready. Agak-agak siapalah Max ke? Max, yakin ke MVP?
Tak tahu.
Let's see. MVP pada match ni adalah sepanjang betul lah. Cepat! Siapa? Max, question soalan yang mudah. Pada musim kali ini, banyak juga jungler yang hebat telah main dekat pentas MPL MY. Nak pergi ke playoff, peluang Max untuk wakil JP Niners pergi ke M6. Jadi, ada tak mana-mana pasukan yang Max akan risau menentang di playoff nanti?
Gak ada sih, main aja.
Gak ada, main aja. SRG pun gitu ya?
Bukan gitu.
Oh, bukan gitu?
Main aja maksudnya.
Oh, saya lebih lah. Saya minta maaf. Alright, dengan ni, sementara tengah ada mic, ada tak apa-apa nak cakap kepada semua fan JP Niners dan MV yang hadir hari ni?
Buat fans JP Niners sama fans MV, makasih udah datang, udah bantu ngeramein. Makasih.
Saya ada dengar tadi. Anca. Mana Anca? Sini Anca. Anca.
Ya.
Okay. Tadi saya tanya, biasanya MV dapat kalahkan tim yang kuat kalah dengan tim lemah. Tapi tadi Zak kata korang tak lemah.
Oh, memang tak lemah.
Memang korang kuat.
Oh, memang kuat.
Top 3.
Udah pasti.
Sangka tak korang dapat top 3?
Of course.
Sangka.
Daripada mula ada podcast bos tanya apa semua, regular season top 3 memang.
Memang.
Top 3 tu paling minimum ah.
Paling minimum. Jadi sekarang ni regular season top 3 dah tercapai.
Yes.
Jadi apakah lagi yang awak sebagai coach mahukan untuk JP Niners?
Mestilah kita nak pergi M6 kan. So memang our goals is to masuk M6 lah.
Alright.
Level, before aku bagi last word dekat fans semua, ada biasanya aku taunting kan.
Betul.
Tapi aku udah delegasi benda ni dekat satu orang.
Okay.
Aku akan bagi dekat Z.
Z nak cakap apa tu Z?
Sikit-sikit lah ayat.
Boleh.
Bagi MV lah.
Boleh.
MV, mi korang memang dua hero je ke?
Tak Jushin Aurora.
Jushin Aurora. Sanggup diorang nak first pick. Sekarang Jushin minute dah rendah daripada 10% lah. Macam mana tu?
Macam mana tu MV? Habislah. Lepas ni, MV memang target kau.
Boleh.
Boleh
Saya tunggu korang ke playoff.
Tunggu dekat playoff. Anca, ada apa lagi nak cakap kepada semua fans?
Thank you buat semua yang dah datang. Sama dengan yang saya cakap lah, kita orang bukan kita orang yang season lepas. Thank you buat semua yang datang, especially family saya yang datang jauh-jauh dari Indo. Makasih udah datang buat nonton. Dan itu lah. Apa? Alhamdulillah. See you in Johor guys semua.
Nak nangis ke Anca? Alright, JP Niners! Thank you very much. Dan dengan tu, kita sememangnya dah selesai perlawanan kita hari ini. Tetapi saya bukan nak kata apa. Saya jarang dekat atas pentas untuk jadi host. Jadi sementara itu saya ambil masa untuk diri saya sendiri. Tremble. Let's go to the mic check.
Let's go. Mati. Kait. Bisa lagi sini. Ayo. Gatot. Raise miss. Yo, let's go. Carry. Nice boys. Uni. Dua climate. Mati.
Nice one.
Bawa langsung guys satu.
Bawa.
Iya kalau. Gatot nih.
Dua kick.
Respect. Gua
Lihat lotnya guys. Nice Max.
Gua aman.
Naughty carry.
Belakang guys.
Sabar.
Aman.
Mati tuh kali.
Ya, no ulti, Teris.
Nice one, Max.
No ulti, Teris.
Out aja Max.
Respect. Udah guys.
No ulti ya, Teris. Aman.
Nice Max. Nice Max, cok.
Respect.
Jungler gua nih, bos.
Gua cari buff dia.
Wave dia masih lama.
Enko.
Nice one, guys. Kalian memang jago, cok.
Nice.
Oke dia.
Mati sih dia.
Nice Mac. Gol.
Teris.
Nice one.
Mati.
Nice one, guys. Bisa jangan.
Gua ke atas. Gua lihat.
Guys. Pudi bos.
Go on the way.
Sabex.
Kena nih 3. Kait.
ML. Nasel.
Yuk.
Mosku ulti.
No porif dia.
Mid. Atas ada wave.
Gua TP. Masuk.
Masuk dulu orang dulu. Tahu.
GG, well played to the JP Niners, 2-0 Monster Vicious in a surprising fashion as well. They made it look hella easy even though MV beat SRG.
Yeah, really effective and clean execution coming in here from the JP Niners. And it continues to be confusing about Monster Vicious. So where's the cutoff point actually? Maybe it is third place, right?
Maybe it's like a roundup system. I don't know.
Yeah.
they're right at the 50-50 mark, and it's like, we'll just round it up and join the rest.
They win against everything second place onwards, and then they lose to everything third place and below.
Yeah. I don't get it. I think that MV definitely wasn't as prepared for JP Niners' overall coordination, especially with their mid trio. Like Rossi, Zach QT, and as well as Max are really jiving so well.
It's such an effective combo, and the drafting was really nice as well. Again, I cannot praise it enough. This was so good. Ruby, Edith, Aurora, and then you have 2 different forms of damage in Hayabusa and Harif as well. It's so many things that Monster Vicious has to worry about at the same time.
It just goes to show, right? Especially with compositions who aren't compositions who have a diverse cast of members that can give at least the 2 versions of available damage here in MLBB. It just means that if Monster Vicious ever starts to fall behind, itemizing later in the game just becomes that much harder because some of these items get real expensive, and not to mention the components as well give you very different benefits.
But I think the ultimate standout has to be, with no contest at all, Max. With a 24-0-6 total KDA across 2 games on Ling and Hayabusa.
God dang, 24-0-6. And a GPM of 3,220.
Oh man.
It just doesn't stop with him. He literally had a perfect series, not even a perfect game.
It was the ultimate demonstration of what he is capable of. We know how scary Hayabusa is with a lead, because with that Sky Piercer, the Oki Shadow kill is just so painful, and he never dropped his streak at all. It came close once, but Max just has no fear. Like, The moment he dies once, a lot of his damage just goes away. Despite that, jumps in, 1 HP, doesn't matter. I have Ogi Shadow killed.
It's too good. It's too good. I don't know. It feels like I'm not sure what was going on with MV per se. I think they had a couple of good ideas, but at the same time, the execution, I felt like they had much better odds in Game 1 than they had in Game 2, surprisingly enough.
It does feel that way. Because while Game 2... Now, Game 2 was just a stomp, right? From the early game onwards, once they made the mistake to give Max 2 kills. Like, this was almost the same time as last game too, 14.5 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much. The funny part is that Lolios, Rasi, as well as Zach QT all have the same assists.
That is pretty funny.
Every single one of them, 11. Whoever they interacted with, don't worry, Max probably took them out.
It's just so much to deal with because, again, MV doesn't have the most solid forms of CC. I figured that they'd be able to play more aggressively this time since they had the Matilda and the Zeusin to maybe catch people for Alpha. But then JP have Edith and Ruby. You can't just dive into that. The draft was so good.
Yeah, it really can't. It's really tough because Year 3 makes life so difficult for Envy just by purely existing, right? Any kind of investment in terms of damage, even dispositioning him, you generally don't want to disposition him towards you, always away, never in front.
I'm wondering if there is a bit of a hero pool problem, right? As they put it, Martizi has been playing very few heroes recently, mainly focusing on the Zeusin, which is locked in first almost every draft, which already takes away a bit of flexibility. Then we see Xeno also relying quite heavily on the Terizla, which nowadays only works into kind of niche counter matchups. So,
well, to be fair, the EXP pool is pretty small overall in terms of like if we're talking about like what's good in the meta right now, and there's a lot of problems that it brings to the draft because of it. It's very lane dependent, it's very priority dependent, and that all leads back to matchup. And I think I get where Zeno is coming from. We need a hard engager. We need somebody who clears waves at the same time. That way Year 3 doesn't sandbag him. And Zeno did his job. He cleared the waves fast. He kept up with Year 3. Found some, well, he found engages. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Whether or not to say that it's a good engage, that's up for debate.
Yeah. There was one somewhat good engage where he actually turned around and reinitiated on the Niners because it took them a little longer to finish him off than they thought, and since they were grouped up, the penalty zone actually set up for MV. But beyond that, there was just not much else because it's so hard to catch multiple members of the Niners in a single penalty zone. And if the rest of the team is trying to catch up to Xeno to take advantage of the penalty zone, well, Max just jumps on in. It's a buffet for him, basically.
It's a pretty big buffet, but that's not the only person who had a buffet. Rasi, he got a lot of some nasty cancels here. Whether it's like taking some guiding wins, you could taunt them out of it. Let's not forget the fact that he yoinked a couple of people mid-air, as well as turning some really key fights so that Max can get into the turtle pit, steal it away, and then get a triple immediately after.
As a Ruby main myself, I've always held the sentiment that while Ruby is pretty good as a primary engager, she is even better as a secondary initiator.
So good.
If your team has another form of starting the fight, then you can save the I'm Offended for better timings. And since you have both Yetri and Zach QT to do that, Rasi is just having a ball.
He really is. He's cancelled out some, like, so many times you see Nova X Kobar try to go for like a guiding win that Rasi is like, nope, I'm gonna stop you right there. No long distance for you.
I'm offended you think you could escape.
That's a good one. That's a good one. You forgot to mention the Wolf King in the last part, but
no, that was the don't run Wolf King.
I hate the skill names. I hate the skill names.
Pretty funny.
It's the one hero that's like a little off-keter. Everybody else is like, okay, yeah, Zabin Force, okay, Synchro Fisher.
I mean, you also have Glue, pass, split.
They're the worst. Ruby is in the same category as Glue. Terrible names.
I think Popol and Koopa also has move names that are him like yelling at Koopa.
That one's a little bit more understandable, actually.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, you're right, but I feel like that's slightly more justified. I haven't emotionally figured out how I feel about that, but I'll get back
Melissa.
To you. No.
Yeah. Her lines are also her yelling line.
But Wait, but it's like a full phrase, to be fair. It's a full phrase if we're talking about the whole skill name.
Is it though? I think I'm offended is a whole phrase.
Come on, man. Come on. Where do we draw the line? At this point, Hayabusa is screaming out, Oki Shadow Kill!
I mean, it could be, you know? He could be from Naruto for all we know.
You have to play a minigame of doing hand signs on your phone. Getting back into it, at the end of it, JP utterly stopped. 18-8. But in terms of total damage taken, obviously a very significant skew towards MV's side for good reason.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes from Max himself. And then Lolil had a slightly tougher time in this game because on the Harif you have to get pretty close to MV, and MV is very good at punishing people who are too close to them. Luckily though, Max was just out of control at this point, so he didn't have to take a lot of the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, MV really needed a tempo breaker here. I feel like Uni, if he already is going for impure rage, he's looking for these 1v1 moments. As soon as he hits level 4, he should probably be looking for like really weak human beings in the early game, like Rasi for an example. At level 2, that's probably your best bet. Lolios would be ideal, but like he's got Purify, so there's a good chance he gets away.
I think it's really weird that you put it as look for a really weak human being.
Yeah.
Some of them are not even human beings.
Come on, it's Ruby. She's like, what, 4'7"? I actually don't know what her actual height is. I'm just guessing it's 4'7".
Wait, so you're saying she is a human being or she's not a human being?
She is a human being, and she happens to be 4'7".
Okay, I was more meaning like Harry.
Well,
he's not a human being.
I don't know. I don't know how Pito feels about this one if I call it a human being. But let's just say yes, but the Purify still makes a significant difference on this one. I think that's why I feel like Rossi is more likely to be caught out of position, if not scouting in the middle of the, in the river. There's a good chance for it to happen.
Yeah. I can see where you're coming from. Looking at the Hall of Fame itself, right? 915 GPM, pretty good. Lolil actually doing 50k. I thought for sure Max was doing more of the damage, but that is pretty impressive when you consider his positioning.
Yeah, maybe they don't count the Sky Piercer execution threshold. That's probably why.
That's fair, actually, yeah.
Because he had a lot of stacks, and to be fair, if we went based off of the kills that he did secure, pretty much all of them... Wait. Thinking? No, yes, all of them had hit the threshold for Sky Piercer.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good amount of damage in CC on the Niners. Basically the perfect lineup for a Hayabusa to play around. There's engage, there's damage to whittle the opponents down, there's people to take pressure off of you. Unfortunately, I think a big issue with this series was that MV was locking themselves in too early on. The mid and roam, very important duo, were picked early in both games.
That's a good point. I mean, there's a couple of things during the draft that's already like difficult to answer. Right now, a lot of it happens to be with flex picks, and those flex picks, a majority of the time, lead to EXP and as well as roam. Two pretty impactful roles, but specifically in this meta, the roam role is very, very powerful. So with that being the case, showing off the Jushin and then immediately showing off Matilda after, I feel like it's a safe opening. Generally, it is safe. I think the problem here is when we get into the alpha sector of things, right? I think maybe Julian could have been swapped out for this. I think that I don't want to say that Zeno should have played Hylos, but I think they're interchangeable at this point.
I think also the itemization was a little bit greedy from MV, which is understandable because they're playing more of an early game draft, right? They're trying to get more kills early on, so going War Axe, going Glowing Wand early to try and take advantage of that is good. But you also notice there's no Dreadnought again, no Antique, when Max is popping off. Like Radiant Armor, the counter to remember is yes, but no one is reducing damage from the Hayabusa.
Well, here's the thing. There was also no gold on the map to play for.
Yes,
they were
that's
getting
the problem.
They're getting hard front. Honestly, I can understand their itemization thinking because, again, it's just one guy. How bad can it get? And it got pretty bad here. With that being said, JP Niners hit the bare minimum and make it and shoot their way all the way up to 3rd place, knocking Todak, Monster Vicious, and Red Esports down a notch.
In fact, based on the remaining games as well, I believe this top 6 positioning is already the confirmed seeding for the playoffs as well. Since Niners, Todak, MV, Red have already played their 9 matches, and the only remaining ones are Vamos and SRG, both of which are pretty fixed in 1st and 2nd.
That's not changing anytime soon. Especially SRG. They're 21 points by the end of the season. Could have been 20. To be fair, it could have been slightly higher, but hey, you know, everybody has their days.
SRG, they've held on to their unbeatable regular season streak for long enough, and I'm sure it has given them more things that they can learn from. It's really exciting to see how this playoffs is going to be shaping up, but we will still have a couple of matches left before the regular season comes to a close.
All right, be real with me, stuff. You do tier lists every 2 weeks. Was JP Niners in the 3rd spot for you?
3rd spot, no, but I think I did have them in top 4.
Okay, so not you're slightly off. Yeah, just slightly, because even Todak, Todak is in current 4th place, and then Monster Vicious, and I know Monster Vicious is a little wonky for the tier list.
Yeah, they make my life hard, Gideon. They make my life hard.
Understandably so, but hey, at least for tomorrow, there's only 2 best of 3s. We have Vamos versus Team Ray and Team Hawk versus SRG.
There's gonna be no pressure on these remaining matches, though maybe for Team Hawk, if they want to move themselves up to be safe from having to drop down the MAL, they want to maybe get 1 point. But SRG, that's gonna be tough.
Hey man, I'll treat them like anybody else. If they 2-0 SRG, they might just push themselves.
Hey!
Yikes. It's a tough ask for both Team Ray and as well as Team Hawk. I think that Team Ray has slightly better odds because we do know that Vamos like to play the early game too, and Ray has been specializing in it.
I think Team Ray is one of the strongest early game teams we have here this season. Straight up. I'm actually a little sad that they didn't make it into the playoffs because I wanted to see a little bit more from them. I feel like they're starting to find more of their strengths, but we're not fast enough, unfortunately.
I think given next season, I think a majority of these teams are like literally 1 season behind reaching their peak.
I can get behind that.
I'm all down for it. I'm all down for it because these teams are going to continue to grow, and if Ray can actually shake up Vamos fundamentally into their core, at least it'll teach Vamos something before the playoffs. We got a pretty big break before then.
Yep. All right, let's go ahead and have a look at the playoffs. A bracket we can already show you guys and quite safely say where teams are going to be, even though we have 1 day left. As we all know, we are going to have 3rd through 6th place playing in the upper bracket quarterfinals to make it into the upper bracket semis, where they will face against 1st and 2nd.
Yep, with the regular season 1st sitting right on top, that's probably going to be Slang or Red Giants. 2nd, probably going to go over to Vamos. So the question is, who is going to face each other in the play-ins to make it to the upper bracket semifinals? And once they make it there, at least it's a double round robin. They have 1 more life if they drop the series, but from this point onwards in the playoffs, it's all best of 5s until the grand finals for the penultimate best of 7.
Since last season, we've shifted our playoffs to be closer to the other regions. So, yep, best of 5s for every match, and then a best of 7 grand finals. And because M6 will have 2 slots allocated to MPL MY, as long as you make it to the grand finals, we'll get to see you at M6.
Hell yeah! Finally, being a host is actually quite nice to get the free passes, not have to like send a team through wildcard and absolutely dumpster everybody else. But hey, gotta share the fun.
We gotta share a little bit of the fun with everyone else. Make sure you guys start thinking about which teams you want to predict making it to M6. And if you guys haven't, plan your schedule to come join us in Johor because it's going to be plenty of fun stuff to catch.
Yep, make sure, start planning out. Your guest coins are going to matter in this one. Some of the big odds are coming when the playoffs begin. Keep in mind that we do have a bit of a break until the playoffs actually, like a 2-week break until that actually happens, but that's only once the season ends. We got one more day of playoffs. Any final words before we close it out?
I don't think there's much to say. This season has had a lot of ups and downs. Very unpredictable, entertaining, but also at times very grueling.
Very painful. I can still imagine it. I can still see the moments of just really awkward fights. But that's part of the Malaysian experience. We have the highest highs and the lowest lows. With that being said, my name is Gideon Q. This is going to be Stafa here at the desk of MPL MY Season 14. The regular season continues tomorrow for its very last day. We'll see you then. Good night and goodbye.